Good morning. I'd like to call to order the May 16th meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Capps? Here. Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Here.
Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
And Chair Williams?
Here. This time, please stand and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the May 9th meeting. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And it's passed. CEO's report.
Good morning, Chair Williams and board members. This morning, I am pleased to announce the appointment of Wade Horton as an Assistant County Executive Officer. This is a restructured role in the CEO's office that will guide and provide strategic direction to many departments, providing municipal services such as planning, community services, public works, general services, and the Ag Commissioner. Wade, why don't you come up? Wade comes to us from the County of San Luis Obispo, where he served as the CEO since 2017. In that role, he led a 3,000-member county team and had the unique opportunity of collaborating with us on numerous Central Coast issues, including COVID response and economic development. Prior to that, he was the County of San Luis Obispo's Public Works Director. Before his public service career, he worked in the private sector as an engineer, with several of those years spent in Santa Barbara County. Please join me in welcoming Wade to our county family.
Well, thank you.
Would you like to say something, Wade?
If I could, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mona and Mr. Chair. It's just a pleasure to be here to join Mona's team, and I certainly appreciate the warm welcome, and I look forward to working with each of you in service to the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wade. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Williams and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. We posted an addendum on Friday, May 12th, amending today's agenda, adding administrative items number 41 and 42 to our agenda, and amending departmental item number 8. Administrative item number 41 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to approve the appointment of Brian Caird to the Agricultural Advisory Committee. And administrative item number 42 is also sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to approve the reappointment of Dave Davis to the Santa Barbara Metropolitan Transit District Board of Directors. And lastly, departmental item number 8 is from the Community Services and General Services Departments. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the approval of a ground lease and development agreement for the establishment of the Dignity Moves La Posada LLC project on county-owned property at 4500 Hollister Avenue, Santa Barbara, California, APN 061-040-012, 061-040-024 in the 2nd District. And recommendation D was amended to reflect that the board authorized the Community Services Director to execute a subrecipient agreement with Dignity Moves and not the General Services Director. This addendum was posted online and made available to the board and the public. And I would like to note the addition of A41 and A42 have not been pulled for comment and can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. And additionally, we received a request from the department to withdraw administrative item number 3. Administrative item number 3 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Behavioral Wellness Idea Engineering, Inc. agreement for fiscal years 2022 through 2024. And again, the department is requesting to withdraw this item from today's agenda. This withdrawal request has been posted online and made available to the board and the public. And lastly, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today.
Just want to confirm that I have no items being pulled by supervisors, but do I have any items pulled by the public?
Chair Williams and members of the board, yes, we did just receive a few requests on items A25 and A34.
Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the administrative agenda with the inclusion of A41 and 42, and
Second.
the withdrawal of A3, and with the exception of those two items that were pulled by public, A20,
5 and 34.
25, and 34.
Excellent motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. A25.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 25 is from the Public Works Department, Board of Directors, Laguna County Sanitation District. It is to consider recommendations regarding Laguna County Sanitation District ordinance relative to service charges, connection charges, and trunk sewer fees, and a resolution relative to the collection of service charges on the tax roll, and this is in the 4th and 5th districts. And I believe we have at least one request to speak in Santa Maria. So we will go to Santa Maria with Chuck Williams. Chuck?
Good morning. I was told construction cost of the new sewer plant would be just over $40 million. Currently, we are at $53 million. Also, recently I was told we are right on target. What is the updated cost of construction? I want to know. We have had 4 cost increases added to our property tax for this new plant. We are now just under the state limit of 5% total. Even though California law says it's legal to increase taxes every 2 years, this is a construction cost and it has an end. This should be separated from our property taxes. I think we are being lied to again and taken complete advantage of. This target was missed by approximately $13 million. No wonder this county is a mess. This is a construction cost payment that will end at some point. It is not reoccurring annual tax as you are wanting to implement today. This would be, in my opinion, fraud. According to Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association, California laws require taxpayers to be given updated accounting of all money collected for projects such as this new plant. Money in and in detail, money out, and a balance. What account is this money kept in? You are worried about keeping up with the inflation. Myself and many more are worried about paying outrageous sewer construction costs being converted to permanent tax. Something is seriously wrong with this picture. I do not have the option to vote myself a pay raise to offset the inflation that you guys have burdened me with and others. I have to pay more every 2 years. This is not a fair deal. California Constitution, Section 1, Number 7, assessments and property related fees imposed in accordance with provisions of Article 13D. The local government bears the burden of proving by the preponderance of the evidence that levy charge and other exactions are not a tax. That the amount is no more than necessary to cover the reasonable cost of the governmental activity, and that the manner in which those costs are allocated to a payer bear a fair or reasonable relationship to the payer's burdens on or benefits received from governmental activity. Thank you very much.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I know we have Mr. Wilder here that can answer some of those questions, but just for the speaker and for the public, Laguna Sanitation is mostly in my district, so I've been keenly aware of these increases that go onto the property tax rolls for the ongoing maintenance of our sanitary system in the communities of Orchid and the unincorporated Santa Maria Valley. I think Mr. Wilder might be able to speak to some of the ongoing cost increases that have happened, like we've seen throughout the area and the state with construction, but that these increases were really based on a funding plan, not only to build the remodel, but or not remodel, the upgrade of the sewer plant, but also the ongoing maintenance of that sewer plant. And that when you include our sewer rates and our water rates combined, it's right on par with most other jurisdictions in Santa Barbara County for the costs to deliver water and to, I guess, exit water as well from residences. So, Mr. Wilder, would you mind speaking to some of those items? And some of them, I think, are more detailed, and I'm sure we can get Mr. Williams some additional information offline, as well as invite him out to do a tour of the plant. Anybody that's been a critic of this plant in the past and those fees, we've done tours. I think all of them got on board and understood the investment that we're making as a community and that municipal service, as well as understanding that for generations in the Orchid area, we did not pay a sufficient amount towards that. And so we had a facility that was falling apart. And we always talk about maintenance here on this board, and that we often don't take care of that. This is a special district. These fees are owned not by the county as a whole, but those that live within that special district, which is Orchid in the unincorporated Santa Maria Valley. So it's our responsibility in the end to make sure that those things are covered. And if you wouldn't mind speaking to that for a moment, Mr. Wilder, I'd appreciate it.
Supervisor Nelson, I agree with you to a certain degree, but
Our rules do not provide for back and forth with public comment. This is a question for staff to answer the issues that you
Okay.
raised.
Okay.
Chair Williams and Director Nelson, short, brief history. We did a master plan in 2010, realized we had an antiquated and outdated treatment plant. We had completed a regulatory required upgrade between 2001 and 2003. The 2010 master plan indicated the plant needed replacement. We did a series of rate increases for 5 years that were fairly significant to pay for the cost of the new upgrade. At the time, it was estimated at $40 million. As we get closer to construction, the estimate was closer to 50. Bids came in at 53. Currently, we are on budget and on time. Project should be completed in January, February in 2024. The cost that we have built into the structure is based on a 20-year pro forma that goes with the lifetime of the debt service. The rates are based on replacement, operation, maintenance, and construction costs. So all the costs are built into the whole pro forma. Our current rate structure is based on a 5-year plan. We're in year 4 this year for a 1.5% rate increase this year, just to keep up with some of the inflationary costs. We feel we are being financially prudent in the way we spend the money, raise the revenue, et cetera, to pay for the costs that we have, and that the costs, as you pointed out, are on target with other agencies countywide, particularly when you add the water and sewer costs together. And I'd be happy to reach out to Mr. Williams to do a tour. We had stopped doing that during COVID, but we can resume that.
I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Wilder. Just for benefit of myself and the rest of the public, what was the CPI number that we had this year? I know we were going to increase it by 1.5, but we also look at the CPI to understand what costs are. What was that number this year? Do you recall?
Chair Williams and Director Nelson, the CPI was about 7% for the annual average for 2022, and we were looking at keeping it 1.5%.
It's about 5.5% below that. Okay, well, thank you. Again, I like to move this item. I think the funding plan that we have is prudent, is fiscally responsible, and it's something that I'm going to continue to support moving forward. Oh, I guess one more speaker.
One more speaker.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we will remain in Santa Maria and we will go to Bonnie Hall. Bonnie?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bonnie Hall, and I'm living at Del Cielo Mobile Estates. And the residents and myself living there are concerned about 2 issues. First issue is that the park has decided to end their contract with Waste Management, and they intend to remove the various trash pickup containers, which they have already done. We want the County Board of Supervisors to please look into this issue and inform the park that they do not have the authority to end any waste management contract. The second issue is regarding the charge of the sewer repair performed 10 years ago. The residents are being charged $75 a month, which is predicted to go for another year. This also needs to end. None of the residents want to continue to pay for the repair that is normally the park's revenue, not the park residents. Please inform park management that they do not charge residents for this sewer repair. It is the park's responsibility only to pay the charge. The $75 charge must stop. I have provided a letter to your Board of Supervisors that gives you the new management address, who are lawyers. They're not property managers. And then the park manager is Linda Salcido, who is selling properties in the park, which is a conflict of interest and putting the park at risk. Linda must either resign or get fired as a manager. The former park property management company was Lacumber Management. They ended their contract with the owner. And what we'd like is for the County Board of Supervisors in Santa Barbara to contact Lacumber Management and talk to them, because they fired Linda for the very conflict of interest I just mentioned. So I gave you that information where you can reach them, and maybe you can interfere. Maybe you can call them and talk to them about this and ask them to reestablish their contract with Del Cielo Mobile Estates. And then we get rid of Linda and we get a better manager who was there before. His name was Miguel Camacho, which I put on the back of the page that I sent you guys. And so he was really, everybody liked him. Nobody likes this Linda. Okay, she's a menace there. And she doesn't communicate well. She doesn't know, I don't think she even knows how to communicate. She treats everybody like they're dismissive. And so that is a problem. So if you can help us, that's what we're asking you to do. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
We can, and
Well, that's all I have to say.
Chair Williams?
and it appears that was also the comment on A34, because that was originally pulled on A34, correct?
Chair
Or is there
Williams
a
and members of the
separate
board, I
speaker on
believe that
A34?
might have been general public comment, but we do have one additional speaker on A34
Okay.
after.
Mr. Nelson on A25?
Yeah, on 825, I want to, first of all, I want to reach out to Ms. Hall. I understand you're in the Santa Maria hearing room. If you would like to go down to my office number 47 there in the same center, and make sure that that letter reaches my staff. Elizabeth Cepeda is sitting there at the office, hopefully this morning. Then we can be in contact and we can vet out some of the issues that are within the county's purview and figure out the differences between those things that your association has to work through versus what we can help you with. So we're more than happy to do that for you, Ms. Hall. So please drop that off with Ms. Cepeda in my office.
And where is your office? Please
Yeah.
tell me again.
Down the hall, number 47. But with that,
Number 47.
yeah,
Down
with-
that way.
Yep,
Okay.
down the hall. That said,
All right.
I would go ahead and move item 824.
Thank you very much. And I hope you can help us because we really want
Ma'am,
this to be
ma'am,
resolved.
our rules don't provide for back and forth. Okay,
I'm sorry, 825.
It's all right.
825, there is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, I'm going to take number 37 before going to 34 because we want to make high school students be able to make it to school on, not on time, but just not any more ridiculously late than they already are already. So let's take up A37.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 37 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring the 2022 through 2023 Dos Pueblos mock trial team. And joining us today, if you can please come to the podium, we have Lisa Rothstein, Deputy County Counsel, and the captains of the Dos Pueblos mock trial team, Maxfield Steele and Amelia Mendro. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Dos Pueblos mock trial is recognized as a preeminent team both statewide and nationally. And whereas this academic school year, Dos Pueblos mock trial placed third at the Empire Mock Trial Tournament in Baltimore, first in the Santa Barbara County Championship, and then went on to place second at the California Mock Trial Finals in Los Angeles in March 2023. And whereas Dos Pueblos mock trial has a history of success in the mock trial arena with 3 state titles and 8 appearances in the final championship round. And whereas the Dos Pueblos mock trial team has a tradition of excellence through which the students demonstrate civility, professionalism, and graciousness in both victory and defeat. And whereas the high school students that participate in mock trial dedicate hundreds of hours to learning the judicial system, studying rules of evidence, practicing public speaking, and exercising critical thinking. And whereas through the mock trial experience, students become more engaged citizens and future leaders of our county, state, and nation. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends the Dos Pueblos mock trial team, Liam Avalo, Ebo Barrel, Tobin Bowley, Victoria Chen, Charlotte Choi, Alyssa Crutchfield, Theo Evans, Mackenzie Kelly, Rachel Lenchner, Anastasia Lee, Coy Lichty, Amelia Mendro, Jacob Molina, Daniel Nikolov, William Shen, Maxfield Steele, Alec Thakrar, Sienna Valentine, Jonathan Yang, and Eo Zhou for their dedication, hard work, and commitment to excellence, passed and adopted today.
you like to say something?
Briefly, if I may. I know with 100% confidence that I speak for every member of our team when I say we are incredibly grateful for the recognition you've given us. We are grateful not only to you, but to our volunteer coaches who make it possible. It is only because of them that our willingness to compete becomes ability to compete, and because of them that I have absolute confidence that not only will our team continue to earn recognition in the future, but those of us who are moving on from the team will continue to be found in law offices, on movie sets, and in engineering firms for years to come. And I leave you with the promise to continue watching us. We're going to continue trying to earn your recognition and make this worth your time. Thank you.
Excellent.
Supervisor Hartman.
I just wanted to emphasize how great it is that our deputy county councils have invested their talent in coaching this team, Dos Pueblos, that has quite a reputation, and want you to know that our county council DA and public defender will be recruiting, and we expect you to be applying in a few years, and we're really proud of your accomplishment and what the honors you bring back to our county. So thank you so much.
Thank you. A34.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 34 is a hearing request from the County Executive Office to set a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the fiscal year 2023 through 2024 recommended budget for the County of Santa Barbara and recommended budget for the County of Santa Barbara as successor agency to the former County of Santa Barbara Redevelopment Agency. And this is a set hearing for budget hearings on Friday, June 16th, and continue, if necessary, on Tuesday, June 20th, 2023. And we have one request to speak, and we are going back to Santa Maria for Chuck Williams. Chuck?
Comment. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, please proceed.
I want to withdraw my opportunity to speak on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
A motion to approve 834?
Second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. A38.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 38 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us today in person, if you can please come to the podium, we have Juliet Velarde Batida, Teresa Chin, Michael Kwan, Jill Stanislas, and Karina Ju. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is a time to recognize the significant contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, AAPI, who serve as leaders in business, government, law, education, science, athletics, the arts, and many other fields, and to bring awareness to the violence and hatred that this community has had to endure and continues to endure. And Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are a vast and diverse community who can trace their heritage to the Pacific Island regions of Polynesia, Melanesia, Micronesia, as well as dozens of countries including China, India, Japan, the Philippines, Vietnam, and South Korea. And whereas in 1978, a joint congressional resolution established Asian Pacific American Heritage Week to celebrate two historical milestones in Asian Pacific American history: the arrival of the first Japanese immigrants to the United States, which occurred on May 7th, 1843, and the significant contributions of Chinese workers in the building of the Transcontinental Railroad that was completed on May 10th, 1869. And whereas generations of brave women and men made the dangerous voyage across the Pacific to seek better lives for their families, and in the process have contributed greatly to the economic prosperity and cultural legacy of communities throughout California and the U.S. And whereas the Congressional Gold Medal was awarded in December 2020 to Chinese American World War II veterans in recognition of their service, in spite of being ineligible for citizenship at the start of the war due to the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act. In 2017, to Filipino American World War II veterans who would lose their military benefits due to the Recession Act of 1946, and in 2011 to Japanese American World War II veterans who served in spite of the incarceration of their families in internment camps under Executive Order 9066. And whereas Filipino Manong elder farm workers led by Larry Itliong were critical to the establishment of the United Farm Workers when they initiated the Delano grape strike and asked Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, and Mexican farm workers to join them. And whereas Santa Barbara was once home to a thriving and bustling Chinatown on Canon Perdido Street between State Street and Anacapa Street, in what is now downtown Santa Barbara, which was home to the Chinese immigrants that began arriving in Santa Barbara in the 1860s. The early Chinese residents of Santa Barbara worked in abalone fishing, farming, laundry enterprises, and domestic service. Santa Barbara's old Chinatown was devastated and dismantled following the 1925 Santa Barbara earthquake in the attempt to create a cohesive Spanish colonial revival look for the city's downtown. And Santa Barbara's Chinese population was deeply affected by this change. And whereas the UCSB Department of Asian American Studies began as a program 50 years ago, at a time that Black Studies, Chicano Studies, Native American Studies, and Ethnic Studies were developing around the nation to focus on race and social justice. And whereas Gloria Ochoa was the first Filipino-American woman in California to serve on a board of supervisors when she was elected Santa Barbara County 1st District Supervisor in 1988. And whereas the AAPI community has continuously faced discrimination since the COVID-19 pandemic, where there have been drastic increases in hate incidents and crimes directed at the AAPI community, of which more than half have occurred within California. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Santa Barbara County and calls on all residents of the county to help bring awareness to issues affecting the AAPI community and celebrates the many contributions of AAPI community members, passed and adopted today.
So bring that down to my height. Thank you, Chairman Williams and members of the board, for your acknowledgement today of AAPI Heritage Month. My name's Karina Jew, and I'm with the Santa Barbara AAPI Solidarity Network, and I'm also here with other founders, Sharon Hoshida and Juliet Betita, and Juliet Guillermo Newton, who's not here. And we formed this network 2 years ago in response to the Atlanta spa shootings and other incidents of hate directed at the AAPI community. And we held a vigil to honor the lives that were lost that day. We also formed a network to help increase the visibility of the AAPI community and offer some mechanism of support during periods of heightened negativity against our community, especially since the start of the pandemic. And in fact, we have received reports of harassment, vandalism, and discriminatory treatment. And we've tried to direct people to resources, although frankly the systems are not very responsive, but we keep trying. And while the spread of COVID-19 is now less of a concern, in its wake, anti-Asian and specifically anti-Chinese rhetoric has grown, and it has resulted in new attempts at versions of alien land laws of 100 years ago in multiple states that are restricting the purchase of property by Chinese citizens, laws that ban the admission of Chinese students, and laws and targeting of Chinese scientists. And these bills and sentiments are reminiscent of the days of the Chinese Exclusion Act, the Yellow Peril, and the incarceration of Japanese citizens during World War II. And while proponents claim that these efforts are targeting the Chinese Communist Party and not American citizens, every incident locally that I have heard about includes the common refrain, "Go back where you come from," regardless if the victim was Chinese, Japanese, born here, or immigrated decades ago. And I think almost all Asian Americans are familiar with that experience. I also want to say that last year when I came here for AAPI Heritage Month, I switched hats later and read a statement from the Health Equity Alliance, which we are a part of. And it was regarding the Uvalde shootings and the upstate New York shootings at the supermarket. This year I come to you in the shadow of Allen, Texas, where 8 people, including 4 who were Asian, were killed by somebody who holds white supremacist views. And just yesterday, there was another shooting in New Mexico. You know, we've held a couple of months ago another vigil after the Monterey Park and Half Moon Bay incidents, where AAPI elders were the attackers against other elders. We've collaborated with Moms Demand Action, and Supervisor Williams also spoke at this last vigil. But it's just incredible to me that in any moment there has been a mass shooting the day before, the week before. And this madness really has to stop. And those of you who have legislative power need to do everything that you can. While there's a lot of negative, and that's not the point of today, there are still many things to celebrate and activities and organizations that are going on this month and throughout the year. There's an exhibit that has recently opened at the Santa Barbara Genealogical Society, and it covers 1870 through the 1970s. Nobel Peace Prize winner and Filipina American Maria Ressa will be speaking at UCSB on May 18th. And I have a couple of, one of our other friends who is here with us is Jill Stasinos of the Weihai Sister City Organization. Their mission is to promote and encourage an ongoing relationship between the city of Santa Barbara and the city of Weihai, Shandong Province in China, by promoting activities designed to encourage the development of mutually beneficial academic, cultural, and commercial exchanges. So now I'm going to just, all right, my fellow network members, and have a few more comments. All right, thank you. So Sharon, do you want to go ahead?
Hello, supervisors. Thank you for having us here today, and thank you for this recognition of our communities throughout the county. We are a very diverse community, and it gives me great pleasure to learn that just recently, about a week and a half ago, that they were able to break ground for the Japanese Cultural Center up in Santa Maria, which I think is just a really landmark decision, a landmark opportunity for our recognition of the Japanese that came here and settled early on as farmers and merchants. And so this is a time of celebration for all of the Asian American communities here. And we're doing a small part in trying to increase visibility without vulnerability, without increasing people's vulnerability. So it's a narrow tightrope to walk in this climate. But we feel positive and we feel like we can make a difference. So thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Juliet Velarde-Batista, and I'm a member of the AAPI Network, Solidarity Network, a member of the Asian American Affinity Committee at the Santa Barbara Trust for Historical Preservation, a psychotherapist who specializes in cultural trauma, both personal and political identity issues. And my role here is to tell you that I really appreciate your recognition of our contribution to this community with this proclamation. We are an essential role in the creation of pluralism in America and creating the American story in this country and in this county. For me, the proclamation is a county-wide commitment to combat the surge of blatant anti-Asian hate crimes, since covert, as well as the hidden, camouflaged, or ignored racial policies that many institutions in this country and county hold. Anti-Asian hate crimes do not have a safe harbor in Santa Barbara County's future. So here's my invitation. I invite you to come and join us to create ways in which you can be part of our community, to hear our stories, our concerns, our hopes, and our problem solving of issues pertaining to our community needs. This will help you be our strongest ally in combating anti-Asian hate crimes. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Therese Chin, and I'm here to represent two organizations. I'm with the Asian American Affinity Group under the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation and the Asian American Association of Santa Barbara County. The Asian American Affinity Group continues to bring cultural awareness to the Asian American Film Series and the Asian American Neighborhood Festival. The film series held on the 4 Fridays in July, and the Asian American Neighborhood Festival is held in early October. We are entering our 14th year of providing these programs to the Santa Barbara community. The Asian American Association of Santa Barbara County formulated in 2019 with the purpose of bringing unity and cultural awareness through educational and social activities to all people. Through our social events, we have brought people together to share their stories through food and togetherness. Anti-Asian hate speech will never be erased, but through our efforts of bringing cultural awareness to the community through various programs and collaboration with other groups, we can try to mitigate racist attitudes and behaviors towards all peoples of color. Thank you for recognizing this month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A39.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 39 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of May 13th, 2023 through May 20th, 2023 as National Peace Officers Week in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Under Sheriff Craig Bonner and Santa Barbara County Peace Officers, and I believe we have our sheriff with us as well today. And you're welcome to join us at the podium. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas National Peace Officers Week represents a period of time recognizing peace officers across the United States who have worked devotedly and selflessly on behalf of the people of this nation, our state, and Santa Barbara County, regardless of the peril, hazards, or challenges they face. And whereas sheriff's deputies of the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office continue to safeguard the lives and property of the people of Santa Barbara County and are highly regarded professionals working in concert with other local criminal justice and public safety entities. And whereas by the enforcement of our laws, these same deputies continue to help keep our county safe. And whereas these men and women, by their patriotic service and their dedicated efforts, have earned the gratitude of our communities. And whereas, in recognition of the service given by the men and women who night and day stand guard to protect us through the enforcement of our laws, and who provide dedicated and compassionate service to the people of our nation and the communities of Santa Barbara County. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes the week of May 13th, 2023 through May 20th, 2023 as National Peace Officers Week, and takes this opportunity to thank the men and women of the Sheriff's Office who have chosen a career in the protection and service of others. Passed and adopted today.
Chair Williams and members of the board, thank you for this resolution and the recognition. of all the peace officers in our nation and in our state and in our county who work hard every day, 24 hours a day, to keep the community safe. The men and women of the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office and our allied agencies are involved in a myriad of different activities that are centered around protection and service to our community. Everything from the patrol deputies who are out on the street and walking the street, as well as driving, those who are in the detective bureau who are investigating crimes, those who are in our courts providing protection, those who are in our jail protecting the community from those who would do us harm, those who are in the autopsy room, those who are in our dispatch center and the first voice that many people contact when they contact the law enforcement agency because there's trouble afoot, and all the others who I haven't mentioned, whether they're on the ground, in the air, on or under the water. At times, they are performing incredible work. I am incredibly proud of the men and women of the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office. I know that you are as well. I thank you for this recognition, and I thank you and the public for the support that you continue to provide to our organization. Thank you.
Now's the time for general public comment. We allocate only 30 minutes for this, so when we go over 10 speakers, we have to cut down the time. So I'm going to ask people to keep to about 90 seconds. We'll cut off the mic after 2 minutes, so please keep it under 90 seconds. And I'll close the roll for public comment.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have 20 requests to speak on general public comment, and we are going to begin in Santa Maria with Chuck Williams. Chuck?
Good morning again. Thank you. Good morning again. I don't think I can do this in 90 seconds. This is not a joke.
You're going to have to, Mr. Williams.
Pardon?
You're going to have to, Mr. Williams. You can also follow up with your supervisor.
Okay. This is not a joke. Make no mistake about Agenda 21. New California State is coming in, and it's just a matter of a few months, and I'm shortcutting all of this stuff. Agenda 21 was authored by George H.W. Bush on September 11th of 1992. And Agenda 21 was implemented by Barack Obama and Joe Biden. Agenda 21 calls for population control by 2030, but because of the Americans that are paying attention to politics, that Agenda 30 was cut short to 2050. They are calling for population control of just under just under 1 billion people by the year 2050. And you guys, supervisors, are complying with Agenda 21 when you do sustainable developments and get grant money for them. You are not only violating your constitutional oath, you're violating my constitutional rights as well as everybody in this county. And this is happening all over California. And it's going to stop when New California State comes in, and this is just a matter of a few months. And you guys can Zoom. New California State does Zoom meetings every Wednesday night, every Sunday night at 7 p.m. It's open to the public. Public comments are welcome. You can YouTube Tom DeWeese to find out more about Agenda 21. But I would suggest that you guys may want to look at Agenda 21.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
It's serious. Thank you.
We will now return here in Santa Barbara with Sam Cepezi to be followed by Michael Sun. Sam?
Hi, again. We're very grateful that you have been listening to us at CBC in the Sweeps and doing what you can to further protect residents of Santa Barbara County. That being said, I know there is more that can be done to further ensure tenant protection so we don't lose a massive amount of low-income housing in the county that will likely never be replaced. I implore you to call on core spaces and question them as to how they are meeting their inclusive ideals they preach toward. This might be something I would say to them. Hey, Core Spaces, you say you want to have a conversation? We're waiting, and not for 60 single beds at market rate. We asked you at your Chicago headquarters to come face-to-face to hear our stories, but you chose to ignore us. Scott Sager, Mark Lifshin, Christine Richards, we're still waiting on that email. Would you care to look our kids in the eyes and tell them they're not lucky enough to be a part of the carefully selected group of management and their friends that get to stay? According to the Santa Barbara Independent, for the 46 properties Core Spaces has purchased, COO Chris Richards said she didn't recall this level of community involvement when asked about eviction protests during her 2 years with the company. This is why we formed the Core Spaces Tenant Association. This disgusting practice needs to be stopped, and you can help us. Please. Thank you.
We will now go to Michael Sun, to be followed by Josh Maxwell. Michael Sun.
Hello, board members. I'm also a resident at CBC in the sweeps, so we really need your help protecting us against this company, Core Spaces. They're not a good company. They've just recently sent us a legal letter, which was completely false. It was very misleading, basically talking about how the residents of CBC in the sweeps are not covered under the recent urgency ordinance. So for those under-resourced in the community, this type of letter is very unethical and it's just blatantly false. This is not a good company. We've been looking into them. They haven't filed any permits or even begun the process despite utilizing a loophole in California law, talking about only being able to terminate these tenancies if they're doing construction that they have permits for. And also, management coming to people's doors, asking them where they're at, just very misleading information. And we're talking about a company whose business model is just to buy property in tight housing markets, specifically targeting students. And this is definitely not good for the community. And I hope you guys will pass some sort of eviction moratorium or some sort of legislation talking about a right to re-rent, because this is a very predatory business model. It's not good for Santa Barbara, and it's definitely not good for the many families and the students who are being affected by this. So thank you.
We will now go to Josh Maxwell, to be followed by Stephen Lay. Josh? Is there a Josh Maxwell here in Santa Barbara? Alrighty, we will go on to Stephen Lay, to be followed by Ben Allen. Stephen?
Hi, good morning. I'm Stephen Lay, and I'm here to talk about the CBC sweeps. I think what they're doing to everybody out there is very unfair. It's a very sprawling complex, and they can actually take and move out people from one complex, remodel that complex, and then add people who are already living there to the complex that they just remodeled, and they could just keep going, so on and so on. I don't know why they don't want to do that. They know that there's a housing crunch here. They released 500 people from their leases, and knowing that there's a less than 1% rental rate in Santa Barbara is very unconscionable. So I'm just saying that they should give everybody the opportunity to move back into their apartments after they've been remodeled at whatever the market rate's going to hold. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say, and thank you for your time.
We will now go to Ben Allen, to be followed by ePlanet Thunderstriker. Ben? Is Ben no longer with us? Alrighty, we will go to ePlanet Thunderstriker, to be followed by Anaya Kepper. ePlanet?
You guys know who I am, so all of this information, I don't really know that I'm going to be back here again. I mean, I don't have kids. The history of mankind is just garbage in the first place. I said too many things where there should be questions and comments, and I just got back from risk management. They've had a week to look at my claim, and the last 2 times I've been there, I've talked to 2 people who I have allegations against, person running it and one of the guys. So it's like, hand or fist corruption, and everybody around here knows. I don't know how many people watch this thing, but I was maybe going to talk about some of these things, how related to at least the last 2 administrations, and how we're dealing with shooting that these Asians are talking about, because our country has been taken over by treason, international things. I don't know if I sound crazy when I'm talking about all this stuff, because you guys know certain facts for certain, and you're not asking any questions. You're not trying to resolve anything. FBI said that the COVID could be synthetic, so I am going with all of all of Trump is probably just smoke and mirrors. And then I just saw in the paper how Biden wants to, try to get all these people coming in from another country en masse. Well, that's already going on. I mean, one of the things I read, two things I read up in Sylvang, I don't even have time to go into. One was like some 2018 thing about how if somebody had said you would attack the White House, you would. And then it's like, it's just congratulations, man. Any questions or comments now? Yeah, I didn't think so.
We will now go to Anaya Kepper to be followed by Rachel Sim. Anaya?
Hi, thank you so much for allowing us to be here again. And again, thank you for taking the action that you've already taken with regards to the CBC sweeps and the eviction that's trying to be perpetrated by this massive company. I do worry as we get closer and closer to the next phase, the unlawful detainer phase, and so many of the notices that have been received. That's coming up at the beginning of June. And a lot of the families have failed to secure housing. A lot of people are looking at being pushed out of their communities, not just their homes. A lot of people are looking at being pushed onto the streets and not having any housing opportunities after this happens. There are honestly too many things to discuss in this meeting right now. We would really like to sit down with each of you to follow up with each of you about how this affects you in a negative way personally, because it does affect each and every one of you and each and every one of your constituents in a very, very negative way. And we can speak to it. We have points. Thank you for meeting with us. I know that we have a meeting on the books, I believe, with each and every one of you. The sooner the better for us. CORE is acting in bad faith. Every law that we've had to this point has expected good faith action on the part of the person doing the eviction. And right now they are acting in bad faith. They're allowing people to stay preferentially. They have people that are on leases until January, but they're still maintaining this line of needing people out by a certain time, which is just untrue. They don't need any of us out at this point. A lot of people have already self-evicted. There are not, like, they're very scary.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Rachel Sim to be followed by Daniel Rhodes. Rachel?
Hi, and thank you. First, a sincere thank you for passing the urgency ordinance in April that requires landlords, or tries to require landlords, to act in good faith. And I'm here to ask you to take the necessary next steps to pass a moratorium on rent evictions and on no-fault evictions. As we've discussed, vacancy rates are below 1%, which makes it almost impossible for evicted tenants to find new housing in the county. And with market rate skyrocketing, there is virtually no affordable housing for working people and their families across the county. And as you've heard, Core Spaces has been lying to the tenants in Isla Vista, telling them that the law you passed does not protect them. And as a result, many tenants have already moved out of the county or out of state, which is what the ordinance passed in April was aiming to prevent. So I'm asking you to do three things. First, pass a moratorium on rent evictions and no-fault evictions, at least until the housing stock in the county increases. Otherwise, the reality is that every eviction represents a move out of our county. And second, pass a right to re-rent or return at the same or similar rent. Tenants should have the right of first refusal to return to these units, which would not only protect tenants in our county, but it would prevent unscrupulous landlords like Core Spaces from paying lip service to caring about our community while they actively pillage it. And third, we ask that you add a one-year lease requirement like the one that exists currently in the city of Santa Barbara. This provides tenants with a modicum of stability and protection from landlords who may otherwise want to deal unfairly with their tenants. As others have mentioned and will continue to mention, there is a legal precedent for a moratorium and a right to re-rent at the same or similar rent in other cities in the state.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Daniel Rhodes to be followed by Francis Domingos. Daniel?
Hi. So, yeah, I'm a tenant in the First District here. This is actually my first time coming to one of these things. But yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to make my point about, is that I've wanted to come down here. I talked to people about what's been going on at the sweeps and CBC, family, friends, so many people are watching this situation and want to get down here but can't make it at 9 a.m. So I just want to, speak for them along with the tenants and just piggyback on what everybody's been saying here. Like, it's a tragedy what's happening there, but people are also inspired because we know something can be done about this. People are watching and they know that something can be done, and they want to see that inspiration to know that like there is a light at the end of the tunnel of this housing crisis. So please, just want to insist like a moratorium on rent evictions and making sure that people can get back into their apartments after things have been renovated, if the renovations are necessary. It's just human. That's what I think, and that's what a lot of people think. So, thank you.
We will now go to Francis Domingos, to be followed by Alec Sandoval. Francis?
Good morning. I'm Francis Domingos, and I've lived in Santa Barbara County for 20 years, only left to go to college, and now I'm back. And I've spent my entire life being a tenant, whether that was with my parents or on my own. And I've spent many weeks, many nights, wondering if I will have housing, both as a student and as just a citizen of the county, because that is how difficult it is to secure housing as anyone. And when things came up about the sweeps and how people that I know, families that I've worked with, woke up and were told that you will not have housing, I was shaken. And as you can hear from my cohorts here, that there is something that can be done, and it is our responsibility as a community to take care of each other. And all we hear every day is Santa Barbara is this great small town with small businesses that take care of each other. This is our opportunity to do it by protecting these tenants, by making sure there is a moratorium on rent evictions, and making sure that people have a home to go to at the end of the day. Thank you.
We will now go to Alec Sandoval, to be followed by Nadia Abushanab. Alec?
Good morning, Chair Williams and Board Supervisors. I'm a resident in District 2. I want to start by thanking you for passing the legislation that you already have passed to protect tenants. But again, like I said last time, we can always do more. Today, you honored the Sheriff's Department for their protection of and service to the community. Well, you should also honor every single person who's here on behalf of tenants, because what they do is protect and serve the community. How is it protection to rip 1,000 people from their homes and put them on the street in Santa Barbara County? It doesn't make any sense. It's not just at CBC and the sweeps, but it's happening all over. What we need is a moratorium on all evictions, as far as I'm concerned. But if you can't do that, then what you've got to at least do is make sure that these corporations like Core Spaces pay the tenants to relocate and then allow them to come back in at the same price that they were renting before. That's not too much to ask, and that's what we need now. The moment demands kind of bold action like this, and we can't stop short. Otherwise, we are failing to protect and serve the community. Thank you.
We will now go to Nadia Abushanab, and then we will go to Zoom to begin with Stanley Tatskoff. Nadia?
Hi, good morning, Chair Williams and Supervisors. My name is Nadia Abushanab. I'm here on behalf of the Santa Barbara County Action Network and myself as a renter. And I just want to uplift the voices of the tenants that have been here today and many other days, and reiterate that you can and should take further action. Yesterday, we heard from a tenant that Core Spaces has started bringing in materials and people for construction and demolition, despite not having yet applied for or receiving any permits. So they're starting, and they should not be trusted. And we really need to be keeping a close eye on them. And it's not the tenant's job to come up with the details of the policy solutions. That's your job as elected officials and legislators. And you have received, or you will soon receive, a one-pager with different examples of legislation that has been passed in different jurisdictions with moratoriums, with rights to re-rent, with ban on no-fault evictions that are not for anything except a health and safety issue. And it can be done, and you can do it. And you all have said that you care about affordable housing, you care about tenants' rights, you care about VMTs from commuting, and this issue is about all of those things. 264 units will be 264 affordable units will be lost if this goes through, not to mention the 1,000 people who will be left without a home. So please pass a moratorium, and thank you for your time.
We will now go to Zoom to begin with Stanley Zankoff, to be followed by Bridger Klassen. Stanley?
Hello and good morning to everyone here today. And I appreciate all the voices that we've heard today and over the last several weeks. I'm quite honestly, I've chills and I've been in this work organizing tenants for years now. One thing I want to uplift is that I think the tenants at CBC and the Sweeps are incredibly scared, rightfully so. They're doing all this organizing and work on top of their 1, 2, sometimes more jobs, taking care of their families, and you know, at the same time, many of them understandably are looking for where they might move to next. And so I'm so encouraged and grateful that we're even as far along in this conversation as we have been, thanks to your work thus far. And yet I worry about the timeline, and I know that we need to take action soon. And I also want to name the flip side to this. You know, I think while there's a lot of pain, quite honestly, that's happening now, I think this is a really beautiful opportunity for us to build a much more healthy, vibrant, prosperous community that other jurisdictions will look to as a best practice. The other day, I got a notice that in Burbank, Core Spaces was doing the exact same horrendous thing to 4 buildings out there, and they reached out to us to ask, what did we do? How can we actually push back against this? And so in some ways,
Thank you,
I don't know
Stanley. That is your
Thank
time.
you.
We will now go to, unfortunately, Bridger Klassen is not on Zoom, so we will now go to Diane Black, to be followed by Wendy Santamaria. Diane?
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. My name is Diane Black, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. With the recent renovictions in Isla Vista, which will effectively create the need for an additional 250 to 1,000 units of affordable housing in our surrounding communities, the issue of protecting and maintaining existing affordable housing stock has become urgent. The League is grateful for the quick action of the board and its staff to update tenant protections in cases of renoviction. We encourage your continued work on this important issue by considering amendments to the ordinance that will, 1, ensure a tenant's right to return at the same or similar rent, and 2, ensure the right to a 1-year lease. We understand that this will require continued careful legal consideration and that existing laws affect the county's ability to regulate the grounds for eviction and whether the existing ordinance can be applied retroactively. Due to the impending and urgent nature of the housing crisis in Isla Vista and elsewhere in the community, we urge the county supervisors and staff to pursue these protections as quickly as possible. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Wendy Santamaria, to be followed by Natasha Durrell. Wendy?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Wendy Santamaria. I'm a tenant and an organizer here in the city of Santa Barbara. I want to thank you, supervisors, for passing the ordinance that you did in April. It's a good first step to mitigate this disaster that is our housing crisis, but I'm here now requesting you to take additional steps to ensure tenants are protected from these predatory no-fault evictions plaguing our communities. As you've already heard others mention, we need the 3 following protections to be enacted by you all The first being a right to re-rent and return at the same rent or similar for folks who are being evicted for these, quote unquote rent evictions. These are evictions happening at no fault to the tenant. The tenant has not has not committed any lease violations or anything. So they should have every right to return at the same rate and everything that they initially signed their lease for. We also need an end to no cause evictions in general. We need a rent eviction moratorium in the meantime while we find more solutions to this. And also include a one-year lease, similar to what we have right now in the city of Santa Barbara. It's the least we can do to at least give a semblance of stability to families and workers here in our county who really just need a place to live so they can work and raise their families. And although the state of emergency for COVID has ended, there is legal precedent for a moratorium on no-fault evictions with or without a pandemic in place. So I don't want us to adhere to COVID emergency is not a thing anymore. We still need to protect tenants. And you can look to Los Angeles and San Diego. They have great examples that staff can study. They can draft a no-fault eviction moratorium for the county as quickly as possible because it is needed very, very direly.
Thank you, Wendy. That is your
Our situation is
time.
very critical. We need you to act as possible.
We will now go to Natasha Durrell to be followed by Kim Pescazi. Natasha?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Perfect. So I think it just goes to show the turnout today and just how pressing this is. This is something that I've been affected by personally. And also we can see that this is happening to students. This is happening to our future. This is happening at an alarming rate. And we're right now just doing damage control to just kind of stop and prevent. But it's not enough. We need these protections in place. We need to make sure that we are doing what we can for our community because it is these businesses, corporations coming from outside. We need rent boards. We need to make sure that we are protecting, listening to what is being said today. And that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Kim Pescazi to be followed by Nikayla Jefferson, who is our final speaker. Kim?
Hello, thank you. I am horrified by the mass eviction notices issued by Core Spaces to 1,000 Ivy residents at the Sweeps apartment building. The company has not pulled any permits to date, so no eviction notices should have been issued. Improvements can be made without displacing hundreds of people. Our community does not have the capacity to relocate 1,000 tenants. There are simply not enough open rental units in our county. This will only deepen the severity of our housing crisis and cause more of our community members to become homeless and tax our resources that are already taxed as is. There is legal precedence for a moratorium or no-fault evictions. Los Angeles and San Diego give us these examples, and there is a way for you to draft that as quickly as possible. Please pass an overall moratorium on rent evictions and no-fault evictions. So much is at stake, and I know as supervisors that you want to intervene in this situation and ensure that this catastrophe does not continue and come to pass. Thank you.
We will now go to Nikayla Jefferson, who is our final speaker. Nikayla? And Nikayla, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Nikayla Jefferson. Oh, she just logged out, they just logged out. So I believe that concludes public comment.
Supervisor Kepps.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the speakers on this and their on this horrible rent eviction and the actions of Core Spaces. Thank you for your continued advocacy. The speaker was right. I honor you. We should do so not just today, but every day. And you really have catapultized awakening all around, at least South County, everywhere I go. People are, a speaker used the word horrified. That's the right word. But things are moving because of that. I've had two just anecdotes of landlords who say they're going to reduce rents. I mean, again, that's small, but I just want to honor all of the action that you have set in motion. Two pieces of next steps. Director Plowman is here. I'm putting her on the spot by asking her to please look into the permits, because I did receive pictures of what looks like construction that is beginning, so we can check on that. I'm hopeful. And also, I know that our county council is engaged with legal aid. Thank you to the League of Women Voters for weighing in on this and providing some options. We're looking into what's legally possible. I know Supervisor Williams and I met with advocates last week, so we're engaged. You're keeping up the engagement long past the sort of news cycle of this, and that's what's important. I understand that fully, and just wanted to end on the positive note that Stanley was kind to say is that there are some good things happening here, and just one of them for me is to see how strong you are, how compassionate you are, and what that will mean, not maybe obviously right now, and people are hurting, and I recognize that, but there are things being set in motion, and I really deeply appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just had a question. As I understand it, the state legislature is working on this issue. I think there's a bill, AB 567. But I have a question. Just what is our legal authority, and don't have to answer it now, but to pass an ordinance dealing with the right of return? That's something that I would very much like to know more about, at least going forward.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that the tenants know how much we respect and appreciate the advocacy and the ideas. This is only a portion of the amount of suffering that's going on out there. In smaller increments, tenants are facing evictions, they're facing 50% rent increases, they're facing all sorts of things, squeezing more and more people out. And it is inspirational to have this horrible of an example in order to galvanize further action. And Supervisor Capps and myself have asked for analyses on such things as the moratorium. We will continue to ask those analyses on the right to return and the 12-month lease requirement, among others. Particularly salient for any of those that are doing your own research would be any general law county ordinance that was not prompted as part of the COVID state of emergency. And there are some examples that we're looking at. And again, we very much appreciate the advocacy and are motivated by the urgency of the matter. We will move on to department item number 1.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding ordinance amendments, case number 23 ORD1, which would amend the County Land Use and Development Code, LUDC, to extend the expiration date for the temporary development standard suspension ordinance to October 31st, 2024, or when the COVID-19 provisions are terminated earlier by ordinance amendment to support economic recovery.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, during COVID, we passed an ordinance amendment to create greater flexibility for businesses to continue to operate. And about a year ago, we extended that for economic recovery. And that ordinance was set to expire in October of this year. And we have decided to bring that ordinance back to the board to extend it for one more year. To allow for further economic recovery. And I've got Mr. Wilson here today. He has produced the extension and has been walking it through the Planning Commission and will present to the board.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. As Judge Plowman indicated this morning,
The item before you today is just to extend those temporary provisions to October 31st of 2024. The thing of note today is that we're only requesting an amendment in the Land Use and Development Code. We're not making any changes in the Coastal Zoning Ordinance or the Montecito Land Use Development Code. These changes will only be within those unincorporated areas that are under the Land Use Development Code. The nexus behind this is to continue to support economic recovery for those businesses and organizations that have taken advantage of these temporary provisions outlined in these sections of the Land Use Development Code. Again, as I stated earlier, this is to extend it to October 31st, 2024, and unless it's terminated by ordinance amendment. We continue to find these provisions exempt, and the extension of time from CEQA guidelines continues to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Land Use and Development Code. And before you are recommended actions for the Board of Supervisors to take today in order to extend these temporary provisions to October 31st of 2024. That concludes the presentation, and we're available for questions.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. Well, I remember when your department first brought this urgency ordinance forward in record time, and really appreciated that and appreciate you bringing this forward. It's my understanding that this would allow food service to continue at wineries, and that ideally we will have our ag enterprise ordinance coming up between now and the end so that that experiment, which has proved very successful, could continue. What other activities does this cover? Is it restaurants and right-of-ways, or what other kinds of business activities are covered?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. It does address those non-conforming or structures or businesses, as well as those that have active permits. It doesn't necessarily regulate activities within the right-of-way, but what these provisions do is it meets at that intersection between what Public Works regulates as far as activities in the right-of-way or along sidewalks, as it interacts with the permit or the non-conforming use. And we're currently working with Department of Public Works on ordinances related to parklets. So this gives us an opportunity to continue to allow businesses, as far as zoning is concerned, to operate and coordinate with Public Works as far as parklets go.
And are there other examples of businesses other than wineries or restaurants that you could, so I have a better feel for what this covers?
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, for example, Lotus Land was a business that during the pandemic had a lot of trouble, obviously, in keeping their operations running. And so we allowed some flexibility in their permit conditions and the timing of visitors and how people arrived, et cetera. So there are businesses out there that have taken advantage of that kind of flexibility, or maybe some outdoor operations that normally wouldn't be allowed to have. And so those provisions will extend as well.
And if I may follow up, I assume those were experiments as well, and that we haven't had a lot of complaints from people, that it seems to be working pretty well.
That's correct.
Okay.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. My question, it goes back to questions the Supervisor Hartman had about the parklets and whatnot, and how that will be moving forward. Because when we approved this initial extension, my understanding was going to be the planning piece and the public works piece that will move forward with some encroachment permits or encroachment program. I see that Mr. Snedden's here. I would like to maybe ask him some questions to see how that all plugs in and what's the timelines. You know, I've had some differing opinions on whether that's something that should continue in my community, and want to make sure that whatever happens, that there's some type of public forum for those who might be supportive or oppose that, to be able to speak on behalf of their advocacy to maybe the Planning Commission or eventually to our board. Would you mind speaking to that?
Sure, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. So we're in sort of a little gap period between the COVID emergency ending and updating our Chapter 28 ordinance to address parklet specifically. We already do have outdoor business components in that chapter. We're taking some time to reconcile that with what planning and development is working on and make sure that everything meshes together well. And we're anticipating probably later this summer coming back with an ordinance, which will have the public hearing and the public process for that.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to know, and I should have given you a heads up, I was going to ask this question ahead of time, so keep you on your toes. Jeff, how many businesses in the coastal zone are currently using them? Because obviously if there were businesses using these provisions in the coastal zone, I would have heartburn over us not doing it in the coastal zone. Are there no longer any businesses using these provisions in the coastal zone?
Mr. Chair, thank you. As far as we know, as of to date, there are no businesses in the coastal zone that are taking advantage of these. Another item of note is in our coordination meetings with the Coastal Commission, in the past, we were able to get waivers during the COVID emergency to amend the coastal zone, and they've indicated they would no longer be doing that. And so that, in addition to there aren't any businesses that we're aware of at this time that are taking advantage of this. So we felt that those changes were not necessary at this time in the coastal zone.
Well, just as a request, I'd just ask you to do one more check. I mean, I'm thinking that we don't have that much commercial districts in the coastal zone, so it would have to be Summerland or the Upper Village in Montecito or a winery, and there's only like 2 wineries in the coastal zone, so it would be a limited pool of candidates, so it might be just good to check.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, we can do that. I think the biggest challenge is that it would be, this probably would be ending by the time we got through the Coastal Commission process. So, but we'll look into it. I don't recall any of those businesses ever inquiring about it or using those provisions, except, Lotus Land did.
Right.
But now they don't need them anymore.
I mean, I would just say that it still would be useful information, because some of these things are things we probably should have done a long time ago, even without the COVID emergency. So it helped these businesses, but it was a classic example of things we didn't need to be regulating, in my opinion. And so, I understand that it's temporary, and I understand we have a successor with the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. But if there is a case where we don't have a successor, I would argue that, for the most part, these are things we should have just not ever stood in the way of. And I really appreciate staff's alacrity when it came in the middle of the COVID emergency to make sure that these businesses could survive by putting forth these provisions. Is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
And is there a motion?
I would like to move that we adopt staff's recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Then departmental item number 2.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding amendments to the Cannabis Business Licensing Fee Ordinance.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. Brittany Oderman here to present amendments to our Cannabis Business License Fee Ordinance. I have with me Stephen Yee, who worked on a lot of the financial piece of this project, as well as our business license specialists, Sydney Petaway and Thomas Binabose. I would like to recognize their contribution to this as well. So the context for this is the board adopted ordinance number 5041, where we established the cannabis business licensing fee in May 2018 as a companion to our business licensing ordinance, Chapter 50, with a goal of receiving full cost recovery for the staff that are involved in this project. And at that time, we had to estimate how much time was going to be spent on the various activities. So we came back to you last January in 2022 to update the fees We converted our annual renewal and compliance fees to flat fees or fixed fees in order to simplify things based on the data that we had collected from 2018 until 2022 from labor summary reports. Each of the staff members are coding their time. And we added County Fire and Carpinteria-Summerlin Fire District to the fee structure. They are involved in reviewing the business license applications, and they were not included in the original fees. So this particular amendment, and at that time we said we will come back to the board in about a year's time with the annual data to update the fees again. And we anticipate doing this for one more year and then hopefully be able to the program will be stabilized to the point where our fees will remain fairly constant with just an adjustment for cost of living or any other consumer price index increase that we're allowed to do under the ordinance. So this amendment will reflect changes in salaries and benefits, adjust the indirect cost rate proposal, which really means overhead essentially, and then secure full cost recovery for the 2 cannabis business license specialists that are assigned in our office to all of the initial business licenses. They're coordinating the compliance efforts and then working on the renewals. So this process involved staff reviewing all available data, which really is the financial information network that we have internally, where all of the staff members code their time to each of the individual licensee applications. We have coding. We can pull all that data, and we're able to look at how much time each staff person from all of the departments that work on business licenses is spending. And then we use this to update averages of time spent on each of the applications. We look at the current hourly rates and our indirect costs, and we apply those. And then the rates that you'll see in your packet today reflect those new estimates. And those are vetted with the departments. So each of the department's financial folks, as well as the people who spend time, look at that and say, yeah, that agrees with sort of what we're seeing. And then we also turn that over to the auditor controller staff, and they do a review, and we receive concurrence from them as well. So just to give you an overview of our fees, the initial application fee remains a deposit fee, which means that an applicant pays currently between $3,300 and $5,700. And what we're proposing is between $5,180 to $10,450 to our office when they apply for a business license. And then as each staff member codes their time, that gets drawn down from the deposit. And so at the end, when their license is issued, they will either be billed for additional time that was spent, or they will receive a reimbursement. These fees did go up. Of all the fees, they went up the most significantly. We have the most data for this particular activity, and so we're confident that this fee reflects the amount of time that we're spending on these initial applications. The range is because fees vary based on the license type and the area, whether it's in the Carpinteria area versus the unincorporated, which fire district is reviewing the application, and whether energy conservation applies. This new rate will only apply to first-time initial business license applicants, and so many of our operators are already in the system. So we anticipate, even though this is going up significantly, it's really only going to affect 5 to 10 applicants this fiscal year, because we are seeing some movement, and we're taking some new license applications from the inland area as people drop out of the acreage cap, and we have a wait list. But really just 5 to 10. And again, if they don't get to that amount, $10,450, they will be reimbursed for the initial application fee. The other 2 fees, compliance management and renewal, are flat fees or fixed. Our current fees for compliance range from $2,593 to $4,276. We're proposing an increase on the low end to $4,031, up to $6,327. The main reason for this increase is what I talked about a little bit when we were talking about the overview, is really to capture the full cost of the cannabis license specialist time associated with compliance coordination activities. Over the last year, these compliance activities have increased significantly. There's a lot of coordination that our team is doing with all of the various departments to ensure that our operators are compliant. And so this is an average. And on the flip side, our renewal fees have actually decreased slightly. On the low end, they're about the same, but a cultivator in the inland area who was paying $4,989 will now pay $4,649. And this, again, varies based on the type of license, the area, and whether energy conservation applies. This reduction is also due to looking at the data and seeing, okay, if our compliance activities have increased, our renewal, the time we're spending on renewals has become a little less and more efficient because we're able to approve these renewals more quickly because we've been doing compliance along the way throughout the year. And that was a pattern that we anticipated, and we may even see that go down again. We're pleased with the fact that we're able to do renewals we're getting into our time frame and actually getting people renewed before their licenses expire. So in summary, our existing fee schedule from January 22 was not achieving full cost recovery. Our rates were outdated, and so we've updated them to include the salaries and the indirect rates. Our proposed fees, we think, will secure full cost recovery for our 2 business license specialists, as well as the time that the other departments are spending on these applications. So most of the employees in the other departments don't spend 100% of their time on cannabis, but the time that they do spend will be covered. These new fees are estimated to generate about $1 million in revenues to cover all of these activities, and that's over the initial renewal and compliance. And we'll continue to perform, as I mentioned, this fee analysis to ensure that that the fixed fees continue to achieve full cost recovery. And we anticipate transitioning to a 3-year schedule starting in 25-26. So in summary, we'll be back here again next year with this fee amendment. Our recommended actions are that you consider our first reading of the ordinance and that we would bring this back on June 6th for approval. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Supervisor Hart.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, but first, just really appreciate your work on this. I think cost recovery is an important principle, especially in cannabis, and you've done a lot of careful analysis. I had questions about the testing. Just what is that?
As a license activity?
Yes.
We actually don't have any testing facilities currently in our county, but there is an opportunity to create, a company that tests the cannabis product for consumption on the consumer end, and that is a requirement. All products need to be tested before they go out into the retail space. We just currently don't have any of those licenses. But
so these fees would apply if we get a lab coming through.
That's right.
Which we'd very much like to have. Okay. The other question has to do with the staff in the treasurer's office that's doing tax compliance work. Do these fees cover that?
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. You may recall when we were here before we went over some of the cannabis budget, cannabis revenues actually pay in full for that position in the Treasurer Tax Collector's office. So they are not, they do code so that we can track time, but there is one full position, and I believe, is it a half FOP as well, a fraction of a support position that are directly funded with cannabis revenues, and they do not get reimbursed by this fee structure.
So they're paid out of the cannabis taxes that we get rather than reimbursement, cost recovery from the permit process.
Yes,
And
that's
and
correct.
I'm just curious about that. Why that choice?
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. I think the activities that the treasurer tax collector are and were and are doing really encompass sort of overall the whole program. And when we collect fees, we are restricted to collect it. We're trying to direct them to each of the individual operators, and so we're coding to each particular operator. Now, their staff will code to operators, and we are tracking that. But we needed to ensure that we had a position in that office that could set up the tax collection program and implement it just overall, right? And so it's difficult for us to attribute that to each individual operator as it's set up and as they're monitoring. If we and I'm not actually sure if the treasurer tax collector could be included in this structure. I would have to get back to
And
you
that
on
is my
that.
question. So I'd like to know more about that because, again, it seems that that's a critical part of the overall compliance and that ought to come out of fees rather than from the cannabis tax revenue. The final question has to do, I can't remember if it's HDL or which firm, but the one that we pay about $500,000 to, because to deal with this, the state originally had a track and trace system that was supposed to make following revenues and taxes due much easier, but then they were going to have a pilot system, and we hoped they would include Santa Barbara County, but neither of those happened, so we had to invest our general fund money or our cannabis revenue money, however you want to think about it, into looking at that program, and it was to increase the revenues from the taxes. And I guess my question is, did that work? And is it time now to, are those included in this fee structure that you're proposing?
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. We do continue to pay those fees to the California Cannabis Authority, and that provides us access to that track and trace data from the state, as well as a data analytics firm that provide metrics so that that data is in a usable format that we can review, and that's some of the compliance work that the business license specialists, as well as some of our other departments, are doing as they receive that data. That cost is not included in these fees at this time. If we were to do that, we looked at that, but we wanted to give it some time. We felt like the state promised us access to that data. It didn't come through, and so this is our access to the data currently. There's no other option that really works other than providing direct access with the operators. So we are working with, actually, Assemblymember Hart put forward a bill this year to force the issue of providing that metric data directly to local agencies, and we're encouraged by what might come out of that. And so we will be monitoring. Obviously, we're monitoring that closely. It is in appropriations right now, where it goes to live or die, and so we'll see what happens after the 18th. There's also, just based on that legislation being put forward and pressure from various agencies and jurisdictions that are in a similar boat to ours, that the Department of Cannabis Control has promised us access again to metric. We actually met with them last Friday. They said that in June they're going to start a first phase rollout. What they couldn't answer is what that data, how much of the data will be available to us, and what it will look like, and whether it will be in a usable format, and whether it will be real time. And those two things are critical And so this membership to the CCA provides those for us, and it is the data that our office, as well as the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, is using in order to ensure tax compliance moving forward, as well as other things.
Thank you. So CCA, I always mix that one up with HDL. I think it's critical that we have that information, and I'm not questioning that. My issue is who pays for it, or in what structure. And last year when we discussed this, there was general agreement that we should have full cost recovery. I think we wanted to find out how useful it was, but I strongly think that that should be incorporated into the fee structure starting this year.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I'm going to take where Supervisor Hartman left off and maybe go a little further. As far as the Sheriff's Department's concerned, how much of those costs are wrapped up in these fees? The monitoring, the ongoing licenses, because I know that they're obviously reviewing security on a regular basis, watching the video feeds, doing other additional compliance. Is that all paid for out of revenue, or is that paid out of fee, tax revenue, or fee revenue?
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So the sheriff has two teams, right? They have their enforcement team, and that is paid for out of revenue, cannabis revenue.
Fee?
The fees pay for the detectives that process the business licenses and review security and background checks for the various employees and approve a business license. So it's a dual structure
So
for the sheriff's office.
Ongoing monitoring, where does that end up?
Compliance, that falls under these fees.
So the deputies who are currently reviewing on a daily basis some of the video feeds and driving by various cannabis operations, those are paid for by fees, not tax revenue.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's what, and I'm on the same page with Supervisor Hartman. The way I view it is, the things that exist, if we had, that's when we have a cannabis program, should be in the fees. So you got to think about, if we didn't have a cannabis program, what would not exist, and that's where I would backtrack that. I think the revenue that we get from cannabis that can be have a nexus to cannabis-related activity, like going out there and enforcing the black market, or those people that are doing things that are outside of our licensing process, is that, I'm super supportive of those efforts as well, especially within our law enforcement. But it does seem that if, fees should be generated based on the use, and if that use went away, those fees would go away, just like we have with planning and development. If we didn't have anybody doing any development, all those fees would backtrack in. And there is some overhead that's built into that fee schedule, and so I would think that would be appropriate here. That said, these fees are going up significantly from last year, and I acknowledge that and see that that's a positive step in the right direction there towards making sure that we have those fees covered, those costs covered.
Mr. Nelson took the words out of my mouth. I just want to make sure that you continue to remind the sheriff to code anything that is about compliance and paperwork and the program. And I think that unfortunately, both the public and the sheriff's office has sometimes been guilty of equating the two when they're very, very different. We want to recover all the permit revenue for those things, because otherwise we have less staffing than we could otherwise have. We need to really draw the distinction there, as Mr. Nelson did. Any other comments, questions? Ms. Capps.
Yeah, I really appreciate the direction of this conversation. And Supervisor Nelson, I agree with Supervisor Williams that you articulated it well, that the fees need to be paying for the cost of the program. And I am enthusiastic about seeing that you're right-sizing those fees in order to make sure that we pay for the program. It's something I've been vocal about, that we need to, make sure at least that this program is paying for itself. And I can just tell too how diligently you're tracking, which takes time too. It takes energy. So I appreciate that. Thanks to Supervisor Hartman for raising the question about the treasurer, because I feel a little bit of a disconnect there. So I'm just, I can follow up with a more specific question, but I just want to make sure that there's more alignment there. And then finally, too, with what Supervisor Hartman has raised, not just today, but in the past, the fact that we're still paying $500,000 for access to a track and trace program, which I understand has been problematic, but also essential. Seems to me something that should be included. I echo her request for that, which has been made repeatedly now, and just wanted to lend my support for that request, that the fees incorporate the $500,000 we're paying to get access to be able to enforce the ordinance appropriately. Thank you.
And if you need an additional voice for direction on that, I agree wholeheartedly. I think the market is beginning to recover. It's a good time to make sure we're including any costs.
So, Chair Williams, if I could. So I think the right step is, what I'm seeing is we should probably move forward with what we've got proposed today, but then direct staff to come back with rolling any additional fees that you can see necessary, and back to us as soon as possible, so that they can be incorporated into the program. Is the way I would like to see this go, if that's possible.
That sounded like a good motion.
Supervisor to the chair, so your direction is pass this today, and then we will come back with the board with other items. And I think the one information that we're missing is what is an appropriate amount for a business license. So the question is, we'd have to go back to the business license ordinance to see the auditing that we're doing, the compliance, and some of the things are in the ordinance, but the metric data, which we didn't realize at the time of writing the business license ordinance, we thought would be available to us. So we're just going to make sure, what is it that we can actually attach to the costs of someone's paying for the business license versus our obligation as a regulator and a checker of those. So we're just going to have to make sure with the auditor that we're kosher, but we understand your direction.
Okay, so I think Mr. Nelson made a motion.
To reiterate that motion, it's to approve a staff recommendation and direct staff to further consider additional costs to be associated in future fee adjustments, and especially CCA.
And is there a second?
Sure, I second.
We need to go to public comment before we vote. So let's make sure we
Chair
go to
Williams, members of the board, I did just want to note for the record, we had no requests to speak on this.
Great.
Then my motion holds.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We'll go to departmental item number 3.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from County Council and the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding KPMG's operational performance review of the Santa Barbara County Council Department.
And supervisors, as we are getting ready and preparing this, because there's someone who can help. Put that on. Okay. So we have 3 operational reviews for you this morning. As you know, we worked with KPMG for several years to do reviews of our departments, and it's, you'll see some of the same slides, and we'll go through them quickly as the precursor. And so first of all, I want to thank all our departments who've been involved. We're almost finished. We have one more group of departments, but we've been doing this since 2019 or 2018. And with us today in person, we have Bill Zissig, who has started with us, even though there's been significant changes here at the county and in his staffing. We're happy to see him, and he's been our lead working, and I will leave it to him to introduce his staff and then go through the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. Bill Zissig, KPMG today is Olivia Ratt, our delivery team manager. Pleasure to be with you today. We're going to be providing an overview of County Council, community services, and public health today.
Right, and again, it's just reminding the board and the public that these were, the process that we follow is our departments work with KPMG. We indicate areas that we think there should be focus on. Again, these are operational reviews, and then the departments provide a response and implementation plan that's also attached to your board letter. And again, this grew out of our Renew 22 initiative, now called Renew. And as you see, it was, again, the intent was they're not financial audits, but they're performance reviews on how we can improve. again, looking at best practices, you'll see in the actual reports, which are over 100, sometimes 150 pages long, we have appendices that talk about comparisons. We do specific recommendations with more information. But again, the intent was to look at how we can be more efficient and more effective in what we do. And again, we will continue to work with the departments on implementing their implementation plans. And as you see, we bring to you information at the budget, which talks about what the major initiatives that are in process. Want to go? And so the first one up is County Council. And thank you to our County Council, Rachel Van Mullen. We're working with KPMG. And as you see, there's 43 staff persons in the office with $11.7 million budget. And as you can see, the areas that County Council works on.
Well, thank you, CEO Miyasato. So just a quick couple overview slides where we are in the process. Today presenting Community Services, Public Health, County Council. We're also nearing completion with Public Works, working through the draft of our report with their senior leadership team. And we're nearing completion of field work with Agricultural Commissioner and in flight with field work and a lot of on-site, in-office observations today, graciously, with the Auditor Controller, the Clerk, Assessor, Recorder, Elections offices. Briefly on our methodology, we start with interviews and focus groups with senior leadership all the way down to line staff. We gather available data. We do benchmarking to other counties that are in the comparative set established by the board, look for leading practices in order to generate themes and opportunities. We share those with the departments in a midpoint briefing, and then work through the draft process of our report where the departments will provide comment and feedback, and then we'll finalize it for filing and presentation to the board. First, with County Council, we'll start with our commendations. Just to highlight a couple, we wanted to commend the department having recently implemented a new case management system for dependency cases, increasing digitization, enhancing their capabilities, and also they've obtained approval for department-wide case management system, which will help support the recommendations of many of our, implementation of many of our recommendations. We'd also commend the department on enhancing its contract review process, collaborating with BeWell. They review hundreds of contracts every year, and they've taken great strides to streamline those processes. I'll now turn it over to Olivia to highlight our focus areas.
Thank you, Bill. So across our review, we developed 8 recommendations across 3 focus areas related to staffing analysis, operational review, and assessment appeals. Next slide, please, Bill. Thank you. Enhancing caseload and activity tracking is a key strategy to improving data-driven decision-making related to staffing mix, resource allocation, and task assignment. For a county council, it will help to ensure that department leadership can more regularly evaluate staff caseload and related workload. This will support more proactive planning as it relates to considering resourcing levels and aligning resourcing to demand. Next slide, please. Our next recommendation focuses on enhancing data tracking and reporting related to case outcomes and staff productivity. The goal being to allow for increased operational oversight and support the development of continuous quality improvement strategies across a range of areas where necessary. Toward this aim, we recommend that the department consider identifying an additional set of key data points to track and report on. The data points should be supported by a standardized data collection and reporting process to help ensure a consistent approach to data analysis and reporting. Finally, given the assessment appeals process requires frequent collaboration across county council, assessor, and clerk of the board, our report highlights the importance of establishing a coordinated data reporting framework across each of the 3 departments. The goal being to enable a process-wide view of performance across assessment appeals that breaks down information silos and enables an environment of continuous improvement. Bill, over to you.
So to summarize,
I'd, I'd like to have, since this we're agendized, this item is on county council, so have Rachel give her presentation on the implementation plan. And I believe that's geared up on the PowerPoint. I think.
I'm just going to give a warning to the two next departments. We need to have about half of the time that we allocated before, so move quickly. Plan on moving quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. In light of the time, I'm going to skip forward a few slides and focus first on staffing analysis. So for management, the KPMG report found that we had less managers to attorneys than our benchmark counties. This, in combination with recommendation 1, led us to make some changes in our office. Everyone on our management team supervises staff, they oversee multiple functions, and they have their own substantive legal work. I'm going to introduce each person on the management team by telling you something that they used to do that they no longer do now because of KPMG. First, Chief Assistant Amber Holderness used to prepare our closed session agendas and oversee implementation of our new case management system. Our division chiefs, Michelle Montez and Jenna Richardson, used to oversee our training program, internal and external, and our research resources for the office. Our business manager, Adriana DeBruin, used to track our outside counsel and be our IT contact. Our supervisor of legal office professionals, Mark Yee, used to be significantly involved in the selection of our case management system. Now we have a new non-attorney management position, our operations support manager. So I'm introducing Timothy Yu today. He has already taken over or will be taking over all of the functions I just listed. This is part of our goal to implement these recommendations where we are trying to have our staff work within their best skill base and in their licensures. Skip forward on a few recommendations again in the interest of time. But in implementing these recommendations, in addition to our annual stay interviews, we met separately with staff to identify training needs. We developed an annual training schedule for our legal office professionals. We developed an internal debrief process for our staff after litigation's completed and worked with risk management on a debrief process that involved our departments post-litigation so that we can make improvements. We also developed a schedule for departmental trainings, for external trainings. We've already started that, and we're going to be doing even more of that this next year. The last 3 recommendations have to do with assessment appeals. I will say it's a little strange without more context that out of 8 recommendations, 3 of them are on one function. Because of all the work our office does, this is actually a very efficient function. Our staff do amazing work, and we have really good coordination with the clerk and assessor's office. What's missing here is that there was a previous report on assessment appeals back in 2020. And at that time, we worked with the clerk and the assessor staff to implement the recommendations to the extent that we could. So this is really a follow-up to that report. And I'm happy to say that we have worked again with the assessor and the clerk and already addressed or on the way of addressing all 3 recommendations. It is important to note that these are really to all 3 departments and that our role is as attorneys for the assessor's office. So we do have an arm's length relationship with the clerk of the board, but we were able to work within that constraint. So to address each recommendation, we did work with the assessor's office to develop internal thresholds to identify other cases that we could help with. Typically, we assist with complex cases where they're valued at over $30 million. We also have agreed with the assessor to use Smartsheet and Box for streamlining information sharing, and this is already ongoing. And on the final recommendation, the clerk of the board has a database for assessment appeals that tracks filing and hearing dates, and KPMG recommended the county track more data along the life of the case. The clerk already has an IT consultant for this database, and so they have asked the consultant to do work on adding some additional categories for tracking and reporting, and this is in process. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
Just a quick comment. When somebody comes in to review your operations, you can kind of resist it, or you can say, boy, I can learn something. And it seems to me that County Council has really embraced this, and maybe it's reinforced some things you wanted to do anyway. So just really wanted to commend you for making it such a seamless process.
Thank you.
And I also want to just give the department congratulations to be so responsive to the recommendations. Usually we hear a few complaints about the recommendations, not just a litany of what you've been doing to implement them. So thank you. Supervisor Nell.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. And I just want to add to the echo of compliments here, and also just to point out that most of these recommendations that we're getting from KPMG have to do with technology, and I think it's been really there's been a lot of foresight from this board to invest in moving forward the IT department, so that we really have that backbone spine, if you will, of IT to be able to implement these things and really bring about the improvements and bringing our county into the 21st century, whether it's the county council's office or any of our other departments, and delivering the services in the way that our constituents expect us to. And so it's a good investment. I'm glad that we've made it and that we will continue to. So thank you.
Is there any public comment?
Excuse me, Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
And supervisors, if I add, Rachel Van Molen and the County Council, they have been the most proactive department on these KPMG reports. So for the rest of you who still have your reports, you're going to have to beat Rachel.
Right. We're setting the bar higher. Okay, is there a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
And
Thank
Chair
you.
Williams, members of the board, can I just get clarification that is to approve staff recs A through C?
It is.
It was.
Thank you.
Okay, departmental item number 4.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Community Services Department and the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding KPMG's operational performance review of the Santa Barbara County Department of Community Services.
Supervisors, and so we have before us the Community Services Department. It's a 96.75 FTE with an over $81 million budget. And as you know, as Mr. Chapchian said at his budget workshop, they are sort of like the Swiss Army knife. They do lots of different things, and their functions are listed up on the board, and I will hand it over to KPMG.
Just a really sharp Swiss Army knife.
A very sharp Swiss Army knife.
Thank you, CEO Miyasato. We'll start with commendations again. Firstly, we wanted to highlight that the Housing Community Development Division is really implemented exemplary data practices with their Homeless Management Information System, HMIS. Very low error rates, helping ensure data accuracy and consistency. Also wanted to highlight the Parks Division implementation of electronic reservation system for the county's campsites, helping to navigate the increased occupancy seen during COVID-19, but also as a critical component to increasing revenue for the system. We'll double click on these through our discussion today, but we wanted to highlight a couple. We have a full maturity model for each division in our report, and the idea here is to highlight in purple where the department is today and where we think they can get to with the implementation of our recommendations. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip ahead. And Olivia, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Bill. We developed 18 recommendations for the Community Services Department across the 5 focus areas displayed on the screen. There are 3 main areas of recommendation that we would like to highlight today for your board's consideration of our report. Firstly, workload and demand management for parks and open spaces, service demand and delivery for housing and community development, and strategic alignment, which is a county-wide recommendation. Next slide, please. Thank you. To help manage and prioritize workload across parks and open spaces and allow for greater oversight into staff activities and outcomes, we recommend the development of an activity-driven deployment model that utilizes available data related to occupancy rates, historical demand trends, and traffic counts to develop optimized schedules aligned to demand. This type of deployment model will enable effective performance management and optimal scheduling, which can better inform staffing needs. Next slide, please. Our report recommends that the Housing and Community Development Division, or HCD, collaborates with other health and human services agencies such as behavioral wellness and social services to undertake a comprehensive county-wide needs assessment. HCD currently conducts a variety of activities to enhance its understanding of the target population. However, conducting a community-wide needs assessment will provide a more comprehensive view of community need. It will allow the division and other agencies to come together to optimally align programs and services to need and make informed investment decisions aligned to that need, which can ultimately result in more successful outcomes for clients of the department and the county at large. Finally, our report recommends the establishment of a Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility, or DEIA hub. The future establishment of this hub may be led by the CEO's office with collaboration from community services and other departments across the county that may undertake DEIA-related initiatives, such as human resources. This will allow the county to take a coordinated, top-down leadership approach to DEIA-related efforts that are aligned to county-wide goals and focused on community impact.
Thank you, Olivia. So to summarize our key takeaways on community service, number one, expanding demand-driven approaches to deploying staff, which is to really complement and augment the important on-ground experience that staff already have maintaining such a vast system such as yours. Second, comprehensive need assessment, better aligning services and funding to community need. And then thirdly, establishing DEIA hub at the county level. We want to be clear that this is not for the department to establish this, but to work in collaboration with the CEO's office and other departments to establish this at the county level. With that, CEO Miyasato, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, and I think we'll have Mr. Chapchin and his staff provide his responses. And again, these are very detailed reports, and so KPMG is just hitting some highlights, and we've asked the departments to respond to those highlights.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. I want to thank you, the board, for the opportunity to review and assess our processes, systems, and procedures. We always strive to ensure that we remain efficient and effective and responsive to public and board requests and needs. The KPMG process allowed us to take an internal look and engage in that analysis. All of KPMG's recommendations are listed on the slides and report, but for purposes of time, I'll address just the recommendations that were presented today. Recommendation 1.1, okay, is to develop an activity-driven deployment model to align staffing to meet the need for park services. Currently, Parks periodically reviews call center data and traffic counters to monitor periods of higher customer demand. Prior to the KPMG assessment, the Parks Division evaluated Planet Geo park facility management software. In addition to work order components, the software offers modules for tree management and playground management, two important risk management areas for parks. We're eager to implement the software to assist in managing staff activity levels at the parks. Recommendation 2.1 is for our Housing and Community Development Division to conduct a comprehensive needs assessment to better understand community needs, reach target populations, identify gaps in services, and align funding in collaboration with the Health and Human Services Department. This is already underway as HCD has been working with the CEO's office, who has engaged a contractor to assess homelessness systems needs, beginning with leveraging existing work and investment done in this area. Recommendation 5.2 is to collaborate with the CEO's office to establish a countywide DEI hub for a coordinated, cross-departmental DEI strategy. As the board knows, our arts staff operate with an equity lens. Our whole department strongly agrees with the need for a hub, and staff believes that arts are a significant tool for relevant DEI work. However, a countywide DEI hub could more appropriately be established and coordinated, as KPMG said, by professionals with relevant training and experience in the field. Many of these recommendations are central to our ability to more effectively analyze and make data-driven decisions, and the department will continue to make progress to effectively deliver service to the community. This ends our response to the items presented today. Thank you.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Hart.
Well, I just have a comment. I think about this department, and it's got all the programs that I love, but it's also been a department that, as I think about it, has had an extraordinary amount of new pressures over the last couple of years. I think of Parks working on the Recreation Master Plan, HCD with ARPA, arts with the DEI and sustainability, all the new programs. So I just think you've done an extraordinary job with, an amazing amount of new effort that's come your way, and done it rather quietly and competently. And so this was an opportunity to say, I think really it's extraordinary what you've accomplished.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman.
Is there any public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Is there a motion? I'll move staff recommendation.
A through C.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you all. Item 5.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Public Health Department and the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding KPMG's operational performance review of the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department.
And as they're getting those slides up, this next one is on the Public Health Department, as we said. If you could go to the next slide. So as you know, the Public Health Department is one of our largest departments, over almost 530 employees with over $100 million budget. And you can see the different program areas, also somewhat varied, but very complex as well. And just to let you know that KPMG started this review under the prior director prior to COVID, and then because of COVID, we stopped the review, and then we re-engaged KPMG again with Director Hamami. So, Bill.
Thank you, CEO Miyasato. So again, starting with our commendations for public health today, we'd like to first commend the department starting the implementation of Excella within the Environmental Health Division, which will afford owners and operators the ability to complete tasks online with enhanced reporting and statusing activities, which is great, improving customer service. Are we good to proceed? Okay, all right. Secondly, I wanted to just commend the department's administering, and as the supervisor mentioned, along with HCD, with a significant amount of federal funding to spread across the emergency needs of COVID-19, everything from vaccination clinics, public outreach, and otherwise supporting county residents to combat the illness. And finally, we wanted to commend the successful implementation of the EPIC system across health centers, as well as the development of Power BI dashboards within the Disease Prevention Division to enhance their tracking and trending of disease complexity, as well as staff caseloads. So again, our maturity model will have a breakdown in our report that's filed under this item for each division. The purple is again where we found the divisions to be today, and the blue to be where the departments we believe they can get to with our recommendations. And in terms of our focus areas and recommendations, I'll turn it to Olivia.
Great, thank you, Bill. So our 2022 report recommends 13 recommendations across the 4 focus areas displayed on the screen. However, there are 3 main areas of recommendation that we would like to highlight for your board's consideration today: utilization management and coordinated client service delivery across healthcare centers, increase reporting and analysis across disease prevention and health promotion, and performance measurement across the Animal Services Division. Implementing processes to optimize scheduling and enhance staff utilization are critical tools to enhance client service delivery and increase the number of patients that can receive service, which can in turn maximize cost recovery. In implementing this recommendation, the department may consider utilizing available data to develop a schedule algorithm to identify different scheduling configurations. These configurations can be optimized to include patient wait times, utilization rates, number of assessments performed in a day, and actual finish time. Next slide, please. Our report recognizes that technology enablement and cross-departmental collaboration is pivotal to effective data sharing and service navigation across health and human services agencies. We recommend that public health, in collaboration with other health and human services agencies, develop an integrated data hub that combines client data across agencies and assists with the identification of the county's most vulnerable clients, often known as familiar faces. The data hub will allow for a holistic view of these client needs, breaking down information silos and promoting a more coordinated care management system, a key goal of CalAIM. Next, our report recommends that the Disease Prevention and Health Promotion Division enhance its reporting and analysis of available data. The aim being to continue to support balanced caseloads, enable more effective performance management, and lead to enhanced client service delivery. A key aspect of this recommendation relates to updating the tool currently used to assess case complexity, known as the acuity model. This is coupled with an opportunity to develop dashboards similar to that displayed on the screen that track staff caseloads, case disease prevalence, and investigation timeliness. The department has already implemented a large portion of this recommendation, and we would like to commend the department staff for their efforts in this respect. Finally, our report recommends the development of a strategic plan, as well as the adoption of performance measures that track cost and performance at the individual shelter level for animal services. This will help to ensure that the department has access to data that can inform decisions surrounding shelter staffing, funding, facilities, activities, and other initiatives that drive toward operational efficiency and fiscal sustainability. Our report also recommends that the department conduct a more regular fee analysis to help ensure that fees consistently strike a balance between cost of living and consumer affordability.
So in closing, the key takeaways for public health, again, number one, utilizing available data and optimizing scheduling productivity across the health centers. Number two, enhanced data sharing and integrated case management practices to identify and better support vulnerable high-needs clients across agencies. And number three, a more coordinated strategy for animal services focused on outcomes, success measures, and fee analysis, which we're happy to say the department is already in the process of implementing. So in closing, we'd express our sincere thanks to all of the directors of public health, community services, as well as county council and their teams for their engagement and collaboration in these reviews. I'll now hand it back to the CEO.
Let's advance the slides, and we have, as you know, Director Hamami.
Good morning, thank you. As mentioned, KPMG worked on 4 of our programs, and for practical reasons, the environmental health services has been already in progress in implementing some of the recommendations, so we won't go through those. I would like to thank KPMG team as well as our team who are not physically present here, but they are on Zoom in case we needed them for any further details. As far as the health centers, the recommendations were specifically focusing on productivity, process improvement, as well as coordination of care, which focused as well on the utilization of EPIC as our electronic health record that is going to enable us to look at caseloads, workloads, as well as productivity per provider, and also a better scheduling. So we agree with all the recommendations, and these are things that we have started through alignment of roles and looking at reporting structures as well through the clinical and administrative pieces along the health centers. We are looking at some of the workload and the tasks that our nurses are providing and making sure that their time is better used through clinical tasks versus administrative tasks. And this is something that we are very much invested in. One specific recommendation that was mentioned is the coordination across departments outside of public health, and specifically for those that need other services. And this is something that fits very nicely with the CalAIM and the enhanced care management projects that we are currently doing. And again, EPIC is going to enable us to reach out to social service providers that are also outside of the county, and this is going to be a very good project for care coordination as well as reaching across our other services that county departments can provide for those that are in need. The second area is the disease prevention and health promotion. And as Bill and Olivia mentioned, we started looking at the power by the data collection and visualization tool. And we believe that with the implementation of Workday, we will have a better tool that would allow us as well to manage grants and manage time and evaluate caseloads as they relate to our workers. Of course, there is the complexity that no one case looks exactly the same like other, and some TB case might take 6 hours versus another case that might take 20 minutes. And this is where some of that variability is going to still be a factor, but we are looking at specifically metrics and dashboards that are going to make our disease prevention program works more efficiently, and we are time managing in a better way. Lastly, the animal service area and the recommendations that we also agree, specifically when it comes to setting a strategic plan. We did start in a strategic plan as well as looking at outcomes and KPIs, which we are currently publishing on a monthly basis. And I think all of you are getting the report that is published in terms of our shelter loads and the animals that are being rescued and all that. And we share that with our stakeholders with the expectation that we get feedback and we get also, we share the responsibility on how we implement that strategic plan. We also would be hopeful to see if Workday can streamline this as well, and we can look into it as a more tracking tool that will enhance our operations. Finally, as it relates to the fees, we did do a fee study before the pandemic, and I think we are ready for another one. We are expecting to have one by the end of the year, and the goal is always to make sure that we cover our cost of operations for our shelters as well as for our animal service programs.
Questions for the board? Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. Well, it's Dr. Hamami, it's kind of an interesting thing to come in new and have this sort of second iteration of this plan. And I guess my first question is, does it pretty much conform to the things that you were thinking about? And you don't have to answer this, but I'm wondering what else you have in mind.
I think it was an aha moment when I met with Bill and Olivia. Immediately, I told them this is exactly what I had in mind, and it just proves that Santa Barbara is on the cutting edge of being ahead of everybody else.
Well, it'll be a lot to carry out, but we have a lot of confidence in you. I had some specific questions about animal services and the time frame for this strategic plan. And also, I know that there was a stakeholder advisory committee that had been formed, and is that still operating? So those are my two questions.
Thank you for the question. So there is an advisory board that we currently putting on hold just so we can figure out our next phase, but that is we also have the stakeholders, or I think it's called the group, I think it's stakeholders that meet quarterly. This is still happening. And most of those that were on the advisory board are part of the other group. So we wanted to try to not duplicate things and make sure that we are still reaching a bigger portion of our partners and our stakeholders. And also, as we have our new director for animal services, and for me stepping into this, we wanted to look at it again from a fresh perspective and see whether those two boards can be combined, and rather than to have two boards that are working, not in tandem, then maybe combine those resources together.
And the time frame for the strategic plan?
So the strategic plan is active, and we are in implementation phase with some minor changes. We are looking at, now that we are at capacity and we want to make sure that our model is also accommodating the public, we are looking at differentiations in how we operate, maybe different hours, different scheduling, because let's face it, if I want to take my kids and go adopt a dog, I cannot do it from 8 to 5. So maybe we should accommodate that in a different way. So these are some of the new ideas that we are still in exploration.
Well, I just wanted to say that I think the new Director of Animal Services, Sarah Aguilar, is extraordinary. She's doing amazing work. She helped me adopt a wonderful dog a few months ago. But it's really, there's so much going on, and there is so much pressure right now with so many animals coming into the shelters. And we rely so much on volunteers and other people to step up in the community. And so it takes quite an unusual skill set.
Yes.
And we're very happy to have her.
And we're challenged with the vacancies. We are pushing so hard. I think we are achieving some of those, but again, every help that we can get, we are exploring. And I encourage everyone to visit the shelter, put some volunteer time, and if you don't have a dog, then it's time to get one. If you have one, then I think they need another companion. So here's a plug.
Supervisor Capps.
Actually, when I met with Sarah Aguilar, I also agree that she's impressive. I said I want to visit, but only if I'm constrained. I'm sort of at maximum right now, but I encourage everybody to adopt, and that's a good point. You can also volunteer. I just had one question. Thank you to KPMG and to our new director. The language access is a huge priority for me, and especially for my team, and I just wanted to shout out the recommendation there to do even more. I know clearly our county has a commitment there, but just in terms of the environmental health, more workshops, more virtual trainings in bilingual services is a key one. So I just keyed in on that. I just wanted to shout that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any requests for public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion, but I just wanted to say something that I say whenever we have these KPMG reports, and that is kudos to our CEO and kudos to this board. We're investing a lot in sharpening up our tools. Any craftsman, you get a lot of credit for the work, but caring for the tools, you don't. But that really, the product depends on that. And we're investing a lot. We don't get a lot of credit out in the world for that, but it is really critical to our mission. And so I just think we get to pat ourselves on the back, pat our CEO, pat all the department heads and KPMG, because this is really, really important. There's other bureaucracies are difficult to manage and to adapt over time. And we don't have zero-based budgeting. We don't have bankruptcies like the private sector. So this is really how we look at our operations and make sure that we are efficient and that we are adapting to the future. So I really believe in this and just, again, want to reemphasize that.
Yeah, the one of the lessons of surfing is no matter how awesome you are or good you are, the waves are always a lot tougher eventually than you are. And so no matter how good your department is working, the world is rougher. So keep on getting better, I think is the lesson today. There was a motion for staff recommendation. Was there a second? Second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? We will take a 10-minute break and no more because we got a few meaty items left. Meeting, the Board of Supervisors meeting. Departmental item number 6, please.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 6 is from the probation department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding fiscal year 2023 through 2024 public safety realignment plan.
Chief Benton.
Good morning, Chair Williams and Supervisors. I'm Holly Benton, Chief Probation Officer and Chair of the Community Corrections Partnership. With me today are Acting Deputy Chief Spencer Cross and Administrative Deputy Director Damon Fletcher, who will present the fiscal year 23-24 Public Safety Realignment Plan. The funded programs and services within the plan represent a balanced approach to public safety, which includes evidence-based treatment and case management, and are designed to provide a continuum of responses for a population with complex needs and challenges. As always, the plan reinforces the strong collaborations and partnerships our county has built across our criminal justice system. The CCP and the work group continue to focus on many of the same challenges and priorities your board has been engaged with, including increased diversion, jail population management strategies, mental health treatment, and housing. Justice system partners have intensified our efforts to eliminate silos and connect our work more fully. This is more important than ever before, with a number of new initiatives and legislative changes coming to our county and departments, and the critical need to address multiple emerging issues at once. Many of these issues converge in the pretrial and reentry space, and opportunities exist to align collaborative efforts with the CCP's realignment goals and objectives, with innovation and data-driven decision-making as key principles. Your board has continued to ask incisive questions while seeking to understand the many facets of realignment planning. And on behalf of the CCP, I would like to thank your board and CEO Miyasato for your continuing commitment to the collaborative efforts of the partnership and for your engagement and support of this work. I would also like to acknowledge Acting Deputy Chief Cross, who is here presenting before your board for the first time in this role, and as the chair of the work group. He is well known to our county stakeholders and community-based agencies as an experienced leader with deep knowledge of adult programs and services. With that, I will turn it over to Spencer and Damon for the presentation.
Thank you, Chief Benton, Chair Williams, and Supervisors. I'm Spencer Cross, as she mentioned, Acting Deputy Chief Probation Officer, assigned to the Probation Department's Adult Division, and current Chair of the Community Corrections Partnership Work Group. On behalf of the Community Corrections Partnership, also known as the CCP, and the work group, I'll be presenting the fiscal year 23-24 realignment plan addendum. I will highlight the current population and demographics, the approach we have taken to balance the key areas of focus. I will review reimagined and expanded programs, and we will end with a fiscal summary. We are entering our 12th year of highly collaborative work through the CCP, which is brought about as a result of the passage of AB 109, the Public Safety Realignment Act, in October of 2011. Subsequently, a plan for implementation of realignment of Santa Barbara County has been brought before the Board of Supervisors each year for approval and adoption. As with previous years, extensive preparation was completed by the CCP work group, which included individual departments providing programmatic and budget presentations over the course of several months. Following the presentations, the work group asked questions, had robust discussion, and requested clarifications or additional information in order to provide a thorough review before moving it on to the CCP. In February, the CCP reviewed and approved the fiscal year 23-24 Public Safety Realignment Spending Plan, and in April, the CCP approved and submitted the Realignment Plan Addendum, which details the program expansions and changes. I will refer to this year's submitted plan as an addendum, as in August of 2022, the CCP adopted a 2-year cycle for the completion of a full realignment plan. However, we will continue the yearly preparation of a complete Public Safety Act spending plan. The addendum outlines any expansions and changes funded, programs and services, as well as the complete budget. The realignment plan will continue to be brought forward to the Board of Supervisors for approval every year, whether a full plan or an addendum. I'd like to thank the work group members, probation staff, and community partners who contributed to the development of this comprehensive plan over the last several months. I would like to acknowledge our talented and hardworking research and special projects team, as well as our fiscal team who culminated and processed all of the information and prepared the final realignment plan addendum that is being brought before your board today. The realignment transferred the responsibility for specific inmates and parolees from the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation to counties. With this change, 2 additional populations were added to the responsibility of local county jurisdictions. The post-release community supervision, or PRCS population, are individuals who exited from prison after serving a commitment for nonviolent, non-serious felonies and who are deemed not to be high-risk sex offenders. The nonviolent, non-serious, non-sex offender population, known locally as post-sentence supervision, or PSS, these are individuals who serve their prison sentences locally and are subject to a period of mandatory supervision as ordered by the Superior Court. In Santa Barbara County, the number of PRCS and PSS clients has remained relatively stable. Although our pretrial population is not a realigned population, pretrial supervision and early intervention is one of our realignment strategies, and we felt it was important to highlight the growth of that population over the last couple of years, from 238 individuals in January of 2021 to 560 in January of this year. And this morning we had 578. Pretrial is often the first point of contact and assessment for individuals who are in custody. And as such, this plays a critical role in the many criminal justice change initiatives and programs beyond their typical role in assessment and recommendations to the court. The realigned population comprises only 15% of the overall supervised population in the county and remains relatively small population in comparison to the number of clients on standard probation supervision. However, realigned clients are much higher risk to reoffend comparatively, with 80% of PRCS and 71% of PSS clients as compared to 36% of standard probationers. It is for this reason the realignment funding is provided to ensure targeted services, interventions, and supervision are provided to this population. In Santa Barbara County, 61% of the realigned population are Hispanic, 31% white, and the population is predominantly male, with just 7% of PRCS and 19% of PSS clients being female. The majority of these clients are also between the ages of 25 and 44 years of age. The CCP ensures funded programs and activities are aligned with the goals set forth by the CCP, including the enhancement of public safety by reducing recidivism, the enhanced use of alternative detention, successful reentry into the community, the elimination or duplication of inefficiencies, and systematic examination of racial and ethnic disparities in the justice system. To highlight one of these goals about reducing recidivism, it is noted in the plan that the Superior Court and probation records indicated the percentage of realigned clients with new felony or misdemeanor conviction 3 years from the start of supervision or release from custody for PRCS clients decreased from 44% to 42.6%. And for PSS clients, there was a decrease from 51% to 40%, which means both measures exceeded our fiscal year 22-23 goals. On this next slide, you'll see the Santa Barbara County has been successful in taking a balanced approach to the use of realignment funding by allocating funding across jail population management, community supervision, treatment programs, and innovations. The largest component, of 22%, is provided to jail population management, which includes sheriff office custody staff. It also includes deputy probation officers functioning as assessors at the jail facilities, GPS services, discharge planning, diversion activities, and the funding of a reentry coordinator. The reentry coordinator position will synchronize conversations between all agencies involved in pre-release planning. This will break down silos, create efficiencies, and lead to more positive outcomes. This position arrives at a time when there are multiple initiatives underway in the county that require more rapid and thorough coordination of discharge planning. These efforts include CalAIM, which will provide services and extended care management to individuals in custody and soon to be released, efforts to reduce the number of individuals who are incompetent to stand trial, the Familiar Faces Initiative to conduct street outreach for high utilizers of services, and the Public Defender's Early Representation Pilot. This position has the support of multiple partner agencies, including probation, the Sheriff's Department, Behavioral Wellness, the Public Defender's Office, the Discharge Planning Team, community-based organizations, and stakeholder partnerships. Under the treatment portion, the funding covers behavioral wellness mental health services for the realigned population, the sheriff's treatment program, staff, and curriculum, and victim witness services through the district attorney's office. Also in the treatment realm are services that staff the probation report and resource centers, a discharge planner, and a social worker through the sheriff's office. Case management includes probation officers who provide supervision services, as well as their supervisors and support staff. This area also funds regional response team staff from the sheriff's office and probation, and the collaborative court attorneys. The realignment plan also includes housing efforts, which includes sober housing, supportive housing, and a housing specialist. Under innovations, you'll find the public defender's holistic defense program, including social workers, recovery assistants, and transportation staff. The neighborhood restorative justice program, as well, set aside dollars for community engagement. For pretrial, the plan includes supervision officers and pretrial services navigators. Funding is also set aside for analysts and accountant time for data evaluation. As noted earlier, the CCP has maintained a balanced approach, and this is reiterated by a variety of programs that were reimagined or expanded for the upcoming fiscal year. From street outreach to housing, to restorative justice diversion, to new jail programming, to assisting the collaborative courts and also supporting pretrial clients. The programs noted with a red asterisk represent the initiatives that reflect the criminal justice planning group's priorities. The Reimagined program, also known as the Multi-Agency Familiar Faces Street Outreach Team, was designed with funding that has been redirected. The plan for this multi-agency team is to conduct daily outreach and engagement in the city of jurisdiction chosen for the pilot phase, and potentially in any city or jurisdiction if proven to be successful. Typical outreach clients include individuals who are homeless, have mental health challenges, high utilizers of law enforcement calls for service, and multiple visits to emergency rooms with numerous misdemeanor or low-level offenses or citations. Go back one, sorry. The expanded programs include a co-response team to cover Lompoc and improve overall coverage countywide that includes partners from BWell and the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office. Co-response has proven to be an effective intervention to address the behavioral health needs of individuals in the community who are in crisis, who may otherwise end up being arrested or brought further into the criminal justice system. Co-response teams utilize de-escalation and crisis intervention techniques to improve outcomes while in the field. The team also participates in proactive outreach to individuals with known behavioral health concerns or who have recently been released from inpatient psychiatric care. The public defender was funded to have a staff in the collaborative court setting where alternatives to incarceration such as drug rehabilitation, mental health diversion, and intensive case management are provided. As well, the expansion of the holistic defense with the conversion of extra help positions to full-time, which includes a legal office professional and 2 transporters. 2 pretrial service navigators were added to the budget, and these staff initiate contact with individuals early in the criminal justice process, attend court hearings with the clients, provide transportation to appointments, and or help individuals obtain medications. The navigators serve as a key influence in the success of the most vulnerable individuals on pretrial supervision, with the goal of ensuring all participants attend all their scheduled court hearings pending criminal proceedings resolution. A housing specialist within the Housing Community Development Department was expanded from part-time to full-time to provide program administration and support to the permanent housing project under development with sanctuary centers, in addition to managing contracts, invoicing, and monitoring program compliance and outcome measures. The District Attorney's Neighborhood Restorative Justice Program was expanded to cover the northern part of the county. This program is a restorative justice-based pre-filing diversion program for certain misdemeanor offenses and infractions to divert individuals from the criminal justice system. The expansion also includes funds for a more in-depth evaluation to be completed by the University of California, Santa Barbara. Your board has expressed interest in the CCP reserves, which Damon Fletcher will discuss momentarily, but I did want to provide some framework for how CCP handles one-time funding requests to utilize these reserve funds. This process starts with proposals being submitted and reviewed by the CCP work group to ensure they meet established criteria. The criteria includes ensuring the population being served is clients who are realigned in jail custody within the pretrial population, as well as those in need of reentry services throughout the county. This funding is one-time funding, meaning the expenditures will be limited and allocated once. This funding has allowed opportunities to start innovative pilot programs while measuring their impact towards a targeted measure. Proposals for this one-time funding must be evidence-based or promising practice with some research to show the likeliness of success. The proposals need to be culturally responsive, aligned with the CCP objectives for racial and ethnic equity and inclusion, while aligning with one or more goals set forth by the realignment plan. The proposals should provide direct services to clients or which enable the development or implementation of services to clients, particularly those which fill existing service or systematic gaps. Those proposals which meet the criteria are approved by the work group and then moved forward to be voted on by the CCP. During fiscal year 22-23, the following programs were awarded one-time funding by the CCP, which include the District Attorney's Felony Diversion Needs Assessment for training and technical assistance to help with planning, policy analysis, and data review, stakeholder community engagement, resource mapping, and establishing eligibility criteria. The Sheriff's Freedom to Choose project was approved to pilot the Pathways to Freedom self-directed learning program in the county jails. And the last one, the Grid Alternatives, to provide solar installation training to up to 40 participants who are currently housed in the North Branch Jail. With that, I will pass it on to Damon Fletcher.
The CCP approved ongoing AB 109 program budget totals $20.1 million. This budget reflects an increase of $2 million over the current year program budget. The plan continues the county's commitment to a broad spectrum of treatment, supervision, and jail population management programs to ensure that supervised clients receive necessary supports while ensuring accountability. The fiscal year 23-24 financing includes $1.1 million of restricted fund balance consisting of fiscal year 21-22 growth. It is anticipated that the revenue growth in future years will be sufficient to ensure that this doesn't create an ongoing structural deficit. There are sufficient fund balance reserves to maintain the program if the allocation declines in the short run. It is anticipated that the AB 109 program will end this fiscal year with $26.7 million in restricted fund balance. $3.9 million of previously approved allocations are yet to be drawn down, leaving $22.7 million available to be allocated. The plan presented today includes recommendations to allocate an additional $226,000 to pilot or one-time activities, leaving $22.5 million available to be allocated for AB 109 related activities. The probation department continues to advocate for the use of reserves to fund one-time or pilot projects in order not to create structural deficit in the future.
In closing, we included a quote from Maya Angelou. "I did then what I knew how to do. Now that I know better, I do better." We continue to use data and evidence to expand, innovate, and evolve to be on the forefront of change across all agencies represented with the Community Corrections Partnership. The ongoing collaboration of the CCP members has allowed for ongoing change to see greater opportunities, yet has remained strong and steadfast to the mission, reinforcing the pillar of support of the CCP goals, upon which new initiatives are being built, because now we know better. Thank you, and we're happy to take any questions that you may have.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Hart.
This one goes, I think, to CEO Minasato, and I have two others after that. So would you remind me, the CCP, I think, used to allocate their funds, and now the board has a new role. And what I'm trying to get at is, what are we doing today, and how does that work with our budget, recommended budget?
Supervisor, through the chair, I think you're getting confused with Prop 172 funds.
Okay.
So
thank
that
you.
was, in previous years, it was just directly allocated without just by a formula, and so we brought that back in, and we allocate based on department needs. The CCP by law has a structured process of community input. They're presenting their budget. The CCP board approved it, and today, and I don't know if Holly, I can't see you, Holly, but today, per the law, the board can reject the CCP budget by, I believe, a 4/5 vote, but correct me if I'm wrong.
You're correct.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm very supportive of the goals and very supportive of the projects, but I have another confusion, and that is ongoing versus one time. And this really is prompted by Councilmember Ball in Lompoc saying, we're so excited that there's going to be co-response coming to Lompoc, but so often programs come and then they disappear again. So how do I answer him?
Supervisor, through the chair, this program was funded through ongoing funding. And it was part of the discussion process and preparing the plan this year. There was a lot of discussion about existing co-response needs and how we could assist with filling that gap. So the funds that were allocated for the team are allocated out of the ongoing funding.
Good. Well, thank you. They're very excited in Lompoc about this. I guess I have another just quick follow-on with that. So Lompoc, of course, has its own police. Will this co-response just be in the unincorporated area, or how does that work?
There has been some discussion of that, and the Sheriff's Office has assured the partners that they are going to work with the city, that they are hoping to do response within the city, and they believe that they have a reciprocal relationship with the police department that will allow that.
Oh, that's very exciting. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back and talk about recidivism because we talk about it a lot. It kind of plays a lot into a lot of the things we do. I'm just curious, when we look back and we're trying to compare today to years back, or even just a couple years back, when we talk about recidivism, it seems like the rules are different now through legislation, state law, and some of the other policies that we've enacted of who we arrest and why we arrest people. And so I guess my question is, trying to figure out how to frame this. So let's say somebody that's out that normally maybe 5 years ago committed an offense, and at that point we would have recommended that person to be rearrested. But now, under the new circumstances, we don't. It kind of looks like we are saying, recidivism has gone down. The question is, did the crime really go down, or do we just report it differently? I know it's a hard thing to kind of measure, but help me with that as far as how to measure against something where the measuring stick, I guess, has kind of been adjusted over the years.
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, we're fortunate to have this lovely woman behind me, Karen Milligan, our Research and Special Projects Manager, who is looking at all different aspects of recidivism. And so the statewide definition of recidivism per the AB 1050 is that 3-year look back. However, we've looked at 1-year measures by risk level, we've looked at it by supervision level, we've looked at offense type. The conviction is an easy one to kind of compare statewide because that's universally what represents the completion of the criminal justice process. So I have Karen Milligan here who can maybe answer that or add additional information if you have it. But we're constantly looking at recidivism, whether it's domestic violence. We're trying to nail down whether it's pretrial assessment unit, pretrial supervision unit. Comparing it broadly, we're also part of the Assembly Bill 372, which Mike Wilson and his consulting group are looking recidivism specifically in the domestic violence. So it's hard to compare, globally, but we're trying to look at our local efforts and trying to look using our local data to compare things and what's happening locally. And we do have a couple of projects coming up specifically in the domestic violence realm that we're partnering with Mike Wilson and Mia Bird as well, and she's presented here on jail population management.
I'm just going to encapsulate the questions that came up in the budget hearing, sort of is how much is unspent in a typical year of the CCP. I saw that we had about 26 million in the fund. Your budget is 22 and a half, and 1 point something of that is a reserve. So, and I guess the question is, if it's less than what you spend, how, do you sometimes do things mid-year because, issues come up? Let's understand, sort of what is unspent, and sort of, in your view, what's the good practice of how much to leave unspent?
Supervisor Williams, Chair, to the rest of the board. I will pass to Damon, but just one thing I wanted to mention was the Reimagine program that we spoke about. So we took MHRC funding that was set aside as ongoing, which was over $1 million that was going back into the budget every year. So we're seeing at least a $1+ million going back. With this new next coming fiscal year, where we have the team in place for the familiar faces, that 1.2, 1.3 will be spent. So we won't see that, but Damon can talk about the kind of the average of what goes back.
Chair Williams, from the beginning of the AB 109 plan, we put forth a plan to spend all of the money. And in most years, we include a drawdown of fund balance. And in the first few years, we did underspend, which presented a small amount of fund balance. And then we got to the point that we had kind of a mature program. We had our initiatives in place, the positions were filled, we drew down almost 100% of our ongoing funding, and then we took a pause in our county. And we had a outside review do a 5-year look back on our plan. And two things happened when we did that review. We set our plan flat, which meant that we had additional revenue coming in without an expenditure with it. And statewide, the amount of AB 109 allocation had skyrocketed. And so when we finished with our assessment and funded additional programs, we already had a significant amount of unspent money that was sitting around. And then every year since then, we have added new programs. This year includes an addition of I think, $2 million in our ongoing budget. And every time we do that, it means new positions and new programs, and it takes time for us to add these positions in order to draw down our funding. So our intention every year is to draw down the funding, and for primarily the reasons that I've just spoke about, we have had an issue of underspending over the years. It was exacerbated recently with the difficulty in filling even existing positions that I think you heard about many of the departments talking about before the board during our budget workshops. And then the other contributor to this is as we came out of that look back, we recognized that addressing the clients with mental health needs was a priority of this program. And if we didn't specifically set aside funding for this, we would never have the funding in order to provide the services to those clients. And so we set aside $1.1 million of ongoing funding for the operation of a mental health rehabilitation center for these clients that every year was never spent. So our regular underspending plus that $1.1 million that we specifically set aside has really brought us to where we are now with $22 million of unallocated one-time fund balance. And I think for those of you that have heard me speak before, I'm fiscally conservative, and so I would like to see us find a way to spend this money to benefit the clients and the goals of the AB 109 plan, but not set it up so that 2 years from now or 3 years from now, we've got a $5 million, we've spent all the funds, we've got a $5 million structural imbalance, and we're looking at having to cut necessary programs, lay off staff, remove services from the clients that we're trying to serve. So I don't have a great answer as to how we get there, but I think that it should be measured in how we do it.
Supervisor Cap.
Thank you for that question, because I wanted to ask more about the Familiar Faces program. One of the most compelling public testimony I think we've heard in the last few months was from during our budget hearings, when parent after parent came in and talked about how their severely mentally ill child has been arrested, 16 times, 12 times. And in talking with your colleagues, I understand I'm a huge proponent of this Familiar Faces effort. It just seems as though it's tangible, it's humane, I understand it's roughly 100 people countywide. Maybe that's a very rough number, but it's not 1,000 people is the point. And so I just really want to understand about the budget and what's happening with that program. If you could unpack that a bit more. I think that the more effort and funding that seems to be allocated for making sure that people stay out of jail who need mental health services.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, I'll share a few things. Obviously, this program is still in development, and we're looking forward to launching, but I do have some information I can share as far as desired program outcomes. Of course, we want to reduce the number of calls for 911, law enforcement, and ambulance, reduce the number of arrests and citations for low-level offenses such as trespassing, reduce the number of days in jail to avoid decompensation of these individuals and disruption of their services, reduce the number of 5150 holds to ensure that mental health services and medications are provided, sufficient stabilization for case closure. And so with as probation has experience in working in the field, working directly with these clients, we will be filling positions, and probation will be taking the lead on this, and I'll pass it to Chief if she has something to add.
Supervisors, through the chair. This program is, as Spencer said, under development still, and the partners have been discussing how best to use the resource, the $1.1 million. We believe there'll be 3 behavioral wellness staff who will be assigned to the team, as well as 1 probation officer, 1 supervisor, and a social worker with the public defender's office. And the idea would be that we would have a client list that we would generate using some data matching through our departments to try and identify those who are the highest utilizers of services. I don't know that it will be 100. I think for the pilot phase, it would probably be closer to 30 because it is going to be a time-intensive program. It will require quite a bit of outreach in the community, and it will require a great deal of case management to make sure that it's successful. So there will be, a lot of time spent with those specific clients doing direct work, transporting, meeting them in the community where they are, working with them where they are, making sure they get to appointments and services. And the idea would be, if it is successful in the pilot phase, that we would seek to expand it. And then we would have additional teams, and potentially we would split into outreach and case management teams.
Thank you. Is that location specific, or?
We are hoping to pilot it in the South County.
Okay.
We are hoping to pilot with Santa Barbara PD on this.
Okay. And in addition to new staff, it wouldn't be also a component of just educating the existing staff? Again, I just think if the goal is to keep them out of jail, all of the people along the way that would make that possible just need to understand who they are, what the situation is. I imagine that's part of the program.
Absolutely. One of the things that we're looking at is how do we connect the things that are already existing, our discharge planning team,
Sure.
our pretrial services, the public defender's early representation pilot. All of these things exist in that space where they are dealing with these clients. And so the idea would be, let's make sure that we are identifying those clients at the earliest possible point, and that we are handing them off to the team so that there are no gaps in services and there's no gaps in case management with those individuals.
And I'm sure you said this in your presentation. So when does this program start? I'm just very anxious to see it happen. It seems such an incredibly high priority. I can only imagine if you have a severe mental illness that then ending up in jail, what that might do to that illness and exacerbate it. So I'm very anxious and excited, but somewhat impatient to see this working.
We are as well, Supervisor through the chair. We expect that we'll be able to have it up and running this summer.
This summer. Excellent. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, yes, thank you, Chair Williams. My question is about the co-response team that's getting funded. Last year's budget, this was the reason why I didn't vote for our budget, because this wasn't funded in part during our normal budget process, and I know it was deferred to CCP, and I'm ecstatic to see it get funded. But I'm hearing Lompoc, but my understanding is that we really had a gap in the North County where we didn't have 2 full teams like we have in the South. We only had 1. This would be a North County team in general. Is that correct, or is it specifically the Lompoc? Can you help me out there?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, you're correct. It is a North County counterpart. They have 3 existing teams, so this is adding an additional team. But with helping Lompoc, as Lompoc didn't necessarily have the need for a full team, but obviously there's need there as well. So that's what we're planning on.
Great. I'm really ecstatic about this being funded and moving forward. And I also, was reaching out to Director Navarro, asking some questions and making sure we had the clinicians in place. I know the city of Santa Maria has also offered up a team to be assisting with some of this capacity. This seems like one of the best bangs for our buck out there, and I'm excited to see it get funded. Thank you.
Supervisor Hart.
Just one more quick question, and that is about the restorative justice program. I just wonder if you could talk about the CCP and how they frame the program. I mean, this one is for misdemeanor adults, and I'm wondering why adults and why not youth offenders, and how one anticipates this evolving over time.
Supervisor, through the chair, are you speaking of the district attorney's neighborhood restorative justice program? I can't speak fully to that. I don't know if we have a district attorney partner in the room who might wish to speak to that in terms of their program methodology. I can tell you that they started with misdemeanors because they felt that was the population that they could most easily reach with what they plan to do in the South County. And I don't know what their plans are for further expansion once they are countywide. I do believe they plan to examine the criteria for who enters into the restorative justice program.
Okay, well, I have been talking to DA Savernock about this. I guess so you're funding it, but the CCP doesn't really frame it. It comes as a proposal. Okay, got it.
That's correct.
Is there any request to speak?
Chair Williams and members of the board, yes, we have one request to speak on this item, and we are going to remain here in Santa Barbara with Lynn Gibbs. Lynn?
Thank you. I'm Lynn Gibbs. I serve as Public Policy Chair for NAMI and an advisor to Families Act. You talked about the CCP reserve, and that approximately 5 years ago, $3.1 million was allocated for generation of a secured treatment facility. And we badly need that type of treatment beds for our loved ones who languish in the jail for days, months, and years. When that proved not to be enough money, and there were, I think, a couple other factors, it kind of went into abeyance, and we, haven't really looked at it again for all that time. At the same time, 5 years ago, that reserve was allocated. 1.1 million per year from the operating budget was also allocated to run such a facility. And now that it's being proposed for this Friendly Faces project. We want to commend the CCP first on some of its smart programs. I mean, there are a number of them that think outside the box and we think are really positive, such as expanding co-response to Lompoc, the reentry coordinator, and pretrial release. But I do want to say that so many of the programs that are being pursued, such as Friendly Faces now, entail outreach and handoffs to treatment. But we have a severe shortage of treatment options. So when more people get referred, how do they get the treatment? And that's, that's where we see real deficits that need to be addressed. We've had a successful assisted outpatient treatment program, besides the fact that we're not using the civil court component, which is a very important component. of AOT or Laura's Law. Nevertheless, it's a pretty effective program getting people into treatment. And we have a wait list, a lengthy wait list for it in Santa Barbara County. So suppose someone in this Friendly Faces program, suppose we reach them and they say, okay, I want treatment, and that person needs intensive treatment. Then, are they just going to join the list of people waiting for assisted outpatient treatment? AOT is really the only program that family members can apply for on behalf of their loved ones. They can apply for it directly. And that's one of the reasons that it's been so successful. And so I guess it's above our pay grade to say, what should be funded as opposed to a different program. And I wouldn't want to say Friendly Faces shouldn't be funded, because it looks like a really good potential program and there's enough money in the CCP to fund it. But why aren't we funding the treatment component? Why don't we expand AOT at the same time, so that people who we are able to reach out in the community?
Thank you, Lynn. That is your time.
Thank you so much.
Questions, comments from the board?
Could we have Director Navarro address that?
Absolutely. I think Director Navarro's knew we would ask her to.
Good morning, Chair Williams, board, staff, and thank you, Lynn, for your comments. Going back to my budget workshop, just want to remind everyone our budget has been expanded, and that did include an additional 16, 17 positions in my budget, some of which are to expand our programs in Justice Alliance, as well as our Santa Barbara AOT and FSP program. Additionally, yes, Ms. Gibbs' comments are clear that we definitely, as we focus on the outreach, need to build our treatment programs. That is a focus in Be Well. We are in the midst of what is called the FSP reset. We are looking at all of our intensive programs to which AOT refers folks, are the FSP programs. We are restructuring those and have created an oversight manager position to ensure that those programs run more efficiently and effectively across the system, including timeliness of intake and ongoing services. So that is definitely a priority for us at Be Well as well.
Supervisor Hartman.
How short are we in treatment beds?
I will be back in June, the end of June, with my staff to provide a more comprehensive assessment of that. As noted in my budget workshop, I'm not certain of the deficit per se. What I am aware of is that we need to have the right flow and the right system balance. And at this point, I can't, off the top of my head, assess a need completely, but I am looking at all of the treatment beds, looking at all of the options that are in the queue. As you know, there's been quite a bit of funding and allocation coming our way this past year. I empathize, and I'm right there with you, Supervisor Capps, regarding I want to go, but of course it requires time and patience as the state gets us all of our awards and allocations, and then we then have to bring those forward to you. We're still waiting on those, but we will have a better idea of what is coming our way and what we will have going in terms of beds and options by the time we come to you later in June for a full report.
We had an analysis of the jail and various options for how many jail beds we need. Is there such an analysis you can do for mental health beds?
We're going to look at that. I don't know if there is such an analysis, as I myself have never conducted one, and I'm not aware of one here that I have yet to see. But we are definitely looking to do that and see what we can bring you to give you more clarity on the issue, as well as the public.
And Supervisor, through the chair, so Dr. Gleghorn, when she was here, she gave a presentation to the board on how many beds we have, what we thought the need was. But again, as Ms. Navarro talks about, it's about flow as well. So I know the immediate response that we have, a lot of people say, it's how many beds, how many beds. There are different types of beds, and it's the flow, how people get from someone on the street through the system effectively, and ultimately, we want them to have the appropriate level of care for their condition.
If I may, I'd also like to address Supervisor Capps' comments regarding the public that came out and spoke at the budget workshops. I had a chance to meet with all of them and thank them all very much for their comments. And in fact, on that day, sat here with my CFO listening and designed a program on the front end to help those families and get the assistance they need. As many of them said, we need support to help support our loved one, to keep them in home with us so that they don't end up on the street, so that they don't end up arrested. This is a program now. We just received the final proposal from our partner, the Mental Wellness Center, and they are already doing a type of program like that, so we're expanding their funding under prevention and early intervention, and we'll bring that forward to the board in our 3-year MHSA plan for approval and hope to be able to get that going as of July 1.
Okay, any other questions? Any other public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, that concludes public comment.
Can I get a motion?
Move staff's recommendation A through D.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. We're now recessing to closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, the board is agendized to consider existing litigation, Frontier, California versus County of Santa Barbara, Anderson versus County of Santa Barbara, and Robert Hampel versus Civil Service Commission of County of Santa Barbara. All 3 of these cases are Santa Barbara Superior Court cases, and there's 1 item for public employee appointment, reappointment for county council. And our goal is to get done in 45 minutes.
So we will reconvene at, God willing, we will reconvene at 1:10. We are reconvening from closed session. Will County Council please report from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm going to report on the first 3 items and then turn it over to the clerk of the board. The board met in closed session on 3 items of existing litigation: Frontier, California versus County of Santa Barbara, Hampel versus Civil Service Commission of the County of Santa Barbara, and Anderson versus County of Santa Barbara. Government Code 54957.4 requires a report out of approval given to its legal counsel to seek appellate review or relief. In closed session, the board conducted a conference in legal counseling for existing litigation in the Anderson case. This case raised California Environmental Equality Act challenges to the county's plan to remove encroachments and restore its right-of-way on portions of East Mountain Drive. On May 3rd, 2023, Superior Court Judge Anderley granted the CEQA petition, entered a peremptory writ of mandate. In closed session, the board authorized County Council to seek appellate review of the Superior Court decision. The vote was unanimous, with all supervisors being present. And I have no further reportable action, but I'll turn it over to the clerk of the board.
Chair Williams and members of the board. Additionally, the board met in closed session on public employee reappointment for county council. The board voted unanimously to reappoint Rachel Van Mullum as county council. And that concludes the report.
We're not supposed to clap, but we can do this, just like what we tell other people to do. Let's go to departmental item number 7.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 7 is from the County Executive Office and the General Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding direction on design of renovations at the Santa Barbara Main Jail in the 2nd District and possible construction at the Northern Branch Jail in the 5th District, project number 20041.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Williams and supervisors. I am Kirk Larryquist, General Services Director for Santa Barbara County. Along with me is Jeff Frapwell and Tanya Heitman, both Assistant CEOs with the county. And I also want to recognize my team, Patrick Zarowski and Diane Galt, sitting behind me, who worked very hard pulling this plan together. On July 17th, 2020, Santa Barbara County entered into negotiated settlement with Disability Rights California, DRC, in the Murray et al. Versus County et al. Class action litigation. On March 1st, 2022, in order to address the requirements of the remedial plan from the stipulated judgment, the board approved a professional services agreement with Knock & Lewis, a leading architectural firm in California who specializes in custody architecture, to conduct programming options for the main jail. The planning and programming included development of scope that addresses the stipulated judgment, an assessment of the physical structures that comprise the main jail complex, identification of deferred maintenance items, and recommendations for improvements based on the continued operation of the site. They also took into consideration operational data supplied by the Sheriff's Office. As a result of these planning and programming efforts, it was determined that the potential cost for main jail renovations was much higher than anticipated. As an alternative, the project team considered options for a limited footprint at the main jail. This option would require increased capacity at the Northern Branch Jail. This more cost-effective option would involve renovations of the Inmate Reception Center, IRC, intake area, renovations of the IRC to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, and improvements to the main jail outdoor yard space, plus addressing a number of deferred maintenance items. With these modifications, the main jail would only serve as a booking and arraignment facility, and a portion of main jail beds that are lost in the south would need to be accommodated at Northern Branch Jail. The anticipated outcome of today's briefing is to provide the board conceptual options at the main jail to address the stipulated judgment and possible expansion options at the Northern Branch Jail. We are looking for direction to proceed with full design at the main jail, which addresses the Inmate Reception Center, addresses American with Disabilities Act deficiencies, outdoor yard space, and addresses deferred maintenance. Additionally, we're looking for direction on developing conceptual design for expansion at the Northern Branch Jail, utilizing one of 3 different options. So for orientation purposes, this slide is looking at the east side of the main jail complex. The Inmate Reception Center, highlighted here in brown, And then the outdoor yards is the green highlighted area. This slide shows the physical plant improvements to the inmate reception center that address the stipulated judgment. This plan addresses intake improvements. It renovates space to increase medical and mental health screening, an increase in privacy, and meeting space for lawyers to meet with clients. It also addresses disability accessibility issues identified in the stipulated judgment. These include showers and restrooms to include both visitors and inmate toilets. It also addresses ADA path of travel to and from the parking lot. The rough order of magnitude to complete the design and construction is estimated to be $8 million for the IRC renovation and $2.5 million for the IRC ADA work, and would take approximately 27 months to complete. In addition, the estimated cost to address main foot jail deferred maintenance is $5.6 million and would take care of roof, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, elevators, system controls, and a number of other items. This slide shows the main jail recreation yard separation in order to address the stipulated judgment. In this design, 3 separate yards are created, which will allow for increased out-of-cell time. The rough order of magnitude cost is approximately $1.5 million and would take roughly 11 months to construct. The bottom line cost estimate to address the stipulated judgment requirements as well as deferred maintenance would be approximately $17.5 million. Moving up to the Northern Branch Jail, this slide is meant to orient you. This is showing the south-facing side of the jail, and the red outlines depict where possible expansion could occur. As previously mentioned, the loss of bed space at the main jail could be alleviated by adding capacity at the Northern Branch Jail, which was built to address possible expansion in the future. Our architectural firm explored 3 options in order to expand the Northern Branch Jail. These options include the construction of 1, 1.5, or 2 pods, with the rough order of magnitude cost for design and construction timeline would be 1 pod at $76.6 million and 61 months, 1.5 pods at $114.9 million and 65 months, or 2 pods at $142.6 million and 69 months. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff Rapwell.
Subject to your board's direction, ultimately the cost of the project, should we expand bed capacity in Northern Branch Jail, would need to be debt financed. Before you on this slide, as well as discussed in greater detail in your board report, for option 1, which is the addition of 1 pod, it results in the overall system bed capacity of 728. As Kirk mentioned, the cost is $76.6 million, results in a debt service of approximately $5.4 million. That's assuming a 30-year finance.
Jeff, I'm sorry. Could you lay out on that cost sheet right there? So it's $5 million. Is that over 20 or 30 years?
That assumes a 30-year financing.
So $150 million. Okay.
So that if you add the cost of that option of $76.6 million to the 17 required to be invested in the South County Jail, you get a total cost of $94.15 million. As highlighted in the board staff report, the cost of doing the modifications in the South County Jail has been assumed in the county's larger COP financing that we anticipate accomplishing in the upcoming fiscal year. And that debt service has been planned in our 5-year forecast that covers the South County Jail. So the delta related to adding 1 pod to the North County Jail is about $5.4 million. Looking down further in option 1.5 and option 2, respectively, you result in total system counts, adding a pod and a half of 856. System count, bed count, if you add 2 pods of 984. You can see there on the slide the different costs for the options and the resulting total project estimated cost on the right-hand column. Importantly, in the middle then is the budgetary implications of the options before your board today. So whereby the one pod would be about $5.4 million annual impact for 30-year financing. Option 1.5 results in $8.3 million annually. And option 2 is a $10 million annual debt service. As we discussed more in the board report, we believe that there is likely operating savings sufficient to cover the debt service for the single pod option laid out before you. And, yeah, thank you. Which means that the funding gap that has not yet been identified by staff, if you decide to go to 1.5 pods, is about $2.5 million, $2.4 million. And ultimately, if you end up adding 2 pods, our funding gap, budgetary gap, is $4 million. So.
Before you today is not just a decision regarding jail beds. It's about how we proactively plan for the future of our county's criminal justice and behavioral health population. Much like your board has approached fiscal long-term planning, we see the opportunity to plan proactively for a smaller but better resourced jail system that meets the needs of the incarcerated population, mitigates the potential for future litigation, and continues to keep the public safe. The jail population is impacted by many variables, including future crime and law enforcement's response to it, population demographics, economic conditions and county budgets, local policy and practice changes, and the values of elected leaders. We cannot control or predict for each of these factors, but there are some that we can forecast and have impact over. For example, local population forecasts and analysis of future population growth tells us that the at-risk population, those that are within the age demographics most likely to enter jail, is expected to have little to no population growth over the next 10 years. We also know that well before the pandemic, our local practices combined with state-level criminal justice reforms were resulting in downward trends for arrests, court filings, probation supervision, and in turn, the number of jail inmates. The pandemic certainly caused even sharper declines, but it is noteworthy that these trends were well established prior to the pandemic and are continuing to persist as we come out of the pandemic. Data also demonstrates that our incompetent to stand trial population is driven by unhoused individuals with substance use and untreated behavioral health issues. Of our felony IST population, approximately 75% of them will return to our local community after having their charges dismissed, being placed on probation, or released with credit for time served. It would be naive to suggest that they return to the streets more stable or healthier than prior to being booked. Most agree that our goal should be to improve community treatment options to ensure our county jail does not continue to be a holding facility for our mentally ill. Failure to respond to their needs more appropriately will ensure that our resources are continually diverted to incarceration activities that do not provide sustainable improvements. Option 1, 720 beds with an additional 32 specialty beds at the Northern Branch Jail, aligns the county's funding with our staffing capacity as well as the population needs. Our current jail population is averaging about 750, so this would require reduction over the course of the next 5 years. It does not require a dramatic, immediate reduction. It allows us to plan and implement changes over multiple years. We would continue to build upon the successful jail population management efforts that the criminal justice agencies have implemented the last several years. Through the leadership of our local courts and the probation department, our pretrial program is well established as one of the most robust in the state, and the partnership of our sheriff and probation department will soon establish a similar standard for the alternative sentencing program through the utilization of best practices in their assessment tools and supervision strategies. Your public defender is making incredible advances in the areas of holistic defense and is now positioned to implement an early representation model, which will expand their important work. Your district attorney is expanding the restorative court pilot to a county-wide initiative and is exploring opportunities for a felony pre-plea diversion project. The Department of Behavioral Wellness and the Public Defender's Office have already demonstrated their ability to work collaboratively to divert the mentally ill through an AB 1810 pilot project funded by the state to divert those that are found to be incompetent to stand trial, or IST, or at risk of being IST on felony charges. Additionally, their grant-funded Credo 47 project supports the South Coast Sobering Center and diversion efforts focused on the mentally ill, unhoused, or those with substance use disorders. It's anticipated that through greater partnership with the probation department, they are well positioned to expand their work to ensure it's diverting a larger population of seriously mentally ill that are currently within our jails. The Familiar Faces program under development, as well as the Hope Village project and the proposed La Posada project, will expand our success with bridge housing and multidisciplinary team approaches. These are vitally important to further reductions of our jail population. Recent independent analysis of our jail population has demonstrated opportunities for further reductions, as well as subpopulations of high utilizers being rebooked for low-level misdemeanor charges, including disorderly conduct, possession of drug paraphernalia, and being under the influence, that should be targeted for further diversion. These represent additional opportunities to reduce the jail population without adversely affecting public safety, and in fact could lead to reductions in the quality of life offenses while maintaining jail beds for more serious violent offenders. In light of our at-risk population projections, analysis of our current jail population, the success of the work already completed, the potential of the strategies underway, as well as additional ones that have yet to be implemented, Option 1 is recommended as the best long-term strategy to ensure that we have properly staffed and resourced jail beds to meet the needs of the individuals that require incarceration, while balancing our resources for community-based treatment services. It would be remiss if I didn't note that there are concerns with Option 1 voiced by the Sheriff's Office. They're concerned that providing less capacity than exists now could lead to overcrowding in the future. That is why continued dedication of all the partner agencies and focused use of the county's resources will be essential. It's recommended that your board direct the partner agencies to continue their work with the County Executive Office and independent consultants to implement effective strategies and return to your board to report out on anticipated reductions and ensure resources are properly aligned with these initiatives. Reporting back to your board will also allow for updates regarding our staffing resources within the jail and allow general services to alter the design in the future if these strategies aren't anticipated to achieve the needed reductions in the next 5 years. Thus, we're recommending that you take the following recommended actions. Receive and file this report on conceptual options for the renovations at the main jail and new construction at the NBJ. Regarding the main jail, direct staff to proceed with a minimized renovation plan that addresses the inmate reception center, makes ADA improvements, and eliminates use of other beds as detailed in this report. Regarding NBJ, direct staff to proceed with obtaining designs for Option 1, and prior to final design, return to the board with the targeted diversion strategies to address jail population management, sustainable jail staffing, identified savings, or other revenue to fund the strategies. Provide other direction as appropriate, and find that these actions are exempt from CEQA provisions. This concludes our presentation, and we're available to answer any questions.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Going back to slide 9 for Mr. Frapwell on the financing. So this is without an assumption of any new commitment from the board. This is assuming no new commitment on the financing from the board, were these deltas, but there would be potentially additional general fund growth as well as Prop 172 growth over maybe the next 69 months that we're looking at that might be able to cover some of these costs.
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. That's correct. So we're looking at today's dollars. What is the resulting debt service should the board choose one of these 3 options? We do know we'll have some growth in those sources that are recognized or you've identified. And that would be where we look to cover a gap.
To remind me, what's our typical growth in our Prop 172 funds? Is there a range there?
Supervisor Nelson, I don't have an answer off the top of my head.
2 million, 4 million? Do we have any type of, I'm just trying to understand. And I guess the other question to go with the financing is this is something that would not necessarily need to start on day one. We would be able to do some financing that would allow construction and some lead up time, or maybe starting to bank future growth for these expenses moving forward.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So debt service as it relates to a debt financing, a certificates of participation financing, it does not hit your budget until you've accepted the building. So there is a delayed impact budgetarily of the debt service. And so to your point, there would be time, should your board make that as a priority, and we would build that and develop strategies to best soften the impact.
So right now we're looking at 60 months plus for especially a pod increase in the North Branch Jail. So that's a good 5 years to begin to budget and prepare to finance that.
That's correct.
Okay. The trends that we're looking at to determine the bed population that we might need in the future, I guess can't call you Chief Heitman anymore, right? Ms. Heitman, you talked about that the age band that we're talking about that would potentially be those that might be entering our criminal justice system is going to be even over the next 10 years. The assumptions that those are based on, is that based on our current housing stock? What are the factors that go into all that?
Supervisor, through the chair, I couldn't speak to great detail in terms of the analysis, but it is included in the report that the consultant Mike Wilson prepared and is referenced on pages 21 and 22, and I believe there were some footnotes there. I did communicate with him yesterday about those, and he did relate to me that he looked at our local population in the jail to determine the rate at which individuals based on age are incarcerated locally, and then used the state, I think it's Department of Finance, publicized numbers. The exact analysis is a little bit beyond my ability to explain, but it is referenced in that report.
Yeah, so one of my concerns is looking at those numbers is the housing element update that we're going through, not just in the county, but in the unincorporated area, but the county as a whole, that we're looking at thousands of additional units of housing, which would suggest population growth, and also smaller units, which might be more beneficial to families that might be able to make it more affordable to live here. So I'm just was curious if those assumptions were built in to those estimates, because from what I see for the one pod option, we have to hit on every single point to make those numbers work on the diversion side, the lack of population growth, all the different pieces that might lead to making sure that 728 beds could still fulfill the needs in Santa Barbara County. So that's why I'm curious about the assumptions that go into that. My last question right now is about the mentally ill that you spoke about that are in our jail. Do we have a good idea of the numbers of those that are severe and persistent?
Supervisor, through the chair, we know that there's at least 60 seriously mentally ill individuals in the jail that are in a level of acute need. There are additional seriously mentally ill individuals that are in the jail that are also more stable and are not included in that number. 48 of those are ones that are already identified as incompetent to stand trial. So we know that we have a substantial that are in that acute phase.
And so the outcome for them, they're currently housed in the jail, and they need to be diverted somewhere. Is that the theory moving forward? But it also depends on what those charges potentially would be. Do we have a good handle on those?
We know that approximately 75% of them are going to return to the local community, that their charges and their situation are such that they wouldn't be going on to a long-term commitment to a state facility, a prison, or state hospital, either
We're really
one.
talking about 45 potential inmates that we might be able to move on to different facilities. Is that right? If 60, 60, you said 60 severe and persistent.
Yes, but 75% of those, based on the data, would be returning to our community and not going on to long-term commitments.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Lamanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Frapwell, can we go to slide 9? I just really want to understand this better. So on a COP, like you were just mentioning, we would not actually go out for that financing now. We would go at a later time. Is that when construction starts or right before construction starts, obviously?
Supervisor Lavergne, typically your best practice, you have two things that are driving that, the answer to your question. One is you have a requirement which is put upon us by the IRS, or if you're issuing tax-exempt bonds, you really have to spend those proceeds within 3 years. So
Okay.
you're going to time your issuance of COP, much as we've been hampered on our current COP we're looking at, by the fact that you've got to have good cost data, which means you have moved far enough in the design process to have confidence in your construction costs. You're even more confident, obviously, if you can go out to bid and get bids back, right? Then you really have a surety that you're not going to either under or over issue. And so you're likely, the short answer is you'll probably issue 3 years out in 2 years, basically.
So what portion of that, I'm trying to get a handle on the interest rate situation now as opposed to what it might be. How much of that 153 million, let's say we did it over 30 years and we're just saying, even though I'm not, let's just, because the numbers are easier, with option 1, it's $76 million. You're telling me, I think if I go 30 years, it's 153 million. Is that, how much of that is based on the fact that right now we're in a bad interest rate environment, and would we be able to, obviously I'm not asking you to look in a crystal ball, but how much of that is related to that interest rate that we see right now?
Supervisor Lafferty, through the chair. Obviously, your biggest driver of ultimate cost is your interest rate assumption. And just to add a little different perspective, a broader perspective, I did my first COP in 1986. Tax-exempt rates were 10%. So we're running numbers here based on 4.5%. Okay. So I would tell you historically that you're still at a favorable interest rate.
Still at a good
It's not
spot.
the interest rates we had 2 years ago, for sure. But you're assuming here about 4.5%. So I think for planning purposes at this stage, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Okay. And could it go down? Yeah. And could it go up? Of course, but I think this is the happy medium. I think from at this stage of the conceptual discussion of this, when you're thinking about cost, that's a reasonable assumption used.
Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to build on Supervisor Nelson's questions about the severely mentally ill. Assistant CEO Heitman, you mentioned the number 60. Can you give a rough estimate of how long they spend in jail, and is that the opportunity, or how, maybe this is a question for the public defender, how do we keep them from being in jail at all? I know that's a big question, the literally millions of dollar question, but clearly that's the opportunity and the commitment that I'm hearing repeatedly. The previous item repeatedly over and over again is we need to keep mentally ill people out of our jails. So what's the length of stay roughly that they are currently in jail?
Supervisor, through the chair, I don't have a length of stay specifically for the seriously mentally ill. We know that because of their IST status, those that are IST, not all of those necessarily are, but those that are, it does cause the process to be much more elongated than what you might expect for a typical criminal justice case. But in terms of your other question about how do we keep them out of the jail, one of the things that is abundantly clear is that our ISTs are, like many communities, are being driven by schizophrenia spectrum disorders that are being untreated in unsheltered types of environments. And that these conditions are then leading to increased contact with the criminal justice system. And that is really what we need to interrupt here. And projects like Familiar Faces, projects like Hope Village will potentially aid us in that effort. It's certainly not going to resolve the problem entirely, but to the degree that we can get them off of the streets, put them in some type of housing, and begin treating their mental illness, we should have some success at mitigating the number of them are going into the jail. And I'm sure Public Defender as well as Director Navarro may have additional thoughts on that as well.
Would either of you like to elaborate? If that's okay, Chair.
Hi, good afternoon again, Chair and Supervisors and staff. So this is a very complex issue. And as I stated earlier on item 6, I will be back the end of June to give you a more comprehensive report that will give you more details as to everything that goes into how persons end up in the jail in the first place and the length of stay that they're there and the inability to find housing for them on the back end. I think that there are quite a few factors that go into it that include funding, the availability of funding to house individuals who have very limited income in a very high rental market, the restrictions of some of the funding for the housing that we are given at the state level. I think we often hear blanket statements about money for funding, but then when we drill down in terms of the applications and the requirements for those, they don't always meet the needs of the persons that we see. I think another factor CalAIM is really focusing on and highlighting the fact that behavioral health departments really need to work more closely with the justice-involved population. And this is really a culture shift for behavioral health in the past few years. Prior to even just 5 years ago, we couldn't even use MHSA monies on persons who were justice-involved. That needed to be put into statute because those two populations were served by completely different systems, given the fact that behavioral health was created to primarily serve those with entitlement programs, and prior to recently, those who've been involved in the justice system don't have their entitlement programs turned on, if you will. So there were separate funding streams. So this is also a culture shift, and it's also catching up on regulation. And Chief Public Defender Makuga and I were just talking about some of the culture shift that we have to have in our staff, as well as looking at maybe some shifts in priorities around how we used to assign persons to care. The state has clear regulations about if someone is an urgent case that needs priority for housing, these are the criteria of urgent. Those criteria don't match with persons who are incarcerated. And so therefore, there's a gap there that we need to close and we need to change. And so again, it's a system overhaul that we are in the middle of, but we are all committed and moving in the same direction that persons with severe and persistent mental illness, jail is not the place for them. And again, working on a flow as well as trying to address housing and placement options and ability to create funding so people can live independently. Because many folks with severe and persistent mental illness live independently, but they need some support, especially again in a rental market that is so high.
Thank you. So just connecting the dots here, the system overhaul, to use your words, as well as a culture shift and this alignment amongst agencies is what leads, a predominant factor that leads to this lower number recommendation of option 1.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and we're really excited about CalAIM because CalAIM has prioritized our collaboration in this, and so we're going to break down some barriers at the legislative level as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor, if I could, through the chair, there was one other aspect to that question that I wanted to address is that in addition to those individuals that are seriously mentally ill that are awaiting some type of resolution through the court process, we also know that there's additional individuals that are waiting for substance abuse treatment beds. So that population in particular is one that I know the Public Defender's Office is looking at more closely to determine if strategies focused just on substance abuse treatment beds would allow us to free up some significant more space, and their preliminary information would certainly suggest that that's another opportunity as well.
And I know this is hard, but since we're talking numbers today, is it possible to estimate roughly that number in addition to the 60 we're talking about?
I believe that the number that are in our jail currently is well over 30 that are waiting just for a substance abuse treatment bed, that they would be able to be released if a bed was immediately available. And I know some of them are there for 30 to 45 days or more, waiting for placement in a bed.
Thank you, Director Navarro and Ms. Heitman. Thank you, Chair Williams.
Chair Williams, I'd just like to add and build a little bit on what Assistant CEO Heitman said, as well as Director Navarro. Actually, the data as of today is, my holistic advocate pulled it, we have 117 people in our jail who are either severely mentally ill or suffering from severe substance abuse that everybody has agreed should be released to the community into treatment. But they are in our jail because there are not treatment beds. And I think that, of course, you've heard from the community regarding that. And the front end, familiar faces, holistic defense, all of that's going to make a big difference. But we also have places for these folks to go and receive community care.
Yep.
So thank you.
And you said 117?
That's public defender clients, 117. And this is where the court and the district attorney and ourselves have all agreed that these individuals are in need of care and treatment rather than incarceration. So they're sitting in our jail today. Thank you.
Thank you, Public Defender.
And before I call on Supervisor Hartman, I just want to tell the public that we already have 17 requests to speak, so we are going to have it at 2 minutes. So if you're planning on speaking for 3 minutes, revise your comments downward. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, so this is construction costs. I'm interested in operation costs, and I believe we have about $22 million each year to operate the Northern Branch Jail. How much are we spending now to operate the main jail?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. So the operational cost for the sheriff, which includes both operation of both branches as well as transportation and other core services related to detention, is about $90 million a year. So if you assume about 22 or so is Northern Branch Jail, the balance is a combination of South County Jail, administration of the custody unit as a whole, transportation and support.
So it's my understanding that the South County Jail, we looked at how could you make it more efficient to operate, and basically we tore our hair out because it cannot, we'd have to raise it and build it again, and that would be more expensive. I mean, I think that's a driving factor here for why we're looking at putting another pod or so in the North Branch. So I just would like you to expand on that a little bit.
Sure. Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. So you're correct. From a cost efficiency standpoint, if you're just first looking at construction costs, it is less expensive to build additional capacity at Northern Branch Jail than it is to rehab, retrofit, or otherwise tear down and rebuild at the main jail here in South County. And so from a cost-effective standpoint, that is the most cost-effective way to address additional capacity. Operationally, we believe there should be some additional operational savings and economies of scale that would happen by having a greater population of Northern Branch Jail. We would have to work with the sheriff, obviously, and ferret those out. What we've identified in the report today that's in front of you is on the one pot option, we believe there's enough operational savings as a whole to cover the additional debt service cost. And so your operation cost stays about the same in total if you add the debt service. So your operational cost goes down by about $5-point-something million, which offsets your cost of debt service.
And just one other question. We're making assumptions about the jail population, and some are based on actual experience, pre-COVID, COVID, since COVID. And then we also have an analysis and projections done in the jail study we did. And those suggest that if we institute these new measures, we really can reduce the population to around 700. But I read in the staff report that if a year in we find that once we've started instituting these projections aren't panning out the way we expected, then we still have an opportunity to stand back and look at this and see if we need to do something differently. Is that correct? I mean, that's what I read on page 2 of the staff report, and that gives me some confidence, but I just want to make sure what would happen in a year if we found that the projections aren't what we expect in reality.
Supervisor Hartman, the chair. So to preserve flexibility, and ultimately what we're seeking today is definitive direction on what your board would like us to proceed with in the South County Jail. And then conceptually, what you'd like us to examine in North County. The process to do that is a two-step process. So subject to what your board provides as direction on the South County Jail, the General Service would go back, negotiate an amendment to the Knox-Lewis agreement to focus on the design documents for the South County. Concurrently, General Service would work with Knox-Lewis to develop a scope of work to do the bridging documents for the North County. And in doing so, they would get a price and a cost for Knox-Lewis to do that for one pod or more, should your board provide direction. If the direction is to do that, then your board doesn't make a final decision until you decide to go out to bid. So there's obviously a cost difference if we launch Knox-Lewis on a bridging document for 1.5 pods, for instance, as opposed to 1 pod. And so there's a cost investment up front should your board go that direction. But that does provide you the maximum flexibility when you go out to bid. Conversely, if the board's direction is to go with staff recommendation, which is to move forward with 1 pod, there'd be a cost associated with the bridging document. Should the results of all the work by the criminal justice partners not produce the results we expect, your board could then make a decision to amend that agreement with Knox-Lewis to add the additional half pod, for instance. It will have very little impact on the total amount of time. There might be some, but not significantly. The key for staff, going back to the core of what's driving this discussion today, the key for staff is that we want to move as expeditiously as possible to address the stipulated judgment requirements. And that's really, our ability to do so is really housed on our focus on the South County Jail. So I don't know if that helps.
It does. We're giving guidance today, but especially for the South County, but we still have flexibility for what we would do in North County, depending on how effectively these other programs kick in. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I want to hear from the sheriff here at some point, though, too, as well on this. But even if we get it down to 700 inmates in the jail, we still have this factor of having the 85% capacity, so they can do the proper programming there. And by my calculation, that still gets us to 825 beds. Is that right? Because there's a common acceptance that we can't have a full jail because then we're not able to operate and move inmates around.
Supervisor, through the chair, I believe you're talking about for classification purposes. Right. And there is kind of mixed reviews on whether that should be 10% or 15%, but there does need to be some classification buffer there for classification purposes, correct?
So even under 10% scenario, the 1 pod would not be sufficient if we got our inmate count down to 700.
That is correct, and I want to clarify whether Supervisor Hartman was referring to Mr. Wilson's report, because it projects that we could get down to 600. I don't know if that was a misstatement, but I wanted to clarify that.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you. And again, I would like to hear from the sheriff at some point about some of these concerns that have been brought up, if that's all right.
Yes, the sheriff you can give us your view. You'll essentially be kicking off public comment, so go for it.
Thank you, Chair Williams and members of the board. When I was elected sheriff and took office 16 and a half years ago, I inherited a jail system that was bursting at the seams. Storage rooms had been converted into cell space. Triple bunks were placed into cells designed for one inmate, and numerous inmates were sleeping on the floor. The overcrowding was not just inhumane. It prevented custody staff, community partners, and volunteers from providing necessary, recidivism-reducing, and life-changing inmate programming at the scale that was needed. We as a county do not want that type of situation to ever happen again. Not to us and not to our successors. Our county has come a long way in the past 16 years with the funding, approval, construction, and staffing of the state-of-the-art Northern Branch Jail. And we're grateful to you and your predecessors for the support that made that facility possible. However, our jail facilities problem has not been completely solved. The main jail is more than 60 years old, and it is of an archaic design that is staffing and programming inefficient, and it does not lend itself to modern corrections practices. Our duty as a county, and my duty as your sheriff, is to ensure that there is a rated bed for every inmate in our custody. To embark on a plan to build a jail system that has an insufficient number of rated beds for our current jail population is just not a responsible thing to do. It puts the sheriff and the sheriff's office staff in an untenable position, a position where we cannot operate safely and where we cannot follow court orders to stop overcrowding. It also sets us up for failure to adhere to the structured settlement that the county negotiated with Disability Rights California. In that settlement, we have agreed to provide rated beds for all inmates, in addition to accommodations for those inmates with disabilities. Adopting a plan that has an inadequate jail capacity invites renewed and additional litigation and the costly associated expenses that will flow from that litigation. I want to remind the board and the public that this county's decades of failure to address chronic jail overcrowding led to lawsuits and to the dire need to construct that Northern Branch Jail. But that Northern Branch Jail was supposed to augment the rated capacity of the main jail, not to reduce it by a whopping 35%, as does the one-pod option as presented to the board. While we understand the enormity and the difficulty of the CEO's task to balance the county's budget and your board's responsibility to consider competing interests, neither of these obligations should be done at the expense of the sheriff's office budget or the safety and security of those we serve. History has shown that our jail facilities problems will not go away by ignoring them or by selecting an unrealistic housing option because it just happens to be the cheapest one. It won't be the cheapest one in the long run. So it's false economy to think that it will. Choosing the one-pod option would kick the can of inadequate jail capacity down the road for future sheriffs and future boards of supervisors to grapple with, and to kick it to a time when jail construction will certainly be significantly more expensive than it is now. But it's more than false economy. The recommended option gambles with the safety of the people of Santa Barbara County, the safety of the inmates who are housed in our jail, and the safety of the dedicated custody staff who work in our jails. Government's first and foremost duty is to protect its people. Adopting this option today would risk jeopardizing public safety in the future. As I mentioned, the recommended action today would result in a jail system that would not even be capable of handling our present jail population, let alone our future ones. The recommended option would give us a mere 728 rated beds. To put that into perspective, yesterday our jail population was at 751. And over the past few months, we have consistently fluctuated between 750 and 780 inmates daily. Just like hospitals, jails should not be operated at their full capacity. The classification process requires that we house inmates in appropriate jail housing. We cannot mix male and female inmates. We cannot house rival gang members together. We cannot put vulnerable inmates in with predators. Jails also need to be able to adapt to periodic surges in inmate population. It is for these reasons that the National Institute of Corrections developed an industry-standard jail capacity planning guide to help determine a jail's appropriate occupancy rate, which in our case is 85% of total capacity. Our pre-pandemic average daily jail population fluctuated between 850 and 900 inmates. For each of these reasons, my staff and I have continuously recommended a future system of no fewer than 1,000 rated beds. This would be substantially down from our present rated capacity of 1,119 rated beds, 884 of which are in current use. The only option that comes close to that recommendation is the two-pod option. You're no doubt going to have some good and well-meaning people come up today and tell you that since our jail ADP during the pandemic was lower, that the same can occur in the future without impacting public safety and the security of the community. That's just not the case. During the lockdown phase of the pandemic, we did go down to an average daily population of about 550 inmates. But that was because of a life-threatening and highly contagious virus that could have spread easily in the jail atmosphere. And it was in the midst of emergency measures taken by the nation, the state, the county, the courts, and our other criminal justice partners to limit the number of arrests and the number of inmates in the jail. Even criminals were staying inside and reducing the number of crimes that they committed during that extraordinary time. But that has all changed now, and it will continue to change in the future. Having a facility with 1,000 rated beds means that we can safely operate at the 85% recommendation, with an average daily population of up to 850 inmates. It's important to remember that our current jail population has been significantly distilled. We are currently operating with approximately 90% of our inmates charged with felony crimes or sentenced for felony crimes, and only 10% for misdemeanors. And the vast majority of the misdemeanors in our jail are there for serious high-grade misdemeanors, like domestic violence or the violation of a protective order, other crimes of violence, resisting arrest, or driving under the influence. In fact, last Friday, we had more people in our jail that were charged with murder, attempted murder, and assault with a deadly weapon than we had charged with all other misdemeanor holding and sentences combined. Another important factor that needs to be understood is that every law enforcement agency in this county, like most throughout the nation, is dealing with severe staffing shortages currently of 10 to 25% in hard vacancies, and even greater percentages in effective vacancies. When those vacancies get filled, and they will eventually get filled, there will be more cops on the street observing more criminal activity, and more people will be arrested and booked into our criminal justice system. Furthermore, cases are still backed up from when the courts were closed. As an example, the district attorney is currently trying cases from as far back as 2017, with defendants in many of those older cases not presently in custody. While we don't know exactly what will happen in those cases, chances are many of them will result in convictions and jail sentences by the court. With all of this in mind, we in the Sheriff's Office recommend that you adopt the two-pod option. Even it doesn't get us to our recommendation of 1,000 beds, but it gets close. It is a practical, achievable, and durable solution to our jail facilities problem, both now and in the future. Conversely, the one-pod option will require many stars to come into alignment in a short period of time, and there is no margin for error or growth whatsoever. We're at a crossroads today. Our jail system has been plagued with overcrowding and understaffing for decades. Despite that, your custody staff have done and continue to do an amazing job under extremely difficult conditions and circumstances. They walk the toughest beat in the county, and they deserve better than the one-pod recommendation. And so do our constituents. The one-pod plan is insufficient, incautious, and unrealistic. I ask you to direct the CEO to move forward with the two-pod option, which affords sufficient rated beds to meet the county's current and future obligations, and to explore various mechanisms other than the sheriff's office budget to fund it. There's an old Chinese proverb that says the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, but the next best time is now. Let's plant the right tree now. Thank you.
Let's go to public comment.
I have one more question, I'm sorry.
Oh,
for public comment.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Yeah, and I don't know if this is for CEO Miyasato or who, but so when we're talking about the costs associated with 1.5, and 2 pods, what does that do to the structural staffing shortage? Is that alleviate that, or?
Supervisor Lavanino through the chair. So our numbers were trying to ensure there was a full shift relief for if you did the one pod. And so that would address it, but it'd be smaller. And we were having back and forth with Chief Wazlewski, and I think they believed they could save 1.5 million. We looked at other savings that we could to come up with the 5.4 million. Depending what your board directs us, we will have to have more discussion and probably get an outside expert again to help us look at the staffing. But that would resolve the staffing shortage. And just I want to touch on something that Supervisor Nelson said that's important, and that is, yes, to remember these costs wouldn't take effect until after the debt is issued in 5 years, but our savings will also probably shrink because we are using the budgeted numbers today, and so those will only go up.
Let's go to public comment.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have 18 requests to speak on this item.
I will close the roll for public comment.
And we will begin on Zoom with Bill Makler to be followed by Lizzie Rodriguez.
Bill, just a reminder, we're doing it 2 minutes today.
And Bill, we have unmuted you on our end.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, Chairman Williams, members of the board, I represent a group of 40 criminal defense attorneys known as Santa Barbara Defenders. We strongly favor jail design and renovation option 1, which would limit the total number of jail beds in our county to 728. We have long advocated for the reduction of jail capacity as a hard limit on jail beds is the only effective means to reduce the disparate impact of incarceration on our communities of color and the mentally ill. Not only that, but we believe that reducing our jail population reduces crime. The combination of very often needless humiliation, trauma, dehumanization, neglect, alienation from families and the community, and even psychological torture, particularly in the case of solitary confinement, damages people and the community irreparably. Incarceration, large member in place of rehabilitation, mental health care, nurturing, problem-oriented policing, and the community supervision is clearly making our community less safe and less economically prosperous. Fairly recent data show that if you are African American, you are 5 times more likely than a non-Latino Caucasian person to be incarcerated in this county. If you are Latino, you are 3 times more likely than a non-Latino Caucasian to be incarcerated in this county. Those numbers are unacceptable. If you suffer grave mental illness and are indigent, you will most certainly at some point in your life, if not multiple times, be housed in our jail facilities receiving no treatment instead of being housed in an appropriate residential facility or in community-based treatment. We believe option one would benefit the county over other proposals in very significant ways. We believe option one would better enable our most challenged community members to rehabilitate, seek and maintain employment, not be estranged from their family, in some cases children, and thereby will reduce crime. We credit the CEO and her team for opening their eyes to these important truths. Reimagination of how we channel the flow of people on their way to a placement, another placement, over the same old war on drugs style incarceration intensive philosophy of the 80s and 90s that have boosted the budgets of law enforcement and prison builders, but have left us exactly where
Thank
we
you, Bill.
are.
That is your time. We will now go to Lizzie Rodriguez to be followed by Linda Honigman. Lizzie? Lizzie, we have unmuted you and you appear to be unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Perhaps your microphone
Can you
is...
hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Hi, greetings, Chair Williams and members of the board. My name is Lizzie Rodriguez. I'm a business operator, educator, chair of the Santa Barbara Fire and Police Commission, and a restorative practitioner. I'm also a member of the CLUE League of Women Voters Criminal Justice Work Group. I'm speaking today in support of option one from the CEO report. It is the most humane and financial viable choice. Option one will be sufficient for the projected jail population for a county of our size. The downward trend in local crime statistics, programs such as holistic defense, co-response, friendly faces, restorative programs, and additional reductions from early representation. We really don't need a larger jail. Option one is sustainable, efficient, and cost-effective, and truly does represent the value of our Santa Barbara community. Thank you for your consideration.
We will now go to Linda Honigman to be followed by Terry Strickland. Linda?
Dear Chair Williams and County Supervisors, my name is Linda Honigman and I'm a resident of the unincorporated county. I would like to echo the letters submitted by CLUE and the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara, which support option one. Both of those organizations have been studying criminal justice reform at the national, state, and county level for many months. For Santa Barbara County, this included a review of the Murray versus County of Santa Barbara lawsuit. Meetings were held with the attorneys involved, and there have been numerous meetings with the county public safety department directors and a number of county staff members. The work group also toured both county jails. I'm especially interested in reducing the number of jailed folks with mental health challenges who are nonviolent, low-level offenders. Community-based treatment would be a much better use of public funds. I was impacted by the speakers from Family Act during the county budget workshops, who shared stories of family members with mental health challenges who should not have been jailed in the first place and saw their loved ones get worse during incarceration. I think we can do better. Thank you for your attention to this important matter.
We will now go to Terry Strickland, and then we will come to Santa Barbara with Lawrence Severance. Terry?
Chair Williams and the board, thank you. I spent the morning in a meeting with the Santa Maria Police Department, representatives from the Sheriff's Department, and from the DA's office, along with about 50 other business owners, discussing the crimes against businesses and our residents in North County. These agencies have formed a coalition and are trying to protect the businesses and residents. And it just seems to me like doubling the capacity of the Northern Branch Jail at this point is only going to exacerbate these problems. You know, what irks me about this whole thing is, 10 years ago, why didn't somebody just say, let's close the main jail and build a jail in North County that'll hold all the inmates, but they didn't do that. They played the game of, we're going to keep the main jail open and North County jail. We're going to have 2 of them, and then we won't have transportation costs. You know what? How's that going to affect the budget? And are they intaking? A question I have: are they intaking prisoners now at Northern Branch Jail? And if they're not, why aren't they? And you know, what's the cost of transporting these people back and forth? You know, it's ridiculous. It's and the thing about mental health beds, we need mental health beds. You've been talking about this for over 10 years, 15 years. Build some mental health beds. These people need help. You know, they don't need to be in prison. And I just think doubling the capacity of the Northern Branch Jail is not the best option at this time for the residents of North County. I'm sure South County thinks it's a great idea. But I think that there need to be more options. And I'm opposed to all of these options. And I think everybody needs to, you know, talk about.
Thank you, Terry. That is your time. We will now return to the Santa Barbara hearing room with Lawrence Severance, to be followed by Maureen Earls. Lawrence?
Chair Williams and supervisors, thank you for considering this important question today. I'm Larry Severance. I'm a board member of CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. I'm also co-chair of CLU's Criminal Justice Work Group, who've been collaborating in our research with the League of Women Voters. CLU supports and asks you to vote for option 1 today. We've submitted a letter in public support that details the reasons behind this. I've also personally submitted a paper in public comment that summarizes research, shows how a humane and financially prudent approach all point to option 1, which will reduce the number of jail beds and meet the Murray requirements. At a board meeting in February, CLU presented you with a petition with over 350 signatures from people in our community. The petition asked that you safely reduce our jail population. It also endorsed developing and expanding community-based alternatives to incarcerating people in our jails. We ask that you follow the recommendations of Michael Wilson, and my reading of his reports shows up to 250 beds could result in being not needed if those recommendations are fully implemented. The Sheriff's Department cannot adequately staff the jail now. Overtime bills for the county and staff morale that we've seen show that there's a real problem. Capping the beds with 1 pod in the North County Jail will help to better align custodial staff needs and recruitment. The sheriff recently published 2022 statistics that show crime is down in this community. That is in line with the trends projected by the jail population expert, and I think also supports a reduction in the number of beds for the jail. Option 1 is what we would ask you to support today. Thank you.
We will now go to Maureen Earls, to be followed by Love Maya. Maureen?
Good afternoon. Maureen Earls, CLU board member and co-chair of the Criminal Justice Work Group. As Larry mentioned, CLU and the League of Women Voters support option 1 as a 5-year projected reduced jail number. If we have 600 beds in North County with 1 new pod, and reducing the South County beds from 751 to 128, and retaining 32 additional mental health beds, we will have 760 beds total. CLU's research projects ongoing reduction of people in our jail system. We found, as Larry mentioned, the declining county crime rate. The sheriff's crime report for 2022 shows a 10-year decline in the county crime rate and violent crime remaining stable at around 13%. Secondly, new and ongoing jail reduction initiatives will continue reducing the jail population. 3 examples: the early representation grant, the growing number of new successful supportive housing beds, such as planned by Dignity Now, and continued implementation of the 5 reduction options from our county's jail population projection expert. So finally, 2 results are projected from CLUE's research. 1, we can safely reduce the excessive 70% waiting to stand trial in our jail, over 400 mostly nonviolent people. Number 2, we can reduce the number in jail of nonviolent people needing mental health treatment through projects like the proposed bridge housing at La Posada. Kim Albers reports Santa Barbara persons that transition out of homelessness into permanent housing have an 80% retention rate at 2 years. This includes people with mental health challenges. Our jail has a 75% return to incarceration rate the last we were
Thank you,
informed.
Maureen. That is your time. We will now go to Love Maya to be followed by Susan Horn. Love?
Thank you. Good afternoon, board. My name is Love. I am a senior at UC Santa Barbara, and I walk to speak to you on behalf of myself and my friends as members of this community in support of option 1. We learned through research in school last quarter that this county spends more on policing per capita than Los Angeles. Yet in my civic engagement class yesterday, we discussed the fact that there are only 16 beds in this county for people suffering from mental illnesses. All of us in that class are graduating from college next month, and more prison cells is not the future that we want. It is wrong to essentially put people in cages for amounts of time not in line with our Constitution, when those people are presumed innocent, and when so many were arrested for nonviolent offenses, often committed due to mental illness or substance abuse issues. This is not where we want the money that we put into our community to go. We need to move in the direction of more humanity for each other as human beings, not less. I've gone to meetings and listened to both the district attorney and the chief public defender speak, so I'm aware the DA has multiple jail diversion programs, and I'm aware of the development of an interdepartmental early representation program that will help to divert people from our jails that the public defender's office is overseeing. Similar programs in other counties have safely spared people with misdemeanors from sitting in jail pre-trial while saving taxpayer dollars. In addition to the downward trending jail population numbers from the sheriff's office, these diversion programs work to decrease our jail population. This will help people with mental illnesses, people of color, specifically Black people like me in our county. It will help people who are dealing with substance abuse issues, and it will help people who are suffering. So please consider future generations in this decision and consider option 1. Thank you.
We will now go to Susan Horn to be followed by Lynn Gibbs. Susan?
Hello. I don't have much to add, just that I support option 1 along with all the information that's given in the past. I've been studying it for 3 years and I'm with them. Thank you.
We will now go to Lynn Gibbs to be followed by Daryl Scheck. Lynn?
Chair Williams and Supervisors, NAMI, Santa Barbara County, and Families Act support the option 1 build-out proposal for the North County Jail. And rather than be repetitive, I'll refer you to our written statement to you. I just wanted to say in addition that we have an historical good partnership, I think, with each of the public safety departments. And what we perceive is that there's unanimity of the need to divert more people. And each department in the court would like to do that. And there's also a unanimity as to the insufficiency of treatment options for diversion. And I think when there's a difference of opinion in individual cases, it often comes down to a consideration of safety and whether there's an adequate, potentially effective treatment plan in place for this person when they're being diverted. So I think if the DA and judges and were more convinced that there would be adequate treatment on the outside, they would be more willing to divert more cases. And we share this understanding in NAMI. As family members, we're in a unique position to see where the gaps are in the system because our loved ones fall into those gaps. And sometimes we get frustrated feeling always at arm's length from when programs are being designed or decided upon. And so we are hoping for a rejuvenation of the Stepping Up initiative, where we had a community-wide effort to all sitting at the table to address the gaps in the system and how we can fill them. So we're hoping that that initiative gets rejuvenated and that we update the exercise we did 5 years ago on sequential intercept mapping to say, okay, what improvements have we made since then? And we have. And what do we still need to do? Thank you.
We will now go to Daryl Scheck to be followed by Kelly Ducan, our Chief Deputy District Attorney. Daryl?
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and Board of Supervisors. My name is Daryl Scheck, Executive Director of SEIU Local 620, representing a large portion of your county workforce. And I'm here today to provide feedback on item 7 regarding reconfiguration and construction of the county jail system. We have serious misgivings about how the project is going to be undertaken. There are conversations happening that indicate this money for such an insanely expensive project is once again going to be taken out of the budget for personnel, and the county is literally robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I need to stress vehemently to the board that our members at the county jail, also those that are represented potentially by other groups, have been under significant stress for an extended period of time. Our members have been dealing with chronic understaffing, staff turnover, and a serious issue with compensation which inhibits the department's ability to hire. Our members have been put in dangerous situations. Utility workers have been forced to do hazardous duties outside their job classes. Sheriff service technicians have been forced to work mandatory overtime, which has increased turnover and cost to the county. To take more money away from operations, which are already woefully understaffed and likely below minimum staffing levels at a variety of times, is simply insanity. Our members cannot do more with less. The system is already at a breaking point. This jail expansion cannot be funded on the backs of draconian cuts of staffing for our members. In addition, the representatives, employees that work in the jail, if there are changes to be made to personnel, it's extremely likely that it would trigger a meet and confer with the union, and we expect that that would happen, and it better happen. I have questions. Where exactly is this money going to come from for this jail expansion? We've heard about COPs, but I have doubts. Are operations budgets being slashed further to fund this development? And what's the cost, the current cost of overtime in the county jail detention system, and how would it compare to being fully staffed right now? How many mandatory overtime shifts of jail staff, whether represented by Local 620 or other groups, been forced to work because the department is unable to hire because they're not willing to pay? We can't staff what we have now, much less staff with an expansion. Respectfully, the sheriff, this isn't the first time we've been down this rodeo, and he doesn't live the hell that our members do working the jobs that they work. And we need your help. We need your protection from those that seem to have little regard for the employees and continue to work them to exhaustion. We need oversight and enforcement of minimum staffing levels to ensure public safety and worker safety is job number one.
Thank you. That is your time. We will now go to Kelly Ducan to be followed by Neil Gowing. Kelly?
Thank you, Chair Williams, members of the board. I'm Chief Deputy District Attorney Kelly Duncan. The District Attorney's mission is to protect the public safety of Santa Barbara County. District Attorney John Savernock is committed to finding alternatives to jail for the mentally ill defendants. And our office has had a long-standing commitment to finding alternatives and to collaborative courts, rather, that provide community-based alternatives to jail and provide better outcomes for public safety. To protect the public safety, however, the consequence of committing serious crimes is oftentimes incarceration. While there was a temporary reduction of cases during the pandemic, our office is still facing a significant backlog of those cases. During the pandemic, our office, the public defender, and the courts all worked together to move an extraordinary number of lower-level cases out of the court system. The remaining backlog of cases are significant felonies, and the conviction of those cases will result in incarceration of the defendants, either locally or in state prisons. Today, I would like to encourage the board against choosing an option to reduce the jail's capacity that would result in an inability to house even the jail's current daily population. The criminal justice system will make custodial decisions based on the crimes the defendants are convicted of without any regard to the jail's capacity. We also must be able to respond to crime trends. Undersizing our jail system will result in continued jail overcrowding and limit the criminal justice system's ability to address crime in our community. Now, you've heard some confusing statistics today concerning crime trends. What's true, however, is that the district attorney's office has had a 5% increase in felony cases presented over the past 5 years, while misdemeanor cases have decreased. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Neil Gowing to be followed by Kevin Martin, Lompoc Police Chief. Neil?
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. As you guys know, I'm Neil Gowing. I'm the president of the Deputy Sheriff's Association. My members are the men and women, boots on the ground, doing the work in both the jail and obviously on the streets. I would caution you that, or I'd like to point out to you that option 2 is actually a reduction in our current bed count in our jail. Option 1 is not even feasible. With 750 inmates, to go with option 1 would put my custody deputies at risk. Inside a jail facility, a lot of people aren't aware that there are jail politics that occur inside of a jail facility, and our members have to figure out housing to try and get around that so that we don't have inmates violently assaulted by other inmates. To pack everyone inside the jail with no capacity to move them around would cause not only threats to the inmates, but also to my members that have to protect those inmates and are bound to do so. I would also tell you guys, from boots on the ground, I've been doing this 21 years. You might see crime report stats that say crimes are down, and that's just not true. What is down is police officers on the streets to be able to try and enforce those crimes. You can't turn on the news any week in this county anymore without seeing a shooting in Lompoc, Santa Maria, or even Santa Barbara. We had a murder right at the wharf. So my unit alone is seizing more ghost guns and more guns from individuals than I ever have in my 20 years as a deputy sheriff. The amount of drugs and drug dealers on the streets in this county has increased more than I've ever seen. Our fentanyl seizures are through the roof. I'm investigating more overdose deaths than I've ever seen in this county due to fentanyl. And when we can catch those people that are responsible for that, we need somewhere to place them. And we're not talking about people with severe mental illness. We're talking about drug dealers that are killing people. So where I agree that those that have severe mental illness need better treatment within this county, I totally agree that 16 beds is not sufficient. We do have to have enough bed space to put those that are not mentally ill, that choose to commit serious violent felonies in this county inside of a custodial facility. I would urge you on behalf of the DSA and for the public that you go with option 2. Thank you.
We will now go to Lompoc Police Chief Kevin Martin to be followed by Guadalupe Police Chief Michael Cash. Kevin?
Chair, board members, my first time in front of you. I'm very concerned about a reduction in our beds in the county jail. We have been all struggling with staffing levels. And as this gets better, and it's starting to, we are going to see an increase in activity by our officers in the communities that we police. I'm currently working on a project right now that will hopefully increase the production and work by my officers to almost 40% by just technology updates. You've been presented with a lot of numbers and a lot of stats. I don't think there's one leader in law enforcement in this room that would argue we are insufficient when it comes to mental health and those subjects that are in custody with that. Based on the numbers that I've heard today, 60 out of 750 means that 95% of those in custody are not mental health patients. So it's completely feasible that the county can do a much better job with less money to address that issue. And I would hope that we're taking a serious look at that. Last year in Lompoc, a city of 43,000, we had 5 homicides. 4 of the 5 suspects are minors. California law has changed to where we cannot interview these minors without an attorney present. So when we look at these numbers, are we really getting factual numbers in front of you to help you make the decisions you need to make? That's the age group that we're talking about as we go 10, 15, 20, 30 years from now. So getting in front of this now is very, very important to this county. It's important to my community. And I expect that we will see an increase in the number of arrests that we're making, not only in misdemeanors, but felonies as well. I thank you for your time. I hope you can make solid decisions. Thank you.
We will now go to Guadalupe Police Chief Michael Cash, to be followed by Santa Maria Police Chief Mark Schneider. Michael?
Thank you, supervisors and communities. My first time here, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm changing what I was really going to be talking about, listening to some of the prior people speaking here. There are 343 police chiefs in the state of California. 13 are African American. I also work as an instructor for FEMA. So I've been through 48 states, in the United States, and I visited most of the protests and riots that were due to lack of proper policing issues. I'm also a member of NOBLE, National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives. One thing that always gets lost is we're talking about who's incarcerated. But the other part is, what about the families and communities that have been impacted by those that are incarcerated? People here aren't talking about them when they're saying that most people are African American or Hispanic. I come from where I say right now is God country. We're in the northern corner of Santa Barbara County. We're on our own a lot. We look after each other. So I believe in that holistic approach to taking care of our people. But lowering the beds in the jail, it's going to impact those communities, my community. I have to look at the whole thing. I'm the police chief, the fire chief, and emergency preparedness. They have gifted me to take care of all their public safety needs, and I have to look at the entire picture. The families that are left behind, and then when they're getting out. I appreciate, because I have to call on my partners, Bill, Mark from Santa Maria, for assistance, because we don't have enough. And if we don't have a place to house people that commit these crimes, then it's going to impact the communities that people here are talking about but never go to see what happens to those families that are left behind that have to deal with that carnage. So I ask you, I implore you, please do not lower the beds so that we can keep this county safe. Thank you.
We will now go to Santa Maria Police Chief Mark Schneider, to be followed by Suzanne Riordan. Mark?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to make a few comments. I too had the position of Chief Cash and not to reduce bed capacity. Then there's several reasons for that, and I too understand diversion and wanting to take care of our mentally ill in the community. I support that, and I think that's appropriate, and I don't think those folks need to be in jail if there's an alternative to getting them well. And like I said, I completely support that. In Santa Maria alone, we did face a significant deficit in our staffing, nearly 30 officer positions, which is 23% of our complement. 131 officers is what we're allocated. Today, by the end of the year, I think we're going to have our vacancies down to 5%, 6 officer vacancies by the end of the year. So with that being said, I would echo what the sheriff and what Chief Cash said and Chief Martin, in that we are going to be able to get out there and be more proactive on the patrol side. But where it also will pay off will be in our investigative units. We didn't have a property crimes division in our detective bureau until the beginning of the year. You heard a call earlier on the over Zoom about meeting with a bunch of farmers and business folks, and I was at that meeting. And they're at an unprecedented thefts occurring in the North County, and it's costing them tens of thousands of dollars. And we weren't able to deliver a service that is expected, and now we are. And what I think will happen with that is that we will find those individuals that are responsible for catalytic converters and stealing heavy equipment and costing businesses tens of thousands of dollars, and they need to be held accountable for those. In addition to that, the city of Santa Maria is expected to grow in population by nearly 50,000 people over the next 24 years. And those are based on state mandates from the Housing Community Development, which says that every year the city of Santa Maria must build 5,000 housing units over an 8-year period. Each housing unit is 3.5 residents. And those figures are consistent with SB CAG, which says about 40,000 over 20 years. So I do encourage the board to consider keeping the staff or the bedding jail capacity at what it is, so we're able to protect our community and keep our streets safe. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Suzanne Rorden, to be followed by Mr. Abundis. Suzanne?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I will propose that public safety requires adequate treatment, and that we do not have. Times have changed. The throw them in jail era is over. Sheriff Brown inherited an overcrowded jail based on 2 very unfortunate decisions and policies. One was the very unwise decision to close state mental hospitals without providing treatment in the community. The other was the profoundly unjust decision to criminalize huge numbers of people, especially peoples of color, for things like marijuana possession. The U.S. incarceration rate at that time that he took over was an international shame, a global shame. Today's crisis demonstrates that incarcerating people with mental health conditions did not protect us. It doesn't provide public safety. And the proof is obvious to anyone who walks or drives down our streets. We aren't seeing criminals lining the streets. We're seeing very, very vulnerable people in a very anguished and confused mental state. It is truly, truly gratifying to hear representatives of the county CEO's office and heads of county departments making our case, because Families Act now for a decade and a half has been saying we need treatment beds more than we need more jail cells. We need more treatment beds, and because of the economic equation, we need fewer jail cells. And here we are today at this moment where it's become our slogan, beds not cells, has become, obvious. So we support option 1 at this point. If you had billions and billions of dollars in your coffers, you could do both. You could build more, more pods, and you could have adequate numbers of treatment beds. But you may not have enough money to do both. So we hope that you will make the right decision. And we trust that you will. And it's not an easy one. Thank you.
And that was our final speaker on this item.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I had a question. When it was looked at to bring these pods to the North Branch Jail, why was it not considered to maybe expand or maybe demolish part of the South County Jail and put those pods in the South? Because I think that was a missing piece of this discussion that I think some of our North County residents might not understand. And so did we look at that as potentially adding more capacity to the South County Jail versus the North Branch?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I'm looking around and there's not many of us left from that time period. And when I entered the picture talking about that, there was never a discussion about that. It's a good point. I don't think there was when I came in. It was just discussion of rehabbing the main jail at that point.
I mean, more recently, I think we have looked at the question of how much it would cost to just basically flatten the place and rebuild it. and those costs were extremely high.
I think that's what I understood as well as having issues about where do you put the inmates when you build that new jail. And I think it's also important to understand that if we move forward with any of these additional pods, we will still keep a portion of the South County Jail open for intake as well as for housing for some of those that are probably in trials that are taking place in the South Coast to limit the transportation costs that we were trying to avoid in the first place by having 2 jails. Is that correct?
Yes, Supervisor, through the chair, it is proposed that the IRC be remodeled to accommodate for the intake and assessment pieces that will put us in compliance with the settlement agreement. And then there would be 128 beds there that would be used primarily for those prior to their arraignment hearing, as we know that many of those will be released either before arraignment or at arraignment. So we'd like to avoid the costs and the impacts of transporting them to North County. That would ensure that they can be released back into the community from where they came.
Thank you. And that actually dovetails into my other question about transportation. And one of the concerns in my community is about if we build more up in the North County, when those inmates are released, especially if they're arrested maybe in the South Coast or in another community, how do they make it back home and not be released into the community that they're housed?
Supervisor, through the chair, there has been some discussion about that, and that is part of, as I mentioned, keeping them at the IRC in South County prior to arraignment, because that's when the greatest number of them are released. Some of them will be returning for court and could be dressed for release when they come up for their court hearing. Others that have a planned release then could be transported up similarly. The goal would be to release as many of them back into the community in which they will be residing. As you know, there are some that will be leaving the area completely and can be released from the NBJ, but for those that will be returning to the community, we would like to provide the discharge planning that is required under the settlement agreement, but also is part of what CalAIM is bringing is much more robust warm handoff to local providers.
Well, I think if we do move forward with any type of addition in the North Branch Jail, we do need to make them more robust policies on screening and discharge. I think that if we're going to put that burden in the North, that we got to make sure that we have those policies and the funding to make sure that we're appropriately discharging those people who have been arrested into the communities that they are from.
Supervisor, through the chair, I agree. The part of the settlement agreement I know we haven't been focusing on today, but is an integral part of the interagency coordination that has to take place is around discharge planning and having much more robust discharge planning with warm handoffs for everybody coming out of the jail.
Okay. Well, thank you. I saw a lot of nodding heads up here on the dais with that. I think we're all concerned about that and want to make sure that it's not a disproportionate burden on one community.
And Mr. Nelson, before you get deep into it, there's one public commenter we did not get to, so we're going to
I'm good to roll out. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Williams and members of the board. Yes, we had a member of the public who registered for Zoom and is here in person. And our final speaker is Pam Flint-Tambo. Pam?
Thank you. I didn't register for Zoom. I registered here. Anyway, whatever. Thank you for hearing me. And I don't have that much to add that's substantive, but I want to say a big thank you to the staff and the departments and the supervisors for working together to reach this point. It's been a long time, and I've been involved in looking at this issue for about over 3 years. With the League of Women Voters, I'm a member of the leadership team and a vice president of the league here in Santa Barbara. We strongly support option 1 to provide a new pod at our North Branch Jail, and we also support the plan to renovate and configure portions of the South County Main Jail for an intake center with appropriate accommodation for the public defender and early representation for probation and diversion. We recognize that for the accommodation of 728 spaces to be adequate in the future, we must provide community support for the people in our county who have behavioral wellness or mental health concerns, as well as diversion efforts. And we look forward to communicating further with the staff and the supervisors as additional plans are created for this very complicated and challenging project. And after being here for 6 hours today listening, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Now that concludes public comment. Thank you.
Back to the board. Supervisor Lavanillo.
Okay. Well, this is kind of like deja vu all over again. It's funny because I heard on public comment, one of our speakers said, hey, nobody said in 2015 that we should get rid of the South County Jail and build it all up north. I did. So first off, I want to appreciate the sheriff. Since 2015, actually come a long way. The agreement now to downsize the South County Jail is huge movement that I've seen. You know, I think you have to go back and look at this historically. And in 2015, when we had this hearing before, the ADP was hovering between 850 and 1,000. The sheriff brought a plan at that time to not only build the Northern Branch Jail, but also proposed an additional 228 beds that the state was going to pay 90% of the construction cost. Construction at that time was $39 million. So for us, less than a one-time cost of $4 million plus $2 million operating, we could have had an additional 228 beds. Our board voted it down on a 4-to-1 vote. The reason why was because at that time we said we couldn't afford it. So I rarely get it right up here, but I did that day. So to build those same beds today, we're now talking about spending $153 million. In my mind, that's a $149 million mistake. I'm not going back over this so I can say I told you so, but I want to highlight it because I feel like we're in the same exact spot we were, and I don't want to make the same mistake again. The last time we made this mistake was because we were asking the wrong question. We asked in 2015, what can we afford? Not what do we need? And now I'm always up here talking about the difference between, just like I'm at home with the kids, what you want and what you need are two different things. This is something we need. For less than an additional $3 million a year in finance costs between option one with one pod and the 1.5 pods, we're talking about $3 million a year in more finance. I know that's a lot of money, but you got to remember back in 2015 when we said we couldn't afford it because it was $2 million, that was a $149 million mistake. Even if all of our diversion programs work, and I am hopeful that they will, the population of Santa Barbara County is going to continue to grow. You heard the estimates about Santa Maria, what the census is. It's one of the youngest cities in the whole state. 31% of the people are under 18 years old. It's booming. If crime even just stays at the same rate that it is, by default, there's going to be more bodies that need to be housed. And I feel we can't artificially try to lower the ADP because of an ideology that we support. We have to look at it factually. We all want diversion to succeed. We've been hearing this for a number of years now. Our DA, Savernock, totally committed. Public defender, Tracy McCouga, she's been preaching it and she's converted me and many others. Chief Benton, Sheriff Brown, ACO Tanya Heitman, we're all in. The only group that I continue to say is not the ones that haven't bought in yet are the people that are committing crime still, right? So, I mean, you could make all this go away if people just stopped breaking the law. But human nature has proven that a certain small percentage of society will continue to make bad decisions. So I support removing the mentally ill from our jail. And if I had a magic wand, we would do that tomorrow. And the question is, where did they go? right? Where do they go? I also endorse diverting low-level offenders, but as the sheriff mentioned, 90% of our inmates now are in for felonies. And honestly, I'm not interested in releasing them early. Now, if we were making that decision based on good behavior, or they've been rehabilitated, or something like that, I can understand that. But we're talking about releasing people early that have committed a felony based on a financial decision that I control. Right now, the feeling in North County, you guys can quote me all kinds of statistics about the crimes going down or this is going down. You know, as Neil said, rural crime, property crime, burglaries, assaults, domestic violence. I live there. I can promise you it's much more unsafe than it was 5 or 10 years ago. So I know this is a huge investment. And it's not going to work unless we're going to have to reprioritize our spending. There's just no doubt about it. There's things that we have to do and things we want to do and things we like to do. This is something we have to do. For me, it's a pretty easy decision because I just feel morally obligated to provide a blanket of protection that I think the everyday citizen deserves in this county. And so for me, I would love to go with 2 pods. I also have to be realistic. And I think 1.5 pods at this point, with the reconstruction that's done in the South County, gets us to a place where we can all be working towards the same goals. So that's what and honestly, I think even if we don't have to make this decision today, even if you think we should only go with 1 pod, I would hope that we would at least look at the design of 1.5 pods. Let's hope our diversion works over the next couple of years. Maybe diversion's just kicking butt and we don't need 1.5 pods. And even the sheriff comes in and says, wow, you know, we're down to 500 people. Everybody's doing a great job. But I think it would be a mistake at this point to not at least plan for that scenario. So.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I always appreciate Supervisor Lavanino's historic context, and
I'm old.
You're our senior member on the board, but you're not old. We have 2 decisions before us. The first is, what do we do with the South County Jail? And I'm fully supportive of staff's recommendation. I think Supervisor Williams has been a leader in that, but to invest more is pouring good money after bad, both in terms of the structure itself, but also how it locks us into an old model of incarceration and the staffing that it requires. So I'm very much supportive of what's being proposed for the South County Jail, and I do think the sheriff, this has been a big step that he's made to reluctantly but support that idea. As far as the North County Jail, I mean, I'm relying on what the staff has said in its report, and I think it's worth quoting. Within the next year and before final design, the Criminal Justice Agency should be prepared to report out on their progress and provide population projection analysis to ensure their strategies will sufficiently decrease the population to achieve the targets. And then, you know, they'll come back and work with us to determine, they'll report back to the board in this time frame and allow staff to augment the design plan should the board seek more jail capacity. So I think that's the decision, and I appreciate Supervisor Lavino. For me, absolutely we need the 1 pod. Do we need to design for 1.5 and then make the decision? I would be open to that. But I think we don't have to really make the final decision about what we're going to do until a little further on when we have more information about how well these programs are working. So I would be open to designing for 1.5. I don't really want to make the decision about what we're actually going to build until we know more about what the numbers say.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I still have a couple of questions for staff, and it comes down to the design costs and timelines, because I think that's what we're trying to decide here is what does that look like? Does it cost more for us to design 1.5 versus 1 or to do 2? I mean, is this an incremental cost that we're looking at?
Supervisor Nelson, the chair. So the short answer to your question is yes. So the design costs as we go and negotiate a scope of work for the bridging architect to do the basic design cost is driven by the size and the number of beds that you'd like us to proceed with. You know, you're in that $3 to $5 million range that you're going to be investing in some bridging documents, and it could be slightly more. And so it does have a cost impact. The question is, you know, where would your board like the flexibility? As I mentioned before, if you design for 1.5 pods, if that's what I'm hearing, there's a decision point which your board will have down the road that says, no, we're only going to put 1 pod out to bid, right? If you want to wait and say, let's design 1 pod now, and if these diversion efforts don't work, then let's amend the contract to add an additional half pod. Certainly can do that approach too. Is there a risk of some minor delay and ultimate going out to bid? Perhaps, but not as significant. So I think your board has an option of which way you'd like to go.
So if I'm hearing correctly, it's slightly more to design more, and then we can always cut back from there. As we go out to design on this, is it possible to come up with a design that might have like a rough shell for 2, but only really, you know, fully built out interiorly for 1 or 1.5? Is that even an option that could be played out? Because there's a lot of the guts of a jail that are very expensive. And again, I think we're trying to make decisions thinking 20 years in advance, you know, and I want to make sure that we're making that right decision. So, you know, would it make sense potentially to build out 2 pods, you know, acknowledging that the population is going to grow? I was looking at that study that Michael Wilson did, and I want to dive in a little bit more on the population growth numbers that he was projecting, because I think that they're probably inaccurate considering the housing that we're talking about, you know, building throughout this county. So if that's inaccurate, guys, it blows up the whole system, and none of these numbers work. And so we need to acknowledge that. And I think over this next few months, we should be reviewing those numbers to really see if those are true. I mean, that's one line in that report that says, you know, we're not expecting it to grow. I don't see any source data on that. It's something we should definitely dig in a little further, and as a community, to make sure that if population growth is going to happen, we need to build for 20 years from now. I mean, we may have 50 to 100,000 more residents in Santa Barbara County, you know, 20 years from now, and we will, at that point, absolutely would have needed 2 pods. And when we see a 69-month time frame from beginning design to eventually building out, we're going to open up a jail that's already going to be too small potentially 5 years from now. And so that's what's really concerning to me. So, you know, it's my preference to see us, you know, move forward with at least designing right now for the 2 pods. I know that may be politically unpopular, but I think it's also the fiscally responsible thing to do. We still get to make the decision, as Supervisor Hartman said later on, what we end up paying for to be built out. But design's cheap. You know, it's the construction and the rest of it that's going to be much more expensive. And of course, staffing will be the most expensive part moving forward in the future. So, you know, that's where I want to go. I would rather start from bigger and work our way back down than the other way around, and actually explore some of keeping maybe rough shells in place as a construction project, and not just, you know, building it all out from inside out from the very beginning. So, and I guess my last question is, how long is actually the design going to take? Because we're seeing a year is what we're looking at, or is that accurate, or is it months?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So, I'm sorry, the question is design of the pods?
The pod system, yes, the North Branch
Right,
Jail.
so it would be these bridging it would be an RFP to put together, and then it would be a design-build type contract. So we'd have to put together the documents to then go out to a construction firm. So it would be probably a year before we'd have that.
So if it's a design-build contract, then we're already committing to that number of beds from the very beginning? Because I was trying to understand, I thought we were going to go to design first, have some conceptual designs in place, see how diversion goes, maybe dig back into some of these assumptions in the Michael Wilson consulting report and see if those are accurate, and then make a final decision here in the future. So what's that timeline?
It'd be about a year for, bridging documents before we come back and say, is this really the way we want to go forward?
Okay. All right, well, where I'm at right now is I still think it'd be fiscally responsible for us to design to the 2 pods that at least in option 3, and then be able to have a discussion up here about whether that's what we end up constructing for or not. I think we're tying our hands to do anything less than that.
I'll just, put some of my thoughts into this. My primary reason to support the construction of additional capacity in the Northern Branch Jail is to arrest, no pun intended, the unsustainable growth of overtime that we have. The necessity to provide outdoor time in the main jail is, to me, is nightmarishly adding on to a situation where we already have the men and women of the department stretched to the limit and beyond. I think that the overtime expenses that we have now and the growth of them, 50% higher than 3 years ago in overtime expenses, is threatening the efficacy of the department and the greatest fiscal threat to the stability of the county. The department continues to be so short-staffed that it is also ruining the lives of the men and women that are there, causing divorces, stress, loss of family life, and cannot be maximizing the rehabilitation potential of the institution. Custody deputies, if their lives are under stress, that will reduce their effectiveness inherently to the inmates. I feel like it is irresponsible to spend this much money in a system that a model that seems to be destined to continue to fail, right? And what I mean by fail is continue to not have the design and the efficiency to be able to both provide for the supervision of the inmates and be sustainable for the employees. Where exactly we land is a tough one, because in terms of what we do in the North, I would love to live in a world where we could just build 2 and not occupy them. But I also think that that's $5.8 million that we would not be spending on the mental health and treatment beds. That's $5.8 million potentially that we would not be spending on attracting and retaining the employees. So, I would like to have them both, but if I have to articulate what my priority would be, it would be to spend more on the employees so they stay. It would be to spend more on mental health and treatment beds, and even if that means we do not build 2 pods in the North. I'm okay with, at this point, looking at the design for 1.5, but I cannot envision a year from now us having $5.8 million extra money. So, you know.
It's not how it works, though.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, it's going to be, this is something that we're talking about, 5 to 6 years from now, that we would actually have to come in with that money. We can't use Prop 172 dollars on mental health beds, at least as far as I know. Right? Am I not wrong there? So, these things aren't mutually exclusive. I mean, if this is something that's a priority to us, then this is something, and public safety is a priority to us, this is something that can get funded, and it doesn't have to be something at the expense of mental health beds. It's not beds or cells. It's not. It's absolutely.
I don't think you know that.
I know
we
county
have
budgeting.
we have a state budget that proposes to sweep Mental Health Services Act funding. Every one of those dollars we receive is matched by the feds. That could be an impact of $25 million.
The color of money is different.
So we start today with $25 million less than we would need to just do what we're doing right now next year. And so I just can't, I do not see how you can say there's gonna be the money there. And I am trying to articulate my priorities. My priority I would rather put the dollars in the hands of the deputies so they stay, and I'd rather put the dollars into creating treatment beds and addiction beds. I think there's still one of us we haven't heard from. Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Thanks to our advocates, and I acknowledge the years that have gone into this before I've joined the board and all of the history. This is a challenging decision, but the positive that I want to just note is the resounding support from every corner on diversion, and that's what we're getting at, is how do we incentivize, how do we keep that momentum, how do we ensure that? And I'm certainly respectful of the staff recommendation for one, and acknowledge that there's flexibility there. I'm sort of aligned with Supervisor Hartman, trying to figure out where that flexibility, where that time frame is. If we're not meeting our targets of diversion in a year and a half from now, is there potential to add more? That's where I'm landing, is accepting the recommendation of one, but open to when can we say, hey, we're not meeting the goals that we've all affirmed repeatedly. And our advocates, I look at CLU, I mean, they've been singing this from the mountaintops for so long, and I was able to, thanks to the sheriff, tour the South County Jail and see it for myself recently, and we need to do something. So where I land is aligned with Supervisor Hartman, I believe. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but supporting staff recommendation, but very interested to understand more about when we could have to make a decision to design or build 1.5. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, we have to look at, first off, we can do a lot of things in this county when we put our mind to it. We set aside, is it now $22 million a year? We carved out $22 million a year out of the general fund to build the North County Jail and operate it. And we have an awesome budget staff. We have very smart people. Mona, if you give her the opportunity to say, whether it's $5 million or $8 million, this county's very different than a lot of other counties. Year over year, property taxes never come in negative 1 year over the next year. Now, we've had some very slight growth year over year, but as opposed to almost every other county, this county has a base that you can rely on. We haven't been in a downturn in a while, and I am always the last one to want to spend more money, but when it gets down to public safety and things that you have to do, there are so many things that we do in this county that we want to do, that we like to do, that we don't have to do. But I don't want people to think it is beds or cells. That is such a false narrative. It's not. Generally, when you come to these meetings, that's what we're talking about, is mental health or public safety. And so you're either pushing mental health or you're saying we're spending too much on public safety. But there are 50 other weeks out of the year instead of those 2 weeks. When we're talking about a bunch of other stuff that we do up here that we spend a lot of money on. Our general fund is $300 million. So budget when I got here was $800 million, and it's $1.4 billion now. So there's growth. We cannot say this is going to be the same mistake if we do this as 8 years ago when we said we can't afford it. And then we're going to, not us, we'll all be gone, Mona will be gone, Sheriff Brown will be gone. There'll be a new sheriff with 5 other supervisors up here, a new CEO, and they're going to, my kids, my grandkids are going to be the ones going, dang, it was too expensive? Well, now it's $400 million, you know? So I just think that's a false narrative. If it's a priority, we can make this happen. And I do agree with Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman that I understand where you're coming from. That I think it's just a difference of saying, should we plan for 1.5, and if it doesn't work, we go to 1? Or on your thing, you're saying, let's plan for 1, and if it works, you know, then, I mean, if it doesn't work, we'll go to 1.5, and I'm saying if it does work, we can go to 1. But I think when you design something, I think it's probably we would start big and go down. Might be easier, but.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I wanted to get back to the funding because I want to ask our budget staff, is it mutually exclusive, paying for beds and for paying for growth in the jail and the construction of the jail? Because my understanding is we have different pots of money, whether, we can't spend general fund on anything, but then we have other things, whether it's coming from, Cal-AIM or it's coming from Prop 172. So it's not always a mutually exclusive decision where we have to choose one or the other. And so, I want to make sure that I get on the record that that's true, because I think that's if that's what we're going to be saying up here is that we have to choose one or the other, I don't think that's correct. And so I would like to know if it's correct or not.
Supervisors through the chair, obviously there's funds dedicated to mental health for mental health beds. There's funds like Prop 172 for public safety. I think what the issue is, obviously general fund can be spent on anything, and it's really, right now, about 70% of the jail is funded by general discretionary revenue. So it's basically, would you spend those monies on something else? But you're right, there's already dedicated funds for mental health. There is dedicated funds for public safety, and general fund can be used on anything.
That's right. That's my whole point, is that we can do both, and we should do both. And I think we should be planning for both. And that's where I want to get to.
Well, I think the reason why it's difficult to plan for more, though I mean, I'm willing to plan for 1.5, as Hartman, as Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Capps are, but I at this point would only be willing to commit to funding 1, and that is because you can't get it all. I mean, Bob, at the budget hearings, you wanted to allocate more sheriff's positions than we had money to allocate. We have to actually make it, we have to sometimes choose one or the other. And I'm saying that right now we are going to face decisions about what we do for pay and benefits for these employees. We're going to face decisions about how we handle mental health care. And I can't get a concrete number about how much money we intend to save from the department by making moves that obviously will save at least avoided cost of people doing a rigmarole for outside time. So, I'm saying to go more than 1 pod, we would need to have this be more of a team effort between the department and the board and the CEO to come up with that money and not be asking for 1 million new positions every year at the same time.
And Supervisors, if I could just interrupt, we prepared this, it's in the back of the room, and we have it submitted to the clerk, but it was to answer a question that came up earlier. Because I wanted to just lay out, and first of all, Supervisor Lavanino is right that if the board directs us, we will figure out a way, and Supervisor Nelson. So, but I just want to show pre-recession, 2005-06, this was the jail ADP. And you have to give Sheriff Brown credit because there's 2 failed attempts to get a new jail, and he was the one who succeeded. And so there was 981 in the jail ADP. The custody program had 245 employees. The custody budget was 28 million. I put it in 2023 dollars, which is about 45 million. The GFC at that time was 15 million, so it's 53% of the total. GFC is general fund contribution, or it's basically the purely discretionary money the board has. Post-recession, the jail population is a little bit lower. The jail custody program dropped, and Sheriff Brown always talks about how his budget got cut and reduced, and he was right. The custody program at that time grew to $40 million. It's $54 million in today's dollars. And then the custody budget was funded, 67% of it was the total general discretionary revenue. Today, this is based on next year's budget. The jail ADP, we said, is about 770. The custody program is 346 employees now. Whether they're all staffed, that's an issue that we've been talking about. The budget today is $90.5 million. And it's almost 70% of the jail budget is funded from general discretionary revenue. And I say that it's because we opened the Northern Branch Jail, we planned for it, and the costs of the main jail also increased. That's why you have a $90 million budget today. And I'm saying this because this is something that, what you all have been saying is, how do we have a sustainable program? What we provided you today was based on our best recommendation on operations and budget. And you have different concerns looking into the future, I understand that. But I'm just saying there needs to be some shift because this is not sustainable. So we have to change something. The something could be, we're giving you a change. The change could be, yes, we're gonna have more money for diversion, because but there has to be a shift. And when you look at the budget requests, the board said, we would like, here are some priorities. I would say, if the board wants to make a shift, I would say no expansion request for any public safety department unless it's geared towards diversion, period. Maybe no expansion request for any department unless it goes towards diversion. So there has to be a shift if we want to make a shift. Insanity is doing the same thing over and expecting a different result. And I think that's the conversation that we've had. And thank you to Suzanne Reardon if she's here, because what she said was, it'd be great to do everything, but what do you really have resources to do? And I know it's a difficult discussion for all of you. You're all saying things that make sense and reflect your values. And that's why this is a difficult discussion to have. But as Supervisor Lavanino said, whatever you decide to do, we will make it work. There will be costs and benefits of it all. And I'm just here to remind you, this is the journey we've been on today. And Sheriff Brown did bring stepping up. He has been a supporter of treating the mentally ill. He's been on a state commission this whole time. So it's not that he doesn't want to do that. I think it's because he saw the jail overcrowding issues that he had to deal with when he first came to office. So I have a lot of empathy for that and sympathy for that. It's just we're trying to make a shift now to address the things that our community has been talking about for so long. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. My last 2 points is one, to CO Miyasato's point here that we need to do something different. We heard earlier it's at, $22 million to run the North Branch Jail of that $90 million budget. We're going to do something different. We're going to decommission large portions of the South County Jail that are very, very expensive to operate, and hopefully begin new construction on something that's much more efficient, much less expensive, on a per capita basis to run. And so I do think we're moving towards a more efficient model by investing in an North Branch Jail. And the second point that I also want to make sure everybody understands is, at the end of the day, housing inmates is really the constitutional charge of the sheriff. And so whatever number we put up there, it really doesn't matter. That's just what we're going to house inside our county. And then he's going to send them wherever he'd like them to go that might have additional beds and additional costs, and we will have to pay those bills. I think it's better for our system to be doing it in our own county, where people are near their loved ones, where they're near their attorneys, where they're near court. And so, that's the part that's eventually outside of our control here. And so it may be unpopular for a sheriff to do that in the future. I hope that's not the case. I'm rooting for diversion in lower numbers. I'm not trying to root for 1,000 beds, because I think that's a good thing for society. It's just like what Supervisor Lavanino was talking about. It's unfortunate there's a small percentage of people that will do the wrong thing, and we have to step in, and that's our number one job up here, is public safety and making sure that we're protecting the public and protecting the victims. And I've gone probably a little longer on my position on this, but I really think it's important to keep all that in mind as we move forward.
I think this slide is really important. I mean, this is what I mean, that we have to, at some point, figure out a way to change this cycle. I want, both for the health of the inmates and the health of the custody deputies, to have an institution that succeeds and is sustainable. This does not, to me, speak to an institution that is sustainable. Somebody needs to make a motion.
Well, can I comment on that just for a second?
Supervisor Lebanon.
Agreed. That's why we're going to redo the South County Jail, because this system that we have right now is not sustainable. And I think the sheriff has now said, okay, I'm going to downsize the South County Jail to 128 beds. And that thing costs $90 million a year to operate. So, or close to that, somewhere around there. So, 60? Okay, so what's another 30? Okay, so 60. Among friends, it goes quick if you say it fast. But if it's 60 million, there's got to be some cost savings in there. I sense the frustration, but this is the move to answer what the sustainability problem is. And so, yeah.
And if the cost savings could be substantiated by the sheriff, then I would be willing to go with 1.5 pods. But we keep on getting the same thing. We want this, but we also want this, and we also want this. He has to choose. And if this is going to be the priority, then we need to substantiate what the cost savings would be.
Okay. I just warned that the reason why this failed last time, or the reason why we blew it last time, was because people had a difference with the sheriff. And I'm not saying it's not healthy to have difference with the sheriff. Sheriff and I have disagreed on some things. At the end of the day, to me, it's not even about the sheriff. It's our constituents. It's people in our neighborhood. And I guess we're just going to disagree on it, but hopefully we'll get there at some point.
Anybody ready to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we have the report. Want to hand that to you? This is going to be complicated, I think. Okay. So I'll move A, receive and file. And my B, directing staff, would be to proceed with the minimized renovation plan that addresses the IRC, makes ADA improvements, and eliminates uses of other beds as detailed in the report. And then as it comes to C, regarding the North Branch Jail, 1 would be to direct staff to proceed with obtaining designs for. What I want to do is, I guess it would be option 2, which is 1.5 pods. Oh, so I want to go with under C. This is like ordering off a menu, man. C2, I get something from column A and B. Okay, C2, or double I, whatever you want to call it. And then the other direction is appropriate would be, so return, and I don't know the time frame, but return, we have to get an update on diversion programming, and I guess, we're always getting those updates. So I would go for direct staff to proceed with obtaining designs for option 1.5, and then CEQA as well.
There's a motion. Is there a second? It fails.
Well, I'm going to second that.
So you're going to second that?
I'm going to second that, because I'm at actually C3. But, C1 is completely unacceptable to me, so I'll at least compromise, and I'll second your motion here on C2.
Okay. Anyone want to speak to the motion? I will just say that I will oppose the motion because I'm not ready to make that the momentum of the institution. I would be willing to consider 1.5 pods if the department and the board were working together on how we could close that $2.4 million gap. But I cannot see how to continue to up that while still answering other requests for additional funding from the department. Supervisor Hartman.
I agree with you, and we've posed it as a question between beds and cells, but I think there are a lot of other ways that people who are guilty of a crime can be treated. And we're doing a lot with electronic. I think restorative justice and paying back the victims of crime. I think there's a lot more that we can do. And I want to keep the pressure up for as long as we can to explore all other options before we default to the 1.5 pods. So I really want to put our highest aspiration out there and try to meet it and keep the pressure on and say that's the kind of community we want to be. And if we can't, then I think we have to honestly look at that and reconsider. But we've got a year, and I think we can do a great deal in that time.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that we're struggling here, but we're actually fairly close. It's just sort of a difference of pressure and incentive, and I just really applaud the staff, especially Assistant CEO, formerly Chief Heitman, who is basically saying we need this, we can do this. So I'm just trusting that this pressure is needed, and trusting people who are on the front lines. Not everyone, I recognize, but a lot of the agencies that are involved in this, all aspects of criminal justice reform are saying, we can reduce, we can reduce, we can reduce, and I want to see that. I want to see that, I want to have faith in that. I also want to be prudent. I recognize all of the financial considerations you're making, but I do think we have some room here to both be aspirational and prudent at the same time, and that's why I will oppose the motion.
All right, can I get a roll call?
Yes, I'm fine for calling for a roll call.
Thank you.
Supervisor Capps?
No.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
No.
Chair Williams?
No.
Motion fails 2-3.
Can I get another motion? Supervisor Hartman.
So I would move A, B, C1, and direction to return within a year to assess where we are with diversion and jail projections.
And would that be for plans for either one or, but also have, ask them to plan for 1.5 in any design work that is done until it comes back to us?
It wasn't for it was design work for pod 1.
Okay, all right. Anyone want to comment on the motion?
I do.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, so I'm going to vote no on the motion. We are purposely undersizing our jail. 1.5 pods is the status quo where we're at today, and that's not taking into consideration future population growth. So we are making a choice today to make sure that there's fewer beds in the future in Santa Barbara County. And that's a gamble that I'm not willing to get behind. So I'll be voting no on the motion.
And I'll just say, I think it's a gamble to not adequately house our mentally ill that are going into the jail.
I'm happy to do that. I support that.
I think it's a gamble to not take care of the lives of our employees. I think there's a number of these gambles, and we cannot come up always with the money for all of it. And so I would be open to 1.5 if the department is willing to work with the board and the CEO on how to close that debt service and not have additional burdens that are unsustainable. So I will go along, I will vote with the motion. But I'm, I especially am encouraged by all the discussion here today. I think, Supervisor Capps was right. A year ago, there was maybe 1.5 of us that were supportive of closing the main jail and building more in the north. So I just want to say I'm appreciative of everyone trying to move a bit, including the sheriff, to make this happen. So I feel like that what we are all trying to do is do something different where we may be able to achieve a sustainable model. That's my hope. Supervisor Hartman.
I'm not a gambler at all, and I don't think this is a gamble. I think this is just we're moving forward. Finally, a decision after how many years on what we're going to do with the South County Jail. And we're going to accommodate what we need in the North County. We're starting with one pod. If we learn that that's not enough, with all our effort focused on that, then we can add more. And that's my commitment. And I think framing this issue as one of gambling with public safety or gambling at all, I don't want to characterize it that way, and I don't think it's fair.
Can I ask a question of staff?
Supervisor Lavenia.
Based on this motion, I'd like to ask the sheriff a question. If we decided we were only going to build one pod, would you still recommending closing the South County Jail as it's been proposed?
That's kind of a loaded question, but
yeah. Well, I think we're at a moment of truth here.
In all fairness, my staff and I have been involved for months working with General Services. I've been very vocal in those meetings that option one was really not an option at all. That we could not make option one work in the long term. It just would not work. I don't even know why it was presented to you, frankly. I don't think it should have been. With respect to the 1.5, even that basically just keeps us where we are in terms of our capacity. Obviously, that would be preferable to option one, but I don't believe that it is the right way to go. I think that you articulated beautifully how the regret that we have collectively today, and I wasn't going to say I told you so either, but the regret that we have today that we didn't build the Star Complex, we wouldn't be having this conversation today. The one pod would have been sufficient with the Star Complex to get us to where we needed to be. We could have done that, and nobody would have had any heartburn over it at all. I guess what I would say is there's nobody that's committed more than I am to getting mentally ill people out of jail. I've worked for the last 12 years on the state's Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. As you mentioned, I started stepping up in this county. Our organization has done as much as I think we possibly can to address not only mental illness, but substance abuse. We started Project Opioid. We're distributing Narcan in our community. We have medication-assisted treatment in the jail. And I think what we can't lose sight of is that the jail, this either-or thought process has to end. It is not somebody gets mental health treatment or they go into jail. There are mentally ill people who are going to have to go into jail no matter what. They commit crimes. They kill somebody, they're going to be in jail. They're not going to be in an alternative place. It's imperative that if they are having to be in jail, which they will in certain cases, we provide them with mental health treatment that's proper and decent and good. It's also important that we work with people with addictions while they are in jail. And the reality is, you can have all the programs you want in the community, or if you could have all the programs that you want in the community, you're still going to have a tremendous number of people who are service resistant, who are not going to get clean and sober on their own. They're going to be tempted to use again, and they will use again if they're in the community. Jail is a place for a lot of people to actually, they kind of hit rock bottom. They realize they've got to work to change their lives, and we can give them the tools to change their lives. And that's what we do. We do it every single day. We can't do it properly in the South County Jail. That's why we wanted to go and support a position that would have added beds to the North County Jail. But we have to add a sufficient number of beds. And the reality is, jail beds. And the reality is that, as I said, there's nobody that supports diversion and programming more than I do. And I think the track record reflects that. But the reality is we've been working at this for the last 6 or 8 years. All the criminal justice agencies working together. We have come up with all kinds of different ideas, but at the end of the day, you have to have somewhere to divert people to. You have to have those programs, that housing, and so forth. The governor's plan to modernize mental health care, which is a very mixed bag as far as I'm concerned. Frankly, I have a lot of concerns about it, but it does put an emphasis on creating a lot more housing for people who are homeless in particular, and oftentimes co-occurring. That money in one form or another, and it may be money that's diverted from other things that we have now, is coming. There will be funding for that. The state is already providing a lot more funding for that. But I think it's naive to think that in a year, we're going to be able to divert enough people out of jail that we're going to not open when the jail opens in an overcrowded state. And that's exactly what happened with the main jail 60 years ago. When the jail opened, it was full the day that it opened. It wasn't planned as a facility that would meet the needs of the county, the future needs of the county, the growth of the county. And whether I'm at this point, I'd be happy with this concept of build the shell, design it or whatever, do something more than take us down this path on one, because it is the wrong way to go. It's the wrong path to be on. And I would recommend, if you're gonna, and I think your minds are made up, so I think no matter what I say, it's not gonna make any difference, but what I would recommend is that you modify your motion, that you have the plans drawn up for 1.5 pods, which I think would cost about the same, and would be much easier to modify if we miraculously do somehow come up a year from now with some, lower amount of people. But you're gonna end up having to spend, if you go another year, you're gonna have to spend more money for more plans, and you're gonna have to delay everything else for another year. And then we're gonna be in jeopardy of not fulfilling our obligations under the DRC settlement. So, there's a lot of connecting parts here. It is an extremely complex situation that we have been studying and working on for years. And it is just, sadly, the way I see this going, the strategic thought isn't there about what do we do for the future. And that has been the mistake in the past, and I'm afraid that we're sort of headed on the same path right now. But to your point, do I think that we should keep? You asked me about the South County Jail. I would have never suggested or supported, and I will not support this plan. I cannot support this plan, and in fact, there's a lot of concern that I have about would we even under this plan be able to support to do what we have said we're going to do with the structured settlement with the DRC.
Thank you. And just a note, our rules don't permit booing or clapping except on resolutions. So if somebody says something that you like, you can do that, but no clapping or booing. For me, it's not what you say that would change my mind. It's what you would do that would change my mind. Again, I will, for the next year, remain open to the idea of doing 1.5 instead of 1 if your staff works with our CEO to identify $2.4 million worth of savings. Your overtime budget this year, I think, is $12.5 million, so that might be a good source. But that would be what I would need to see. So I'm just giving you a a benchmark by which you could change my mind. Okay? Let's call for the question.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Lavanino?
No.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Chair Williams?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
We're going to take 2 minutes to clear the room, and then we'll take the final item for the day.
Item number 8 is from the Community Services Department and the General Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the approval of a ground lease and development agreement for the establishment of the Dignity Moves, La Posada LLC, Dignity Moves project on county-owned project at 4500 Hollister Avenue, Santa Barbara, California, APNs 061-040-0212 and 061-040-024, and this is in the 2nd District.
Chair Williams and members of the Board of Supervisors, General Services and Community Services are before you today to discuss another temporary interim supportive housing projects as part of the overall plan to end unsheltered homelessness in Santa Barbara County. I am Kimberly Albers, and I serve as the Homelessness Assistance Program Manager. I'm joined by Patrick Zarowski from General Services, Lindsay Walter from the Chief Executive Office, and Terry Nisich is also here as she continues to shepherd these projects as a community volunteer. The board reviewed this site for real estate negotiations in September 2022. Go to the next slide. Staff is recommending the execution of the ground lease agreement, development management agreement, temporary right of entry with Dignity Moves to utilize prefabricated temporary modular housing cabins situated on a county-owned property located at 4500 Hollister Avenue in the unincorporated area of South Santa Barbara County. There's also a subrecipient agreement for $1 million in encampment resolution funds that are also included in the recommended actions. The slide actually states General Services Director for the subrecipient agreement, but the agenda correctly reflects the Community Service Director. The California Environmental Quality Act requirements are met by the county's declaration of a shelter crisis in 2018 and the attached exemption. The temporary interim supportive housing project is focused on serving persons currently residing in encampments. The goal is to resolve encampments, meaning that they no longer exist in our community. The slide reviews the board-approved process for resolving encampments consistent with legal requirements. You can see case law affirms the right to sleep in public if adequate interim or permanent housing is not available. And currently, sufficient interim and permanent housing options do not exist. Outreach workers engage individuals to begin that transition to beds and shelter when available. After a shelter offer is made, county may provide a 72-hour notice to vacate, and then belongings can be cleared and a trespass can be enforced if needed. If the offer is refused, notice the vacate can still be posted at the site and the site resolved. Additional interim housing is the critical missing piece to address encampments. If sites do repopulate, an immediate 72-hour notice to vacate can be posted, enabling removal action by our contracted provider, Quick Response, and this may need to occur several times to prevent repopulation. So what is La Posada? La Posada will be a temporary interim supportive housing community specifically for people experiencing unsheltered homelessness in southern Santa Barbara County. The site is not a drop-in center or night-by-night shelter. The project is an innovative public-private collaboration between Dignity Moves, Community Philanthropy, the County of Santa Barbara, and Good Samaritan Shelter as the newly selected operator service provider for this project. The project will provide up to 90 dignified modular housing cabins for people experiencing homelessness moving from encampments, many of whom will have been homeless for extended periods of time and have a permanent disability. Each cabin will have a bed, a desk and chair, heating and air conditioning, a window, and most importantly, a door that locks. Prospective residents are referred by outreach workers based on their needs and their location. Oftentimes, the person being referred has been engaged in services for months. The referral system strives to match the person to the right housing intervention. A person leaves the encampment and lives in the interim supportive housing while permanent housing solutions are secured. This may take 6 to 9 months or more, depending on the current housing market and housing resources. At the downtown Santa Barbara Dignity Move site, 12 participants have already transitioned to permanent housing, and numerous other success stories can be shared since the site opened in August 2022. A gaps analysis conducted as part of the Strategic Action Plan implementation identified the need for 563 interim housing beds. 140 have been added since February 2021, and we have a number of projects in development and pre-development to close the gap, including the La Posada project before you today. Unsheltered homelessness is unsafe and unacceptable and must be addressed with urgency. Interim housing to end unsheltered homelessness and encampments is critical while additional permanent housing opportunities are developed. The Board of Supervisors reviewed a list of county-owned sites and provided direction to staff to move forward with locations for community engagement, site planning, establishment, and operation of interim housing projects in September of 2022. On January 4th of 2023, the Community Services Department provided an update on homelessness where this project at 4500 Hollister Avenue was referenced in the presentation. Some quick updates on the other projects you see on the slide. As mentioned, Hope Village broke ground on Tuesday, May 9th. La Posada next steps are before you today. A contract for the feasibility and design phase for permanent utilities at the Bridge House site will be coming to the board soon. And St. Vincent's is conducting environmental remediation process at their site that they purchased in February 2023 in partnership with the Father Virgil Cardano Center. This slide is showing the aerial views of some of the recently developed existing projects on county-owned sites through public and private partnerships. These views are meant to demonstrate the location of our most recently established interim housing projects. Hedges House of Hope, there in the corner, is on El Calejo, surrounded by student housing. The Dignity Move Santa Barbara site, the street village in the center, is a densely populated area of downtown Santa Barbara. And Hope Village in Santa Maria has residents nearby. The La Posada project has no immediate adjacent residential neighbors. As of the point-in-time count conducted in January 2023, 1,887 people were experiencing homelessness in Santa Barbara County on the day of the count. Of those individuals, 64% were living unsheltered in places not meant for human habitation, on streets, along riverbeds, on beaches, and in encampments. 59%, or over 1,100 of the people experiencing homelessness, were counted in South Santa Barbara County. The point-in-time heat map only represents the number found on the morning of January 25th. The second image you are seeing on the map is the actual encampment sites near the La Posada project. As of yesterday morning, there are 47 active encampment sites in the immediate area with a current census of 60 to 90 people residing in those sites. This site was chosen to address encampments in the immediate area. In addition, this site has existing utilities for a significant residential population as it was formerly used as a juvenile hall. The site also has no adjacent residential neighbors, as I mentioned earlier. The Community Services Department evaluated all unincorporated parcels in South Santa Barbara County for interim housing use in 2019. This site was determined to be the most viable due to the reasons I just shared. What you're seeing now is the actual draft site plan, as well as the overview, the aerial view. Shown in the red areas, the lease and development agreement with Dignity Moves is to develop the property containing up to 90 cabins and related facilities, including common restrooms, dining, laundry, storage facility, service structures, and recreational spaces for residents. The site view on the left corresponds to the red and blue areas. The blue areas will be used during site preparation and assembly of the cabins. So how can a project like this move forward in a unique way? As the board declared a shelter crisis in 2018, it provides an alternative development approval process where provisions of state and local regulatory statute, regulation, or ordinance are suspended on public facilities. The board reviewed the county-owned sites, as I mentioned earlier, in September 22, and provided direction to move forward with lease negotiations. And the board heard an update on the interim housing projects on January 24th, 2023. This alternative process requires that the general plan conforms as assessed by the Planning Commission, which was provided on May 10th, 2023. So Good Samaritan Shelter will provide 24/7 staffing, including professional security at the site. The site is also equipped with cameras. All staff are trained in de-escalation and conflict resolution. The operator and service provider will work closely with local law enforcement and public safety agencies to ensure that the community is safe and any concerns are addressed immediately. County Fire has participated in the site plan development. Encampments are unsafe and unhealthy. Small group meetings with the immediate businesses, including the Creekside Restaurant, the Page Youth Center, Goleta Valley South Little League, and a larger community meeting on May 8th have occurred. Valuable feedback was gathered from the community and is being incorporated into the operations agreement with Good Samaritan Shelter that will come before the board at a later date. And another community meeting has been scheduled for May 30th. Many of the details that I previously reviewed are summarized here on this slide, but I wanted to show it again. Again, who will be served? Persons in the encampments in the immediate area. There are a host of services that will be provided at the site and the amenities that I shared at the site as well. I wanted to highlight that transportation will be provided for all residents to prevent any pedestrian traffic on Juvenile Hall Road. The contracted provider will have 2 vans and 2 full-time transporters as part of their budget. Many services, as I mentioned, will be on-site, preventing the need for leaving the site for most appointments. Good Samaritan and the referring service provider will review with the prospective resident the need for transportation because of the dangers of foot traffic on Juvenile Hall Road before entry into the project. This is a tool that's been used before and is being used by many other shelters across California, including the Arch in Ventura, to mitigate community impacts. The timeline for site preparation and cabin assembly is about 6 months, and the project would be on the site for 5 years as the development process for workforce housing on this site is finalized. So back to our recommended actions. Again, staff is recommending the execution of the ground lease agreement, the development management agreement, the temporary right of entry with Dignity Moves, as well as the subrecipient agreement. And again, an error on the slide, it's the community services director that would have the designee for signing the actual encampment resolution fund subrecipient agreement. This concludes staff's presentation, but myself, Patrick Zorowski from General Services, and Terry Mosnisich are available for questions.
Questions from the board. Supervisor Capps.
Thank you very much to the team. I did have a couple questions. Number one goal for me is safety and children's safety. Can you speak, since I know that in that question, I want to ask first about encampments, because I was enlightened last summer when I went for a walk with Lucille Boss, whose job it is to work and mitigate encampments, how many there are. So I think it's hard to really grasp unless you actually go. Can you talk about the 47 encampments that were there as of yesterday morning? What does that mean? How many people? How do you know they're there? How involved are our staff? Because I think that might be, I'm not sure in talking to people who live in the neighborhood that they realize how many people actually are living right there immediately in the neighborhood, and that's why this site was chosen.
Yes, this site is so critical because of that density of encampments that are right in the adjacent area. Sometimes they're obscured, right, because of that tall brush, the visibility. But yes, we use outreach workers and a mapping software called Fulcrum in order to track the status of different sites. And so that's where we're coming up with that 47 active encampment sites that were confirmed yesterday morning. And we say that that's a census count of 60 to 90 because on any day, right, that number can shift, because obviously we're not there 24/7 assessing the sites, but that number has remained pretty constant actually for the past year.
Okay, so these 60 people we know, 60 to 90 people are currently in the neighborhood walking around the schools, et
Yeah,
cetera?
not just in the neighborhood, but actually directly between the Creekside Restaurant and the railroad tracks and the proposed site.
And meeting with the manager of the Creekside, he talked about he's fearful of fires. I understand that there was a fire in 2018 at that exact encampment.
Yes, there was a fire due to an encampment in 2018 behind the Creekside Restaurant.
So, and then in the frame of safety and trying to make, again, the goal is to make the neighborhood safer. Can you speak to the success of the Santa Barbara project? Because I know that there were a lot of naysayers, a lot of neighbors. I personally know one that was quite unhappy with it, and now she is a big fan because things have gone so well. That site is also right near a lot of schools, thousands of kids, Santa Barbara Junior High, preschools, Santa Barbara High School. Have there been any issues with children or any complaints, any problems?
No, I think we like to say that the current situation is unstructured, unsafe, and unhealthy, especially for the people living in the encampments.
Yeah.
But what we've seen is when we can add that structure and bring an opportunity for safety and health, that people are jumping on it. I think Dignity Moves talks about in the Santa Barbara site that, you know, when we again took a specific community area to target, and we have so many people that want to be part of healing at that location. So that site has about 33 rooms, about 35 residents on any given day, and we opened in August 22. It took about 60 days to bring everyone in because we wanted to be cautious. And so we've already had 12 residents, as I mentioned, transition to permanent housing. Quite a few others actually transitioned to other sheltered environments that were a better fit for their needs, and several that have actually become employed, and just numerous success stories as with medical care and things. And yes, it's it really, I think we all, when we walk by it, I walk down Santa Barbara Street and I still can't quite believe that it's there. You just don't notice it unless somebody points it out. And we have not had any complaints of, there is no loitering. I think, again, we talked about the transportation that we'll be offering at this location. This is not folks leaving during the day, hanging out near the site. This is giving, just like you don't leave your house, right, unless you have somewhere to go and do something. I mean, this is a home environment for the participants. And so we believe it creates a much safer environment than the current situation for the community.
And we heard that when we met with Page Youth Center and the Little League team there, that there is a lot of foot traffic currently. So do you anticipate that will be reduced?
We are committed. Again,
We're
that's
committed.
one of our biggest pieces when we went out for selecting the service provider, was that because of the uniqueness of the site with Juvenile Hall Road, that we did not want foot traffic. And so we looked at other models. We had used a model at the Pepper Tree Inn during COVID-19 where it was like an easy lift that was continually available. So again, we are absolutely trying to mitigate any community impact, or actually resolve an existing community impact of people arriving at the bus stop. I was there the other day, and I think there were 9 or 10 shopping carts with things right there at the bus stop. And so by having that private transportation as part of the service agreement, I believe it'll really mitigate some of that foot traffic that's currently happening.
And last question on the Santa Barbara example, because again, I think we're only in this position, and Supervisor Lavanino said this last week in Santa Maria, the confidence, we're only at these stages because we have the confidence of success. And that's why we're continuing with this path that has been set out. A city council person from Santa Barbara contacted me this morning to let me know that the data actually shows that homelessness has been somewhat reduced on State Street because of the Santa Barbara project. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. And what we can see again is this, by having this targeted area that we're trying to reach when we put a project in, then we can really maximize the impact.
Thank you. Well, those are my questions for now. I have more later, but I know we have a lot of public comment. Thanks, Chair Williams. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just say, because the first one of the Dignity Moves projects, the first actual project was in Jones District, but the first Dignity Moves one was in my district, and if anybody wants to see it in success, they can go walk down the street, 1100 Santa Barbara. I hope I got that right. I look at it every time I go by, which is normally about 8 times a week at least. I've never seen anybody slumming outside of it. Sometimes you see the security guard, and the neighbors that were previously expressing concerns to me, one of them went up to me at Earth Day and he's like, lives literally right above it. And he's like, we have absolutely nothing that we can complain about. So that was really great to hear. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Question everybody asks. So will everybody that will be residing in Las Posadas have a case manager?
Yes, so I talked about how someone gets to the site through a referral with an existing service provider, but absolutely the budget includes really intensive case management services as well as behavioral health and other services delivered at the site
So they'll be
for
also,
each resident.
So they'll also be getting the mental health and substance abuse treatments necessary to eventually move on to permanent housing when they're there. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Supervisor Nelson, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Let's go to public comment. There is 49 speakers. So our procedure is once we pass certain thresholds, we cut the time. So I'm going to ask people to do 60 seconds because that will take an hour just in of itself.
Chair Williams and members of the board, yes, our final number is 50 requests to speak on this item. We are going to begin on Zoom with Lee Heller to be followed by Landon Rannick. Lee?
There's 50 speakers.
And we are going to begin on Zoom. We have a number of speakers on Zoom, and then we'll come to our Santa Barbara hearing room. We're going to begin with Lee Heller to be followed by Landon Rannick.
Chair Williams and members of the board. I live in Santa Barbara. I have the privilege of walking by the Dignity Move site fairly often. I could not be more impressed with how it is run and how well it is working. I do understand the concerns of neighbors for whom this seemed to have come as a surprise, but I can assure you that encampments are a greater danger to any community than a well-structured site with supervision and services. We learned this in Santa Barbara the hard way during the Loma fire, and I don't live too far from that location. So the risk of fires, crime, the threat to people who are unhoused themselves, all of these things can be addressed by the Dignity Moves approach and need to be addressed. And we need to meet the target of finding housing for people because these are our neighbors and our friends and community members. So please support this project. Thank you very much.
And I will also close the roll for further public comment.
We will now go to Landon Rannick to be followed by Kai Tilley. Landon?
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. My name is Landon Rank. I am the Associate Director for the Santa Barbara Alliance for Community Transformation SB Act. We're a nonprofit working to address homelessness and housing insecurity across our county. And on behalf of SB Act, I just want to share our full support for the Dignity Moves La Posada site. We're an agency that's worked closely with our homeless outreach providers, and I can assure you that few things are more appealing to individuals who are hesitant to leave their encampments than the offering of tranquil, caring, non-congregate shelter settings such as Dignity Moves affords. Everybody just wants dignity, and Dignity Moves provides a level of individualized care that's truly changed lives in downtown Santa Barbara and soon in Santa Maria, and helped dozens of individuals transition from street-level homelessness to housing. And we're well aware about the encampment at that site and the concerns that that poses. This is such a great solution to that. It truly is an incentive that people will want to take to be able to exit that encampment. Having it in that same space allows people to retain their sense of home and connection to place while they figure out their next steps towards permanent housing.
Thank you, Landon. That is your time. We will now go to Kai Tilley to be followed by Sharon Byrne. Kai?
Hi there, my name is Kai Tilley, and I am a concerned citizen, and I just wanted to second what Landon Rank has said and voice my support. Thank you.
We will now go to Sharon Byrne to be followed by Elizabeth Funk. Sharon?
Thank you, Sharon Byrne with the Montecito Association and also work with Santa Barbara Act. I've toured the Dignity Moves downtown site, very impressive, not a homeless shelter by any stretch of the imagination. Certainly not if you're accustomed to some of the homeless shelters we've dealt with in the city. They also presented at the Montecito Association last week, very impressed with Dignity Moves. And I want to reassure the neighbors around the area, take a tour of the downtown site and you're going to see it's not what you're thinking at all. And I appreciate the policy of no visitors, no drugs, no alcohol, because it really helps people to get on with their lives and leave homelessness and also avoids problems in the neighborhoods. Full support from me. Thank you.
We will now go to Elizabeth Funk to be followed by Craig Minus. Elizabeth?
Hi, thank you. I am Elizabeth Funk. I'm the founder and CEO of Dignity Moves and a proud partner of the County of Santa Barbara in working on ending unsheltered homelessness. And I have to tell you, all across the state, we see concerns about bringing homeless shelters to communities. But the truth is that the biggest danger is the people who are in encampments who are struggling and demoralized and panicked. And when we can get people into beds where they're safe and cared for and 24/7 staffing, that's when people have the chance to rebuild their lives. So unfortunately, while it's an easy assumption to assume that bringing a shelter is going to increase crime, data is showing that it's the other way around. And I hope that our downtown project is an example of that. And I just really want to commend the supervisors and this county for their leadership and bravery in addressing this problem and deciding that we can get everyone indoors, especially with public-private partnerships. Thank you.
We will now go to Craig Minus to be followed by Mark Harris. Craig?
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. My name is Craig Minus, and I serve as the Executive Director for the Coastal Housing Coalition. The Coastal Housing Coalition is a nonprofit workforce housing advocacy organization. Again, at the CHC, our immediate constituency is specific to the workforce, those households earning 120 to 200% of AMI. While agenda item 8 is not related to the workforce housing specific, we at the CHC stay connected with most South Coast related housing efforts. In fact, last week, the CHC hosted a public educational mixer where we learned more about Dignity Moves efforts and successes in hopes of studying its applicability to workforce housing. At this mixer, we had an open discussion and gained strong understanding of Dignity Moves efforts, operations, and programming. While we're not providing specific comments to the land lease details on the agenda item 8 today, I wanted to share that the CHC commends Dignity Moves for their efforts in providing transitional housing to date, and we believe they offer real-time, tangible tools and partnerships to combat homelessness. Thank you.
We will now go to Mark Harris to be followed by Amy Eddy. Mark? Is that Mike Harris? Mark Harris? No, we're not there yet. My apologies. It is Mark Harris on Zoom, and we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end.
We didn't forget you yet, Michael.
All righty, we will move on to Amy Eddy to be followed by Catherine Soto Vasquez. Amy?
Hello, my name is Mark Harris. Thank you, Chairman Williams and supervisors. Yeah.
Mark Harris?
Yes.
No. Oh, Mark, I believe your TV is on. If you can mute any other devices to provide your comment. Unmute on your end.
Hello. I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Mark, can you please
Yes.
mute your TV? Your the background noise.
Hello, my name is Mark Harris. Thank you, Chairman Williams and supervisors.
Mark, we can hear you. If you can please mute
Yes.
your TV.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Hello, this is Mark.
Mark, just turn off your television and you can
I
provide.
am speaking. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but you need to turn off your
Hello?
television, otherwise we will hear you twice.
Hello?
Mark, can you please turn off your device? You know, we'll give him a call and we'll move on. Thank you, Mark. We will now go to Amy Eddy to be followed by Catherine Soto Vasquez.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say, I think a lot of us don't understand why we can't do all of these things, help all of these people, and go to the site directly across the freeway that is away from so many children. I really hope that people would reconsider looking at another option.
We will now go to Catherine Soto Vasquez to be followed by Jenna Matola. Catherine?
Oops. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. My name is Catherine Soto Vasquez with Romo and Associates. I want to just start by thanking all of you and your continued support and investment in this complex issue. We are at a critical moment in this work. There is an unprecedented amount of resources becoming available, and now is not the time to slow down or worse, prevent these resources from entering our community. I want to address the community's perception of this project and its impacts. The people that will be most impacted here are going to be the ones barely surviving on the streets and in encampments. What is unsafe and quietly, frankly, immoral is allowing people to remain on the streets where they can create encampments that are dangerously close to highways and railroad tracks. Not to mention the environmental impacts on creeks and waterways. It has been proven over and over again in our community that if we bring people indoors, amazing things happen. People's lives transform, and one by one, we are ending homelessness. We cannot continue to stereotype and outcast people. For the last 4 hours, we have heard repeatedly that the need for more shelter and services.
Thank you, Catherine. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Jenna Motola to be followed by Ethan Bertrand. Jenna?
Hi there. Thank you. I just want to address a couple concerns. Commenters say that the encampments are the problem, which I agree. But the proposed site now, when that reaches capacity with the 90 units filled, how can they really prevent anyone from the current encampment area being repopulated? It does not appear that this project will fully remediate that problem with that one area. Also, right now, the undesirable activities in the encampment area stays in the encampment. A concern with sobriety not being a requirement for residents and substance use not being allowed, that residents will actually be pushed closer to the children in the community. Additionally, I don't think that that comparison with the downtown site is apples to apples, considering that during the day there's a lot of resources and areas for the population and the residents to go, whereas in this site, it's pretty isolated, except for the youth activities, the ball fields, the schools. So, if people want to leave, which is their right to do, there's not libraries, there's not parks, there's nowhere to go except to interact with the community and the children. So I think another site may be ideal for this.
Thank you, Jenna. That is your time. We will now go to Ethan Bertrand to be followed by Linda Honigman. Ethan?
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. Ethan Bertrand here. I serve as a member of the Goleta School Board. I'm speaking on my own behalf today. Too many of our neighbors in the Goleta Valley and throughout Santa Barbara County are experiencing homelessness. This proposed La Posada project has the potential to significantly reduce homelessness in our community by providing people with dignified, safe housing. Our whole community is better off when we provide people with safe housing, especially our youth and families. In 2020, I had the life-changing privilege of working at the county's Project Room Key temporary housing project on the weekends. I've seen firsthand how temporary supportive housing can break cycles of homelessness. I know that the county will do it again with this project. I commend the county for proposing this project. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Linda Honigman to be followed by, we are now going back to Mark Harris. Linda?
Dear Supervisors, I'm Linda Honeycuman, a homeowner in the area of Hollister and San Marcos High School. You have a challenging year ahead of you as you try to accommodate our housing crisis while also protecting our many assets and livability. As an advocate for affordable housing for local residents and workers, I share the desire to make sure that our big investment in housing for homeless is focused on our current population. The administrators know that successful interim housing should be located throughout the county in order to serve the people who are currently on the streets or encampments in the same neighborhoods. Since La Posada is at the top of a hill, it will not be seen from the street. Based on the record of the Dignity Moves project downtown and interviews with the on-site staff, I'm satisfied that the trained and caring staff will ensure that residents of La Posada and neighbors will be safe, and the residents will have a much improved chance of having a successful move to permanent housing. Thank you.
We will now go back to Mark Harris, and then we will come to our Santa Barbara hearing room to begin with Sheriff Bill Brown. Mark? And Mark, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Mark, please proceed with your comments. Alrighty, we are going to return to Mark later. We are going now to the Santa Barbara hearing room with Sheriff Bill Brown, to be followed by Robert Foote. Sheriff?
Thank you. Hello, members of the board. I think I'm going to be preaching to the choir on this for the most part, but I'm here to tell you that I had the chance to tour the Santa Barbara facility with Dignity Moves and to have a great discussion with them. They have a great model. They're executing it in a wonderful way. I'd driven, like you, Chair Williams, I'd driven past that place 100 times, had no idea it was there. And the idea of having supportive housing and supervised environment, collective site with meals and showers and toilets available as an alternative to living under a bush or living on the side of the freeway is an excellent one. They've partnered with Good Samaritan that has an incredibly their stock is very high in our community, and with the Sheriff's Office, they have done a wonderful job with their homeless shelters, their detox, their Credo 47 sobering center that they run. And to the naysayers and to those who are concerned, I would just say give them a chance. I think you're going to be very impressed with what they do. And as another caller mentioned just a little while ago, this is a much safer alternative than having an encampment next door. So I had the full support of the Sheriff's Office.
We will now go to Robert Foote, to be followed by Kristen Calkin. Robert?
Thank you, Board, for letting me talk. One thing I want to disagree with the one lady that said there's no residential in the area, because I live on a street called Ahe, which T-bones right into the site there. So, and I've lived there 45 years, and in the last 5 years, we've had quite a few of the homeless going up and down our street. Our mailbox been broken into, they rip open birthday cards, things like that, looking for cash. Bikes have been stolen, and my wife goes on Next Door Neighbor, and break-ins all over. If this would help all that, I'd be all for it. But I do, and being next to the youth center is not all that good. And I just think a better site would be up by the county offices where the sheriff's department is, and there's not as many residential areas around there either. Thank you.
We will now go to Kristen Calkin, to be followed by Stephen Marsongo. Kristen?
Good afternoon. I'm Kirsten Cahoon. I'm the Director of Homeless Services for the Good Samaritan Shelter. First, I want to acknowledge the community that's spoken on this tough subject. I hear you, and I respect your opinions and your fears. I know change is scary, and new projects are scary. The IV Pallet Shelter project in downtown IV was scary. Hedges House of Hope sitting in Fraternity Row in IV was scary. Dignity Moves in downtown was scary, but all of these projects have created safer neighborhoods in your communities. I've stood in this very spot for all these projects and made the same promise I will today, and have always kept which is that the Good Samaritan is not only focused on providing the best services to our clients that we serve, but we are just as committed to ensuring we are the best neighbor we can be. I've been working with the homeless for over a decade, and I've seen the consequences of not having enough shelter beds. When homeless do not have shelter and are forced into encampments, they are living in survival mode. They often self-medicate with substances to deal with mental health and physical illness and just to numb the pain of being on the streets. They're focused on where their next meal comes from. Keeping appointments and accessing resources is virtually impossible. This is when the things that all of us fear can happen. But projects like La Posada give these same people a door to close and rest, services on site, and most importantly, dignity and hope.
That is your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Stephen Marsango to be followed by Sally Ann Cunningham. Stephen? Do we not have Stephen here? Alrighty, we will now go to Sally Ann Cunningham to be followed by Ken Owen. Sally Ann? We will now go to Ken Owen. We will now go to David Thomas to be followed by Adrianne's schedule. David?
You know, after hearing all this discussion, I guess one concern I have, when you say there are 47 encampments around, are they going to clear those out first before they build this? Or are they going to build this, decide they still don't have enough beds, and we still have 47 encampments? One thing that concerns me, I'm here because my daughter and son-in-law live on Arboleda, which directly is across the street from us. They have a 3- and 4-year-old, and they have not even been notified about this. No one in their neighborhood was notified. And I can't imagine something with this potential for impact on a neighborhood, not, having the courtesy to notify neighbors, perhaps the school board at Bahia Valley School, the preschools, none of them were notified. This is just, to me, inexcusable. And I think you need to really slow down and think about the impact that this could have. And there'll be a lot of people here that are ready to speak behind me that live in the immediate area, and I hope you'll listen carefully to their concerns. All of us care about the homeless, and we all feel the need for something like this. I think this is just a very inappropriate place to put it. Thank you.
We will now go to Adrian Schul to be followed by Susan Horn. Adrian?
Good afternoon, Adrian Schuley here. I do not live in the area. I do not have any children that go to the facilities. They're all grown. However, there are 5,000 kids in that corridor. I worked very hard to help develop that corridor for the children. And it just saddens me that you're disregarding that there's 4 daycare centers directly across the street from this. The playing fields are directly next door to this. The Page Youth Center is directly next door to this. If you have 47 encampments with 60 to 90 people, this is going to house 120 people, which is 240 people a year, which for 5 years, that's a lot of different homeless you are going to be bringing in. And we all know that there are incidents. The 1016, I did do some research, and the neighboring property has had to hire a 24-hour security guard, and the tenant is leaving because of the issues they have had at that site. The process of this, that you've been having meetings, that the staff has decided that this is the right location, and you have other things cited for the property, the 205 acres across the street. This is the perfect program to be in the 205 acres across the street that the county owns, right in the EHS parking lot.
Thank you.
So
That
we
is
have
your
really
time.
worked hard. There's 500 people on a petition that was put out by somebody, I don't even know who, yesterday against this project.
We will now go to Susan Horn to be followed by Janice Thompson. Susan?
Hi, I don't have anything new to say, just that I am so appreciative of what you're doing, and that that people will be much safer without encampments there, and I hope that there will not be new encampments forming after this housing is developed. Thanks.
We will now go to Janice Thompson to be followed by Lauren Duncan. Janice?
Good afternoon. I definitely had more than 60 seconds worth to say, but I'm going to be succinct. I think that you are just rushing this process. The neighborhoods, one meeting, none of us were ever told about this. Some property owners along Hollister were told, but there's Ahe, Nogal, Modoc, Arboleta, San Antonio Creek, many, many neighborhoods that are at stake here, and they care about this. We all care about the homeless. We want to see solutions, but to ramrod 90 units in so quickly, I don't understand how you can have this kind of a process. There's so many ways to do outreach and to talk to us and come up with some solutions. Obviously, Dignity Moves and Good Samaritan are an awesome organization. There's a proven track record with 30 to 35 units. Have you considered trying to phase these in? Try 30 units. Let's see how it goes. And that would allow you to perhaps clean up the encampment, because now I understand, based on the call yesterday, lots of information came out of that call.
Thank you.
which
That is your time.
could have been in community meetings. So I urge you to postpone this.
We will now go to Lauren Duncan to be followed by Dahlia Rafat. Lauren?
I have to urge you not to approve the lease for the La Posada in its current terms for the 4500 Hollister location. It should either be a shorter lease term or fewer units so that you can adequately monitor tenants, or proposed at a different site. As I understand, it will take approximately 9 months to get up and running, and you have said your goal is for a tenant to stay for 6 to 12 months in the program. Tell us then why you are signing a lease for a 5-year commitment for immediately neighboring homeless when it sounds like you will be able to get them through the system within 2 to 3 years. The numbers are not adding up for what you presented to us, which is making the community wary of an alternate agenda that is at play here in light of the crowded jail. Switching to the issue of quantity of units, you have stated you cannot guarantee the 90-plus housed people in this site remain on site. I understand you will be encouraging them to stay, but this offers little guarantee, and frankly, there's nowhere for them to go when the hillside is closed off, except for the next door to the Ben Page Youth Center or the liquor store at Levy's or the neighborhood itself. The sidewalks and infrastructure of the neighborhood do not safely support this as is. There's no streetlights in the bordering neighborhoods. La Posada is an open campus, and 4500 Hollister is surrounded by youth programs, schools, and families. There's an inappropriate location for so many units in this area, and the overflow transition housing from the jail and housing from homeless should not be built next door to the county health, or should be built next to the county health services where you plan to use to help these people.
Thank you. That is your time. We will now go to Dahlia Rafat to be followed by Leslie Owen. Dahlia?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of the La Posada project. My name is Dahlia Rafat, and I'm a member of the Dignity Moves Santa Barbara Regional Council. Santa Barbara has been my home for over 20 years. It gives me great pride to tell people I live in a community where we take care of each other. We come together to help one another during times of crisis. Right now, we are once again in crisis. We have a critical and urgent shelter and housing crisis, and equally as important in my mind, we have a moral obligation to help the unsheltered homeless residents of this county. This is an opportunity to make 90 new beds available in an affordable, scalable, temporary way. This solution has proven to work. Since the Santa Barbara location opened last year, there have been no major negative impacts, no major safety issues, no increase in crime, and no outcry from the neighboring residents. In fact, we've seen just the opposite. These are some of our most vulnerable populations. They are real people, and sadly, they are people who are very often overlooked, ignored, and shunned by society, but they are no less deserving than the rest of us of the fundamental right to have a safe place to sleep at night and to live their lives with dignity. Approving the La Posada project is your opportunity to be trailblazers. It's an opportunity to show up for the most vulnerable residents of our community and take a very real step to say, we see you, we care, we want to help.
That is your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Owen to be followed by Sue Walseth. Leslie?
Good afternoon. Thank you, supervisors, for your service to our community. There is a definite need for safe and secure housing for the homeless, but this location is just not the right place. First, I would like to acknowledge a gentleman by the name of Jason who came to the supervisors meeting twice today with the children he serves because he's concerned about the environment in which he cares for them. I stand here today as an over 25-year resident of the area being discussed. I'm here because I have just learned about your interest in placing 90 modular units at 4500 Hollister Avenue. I know the need is real. I have been a preschool teacher for over 10 years and understand there are 4 established early childhood learning centers as well as several home daycares in the Hollister area being discussed. My own children have participated in activities at the Page Youth Center, Little League fields, and school campuses. I have volunteered for many years at Vieja Valley, La Colina, and San Marcos High School, serving the youth of our community. I am very familiar with the area, and it's important to continue to provide a safe and secure environment for our children. Over this past weekend, I drove the area and the parking lots at Page Youth Center, the Little League fields, and the elementary school. All were packed with families. I firmly believe that 4500 Hollister Avenue is not the right location for a facility for the chronically homeless. This corridor provides a public transportation for our children who attend San Marcos, Vieja Valley, and La Colina Junior High.
Thank you. That is
The
your
Hollister Avenue
time.
corridor services the youth for all Santa Barbara and Goleta.
We will now go to Sue Walseth to be followed by Richard Halloumi. Sue?
Thank you. I had an incident with my eye, and it's my reading eye, so I'm going to ad lib. First of all, I want to thank you for listening to us and for your outreach last week. Nobody in this auditorium is saying that the homeless aren't deserving. We understand that. We would love to have a solution for them also. I think it's incredible what you've done. But saying that this is not in a neighborhood is a falsehood. It is surrounded by children and families. It's in one of the densest neighborhoods besides right downtown that you could imagine. So one, it's in a neighborhood with lots of children in the youth corridor. We're concerned, and because we just found out, we were wondering why the property, which Doss, I got your letter that said you don't want to put it anywhere where the neighbors would complain, but there is no neighborhood at the county offices up there. There's one up above it, and if you go by, there's serene, gorgeous hills, beautiful place. I mean, we would all love to live there. That is the setting that this should be considered. So we're asking respectfully that you do not sign this lease, that you give it more time. Maybe the rest of the city and the people that are serviced by the Page Center could have some input into what could be a more viable placement for this center.
Thank you. That is your time.
Oh, okay, thank you.
We will now go to Richard Holme to be followed by Annette Housey. Richard?
Thank you. I'm here along with a group of neighbors who all live within roughly 1,000 feet of this location. My wife and our family have lived here for 25 years, roughly. We've raised our 5 children, gone to the schools. We've had great history. We just learned about this and are very concerned with the impact that this will have on our neighborhood. And I think we'll hear from others as well. But I think it's really important to understand we support the goals. The goals of the program, the objectives of the center, of the La Posada Center are great. There's no argument with that, no issue with that. It's the location. And we would join with others who have advocated for the location that's near the public health area where there wouldn't be transportation required to get them there. They would be close and able to theoretically walk. We're very concerned about the spillover effect from the facility into our neighborhood. And I'm also very interested to understand why we only learned about this 2 or 3 days ago. That seems very strange to us. So if it would be possible, I think we would like to understand also what consideration has been given to the site up by the county offices on the other side of the freeway. At least that would help us to understand if we could know that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That is your time. We will now go to Annette Housey to be followed by Kristen Flickinger. Annette?
Hi, I don't know if you can hear me well or not. My name's Annette House. My grandfather, or my great-grandfather, was an indentured servant. My grandfather slept 4 hours and worked 20 hours a day. He built Turnpike Shopping Center. This has been in my family 50 plus years, and I'm here to speak for my family, for our tenants, and for the surrounding community. We recently made a lot of enhancements to the property with the community in mind. We wanted a safe space. I wanted grandmothers to be able to go there and get an ice cream with their grandchild and create good, positive memories. Our security company notified me of this Saturday morning. Saturday morning is when we found out about it. I drove to the site and I looked at that Little League field and I cried. I thought, how could they put our children of the community at risk by building this center there? I want to help homeless. Mostly, I want people with mental health issues and substance abuse disorders to have a venue to get the support they desperately need. That's the theme of today. But having them gain that support, our kids aren't prepared to navigate interaction with someone who's high, interactions with someone who's suffering from a mental health break. We need it at a different location. And it's for our kids. Thank you.
We will now go to Kristen Flickinger, to be followed by Ben Romo.
Hi, my name is Kristen Flickinger. I use she, her pronouns. First, Los Angeles County is not Santa Barbara County. I want to say that. Second, I have experience in Los Angeles County with similar projects and standing them up. The thing that is the same, two things. One is the concerns. They are the same. You hear them over and over. Second is the undeniable impact on individuals and on community. Positive impact after it's built. The thing that's very different between Los Angeles County and Santa Barbara County is the size of the population. There is an incredible opportunity in Santa Barbara County because the number of people experiencing chronic homelessness is such that we could actually provide enough units to house them all. That is unbelievable, and this project would go a long way toward that. The most important thing I'm speaking on behalf of today, though, is me as a homeowner. I own a home and live within a half mile of this project. And in that capacity, I speak fervently, strongly in favor of this. It will provide not only housing, but dignity for people who are our neighbors and already living in our community. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Ben Romo, to be followed by Bonnie Beeples. Ben?
Hi, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for hearing me out today. I live within probably a little less than half a mile away, Upper State Street area. Spent a lot of time in this area. My daughter attends Trivium Charter School, which is less than 3 blocks away from the site. She often is sitting alone, waiting for the bus to arrive, and she walks across or in front of this property regularly. I absolutely support this project at this location. When my daughter walks by this property, I want her to feel proud that she lives in a community and thankful that she lives in a community that takes care of our most vulnerable neighbors. The evidence shows that this program gets people off our streets, out of our bushes, and out of encampments. In his teachings and speaking, Martin Luther King sometimes spoke of the concept of a strong and demanding love. So what did he mean by that? A strong and demanding love. Within that statement lies a question. The question of where does our love end? When does our caring and our compassion for our fellow human beings come to an end? Does our love end when our own self-interests are threatened in just the smallest of ways? Does it end when we perceive a threat, even though all the evidence shows that threat isn't realistic? When we forego our love for one another, that is when community ends. It would be tragic for you not to support this project and keep our community safe by doing so.
We will now go to Bonnie Beeples, to be followed by Ruby Romo. Bonnie?
Hi, everyone. I'm Bonnie Beatles, and I'm a lifelong Santa Barbara resident. I live in the area. I've walked around the La Posada site and seen the number of homeless people that already live there and in really sad, awful conditions. Like Ben, I want to live in a neighborhood, in a community that helps each other. People that are feeling threatened by homeless people, who think that their children are threatened by homeless people, First of all, most people didn't even know there was an encampment there, which kind of, blows that argument apart. The other thing is that I feel like people are forgetting or ignoring the fact that this is supportive housing, meaning that people there are going to have some stability and they will have services to address mental health and addiction issues. Now, if you're threatened by people who are living in encampments, who are drunk, who are whatever, wouldn't you want to be safer with people that are actually treating those addictions and mental health issues?
Thank
It
you.
just seems obvious to me. Thank you.
We will now go to Ruby Romo to be followed by Jordy Armstrong. Ruby?
Hello. Sorry. Hello, my name is Ruby Romo, and I go to a small charter school with a campus within a couple blocks of this project.
I'm another student at this charter school.
And I am in support of this project, and I understand the desire to protect our community, but you can't do that if we are actively suppressing the rights and safety of certain groups of people to do so. And I am saying this as someone who is the child of someone who struggled with homelessness in their childhood, and supporting homeless people is supporting children. Thank you.
We will now go to Jordy Armstrong to be followed by Pat Wheatley. Jordy?
Hi. I grew up in this community. I lived in a very abusive household. My mother was mentally ill and my father was extremely abusive, which means that I was homeless often growing up. I was very vulnerable both inside my house and outside of my house. All of that is a whole lot of negative, but I lived in a community that had St. Vincent's Women's Shelter, that had Klein Bottle Youth Services, that had the Transition House, that had Santa Barbara Community College, that all allowed me to grow into a functioning adult. I left Santa Barbara for over a decade and came back a professor. I'm a tenured professor at Santa Barbara City College now. None of that would have happened if I didn't have the support of this community. When we take care of the people in this community, they turn out like me, as opposed to somebody who's going to be aggressive and angry and spiteful at this community. So please, what makes this community great, is when it takes care of its citizens, when it takes care of its residents. And I'm proof of that. I am the face of homelessness, so please allow this to happen.
We will now go to Pat Wheatley to be followed by Michael Harris. Pat?
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. My name is Pat Wheatley, and I've been deeply involved in human services in our community for many years. I'm speaking in strong support for La Posada project proposed by Dignity Moves. Dignity Moves and their allied partner agencies have made a significant difference in our community. I have been familiar with the project on Santa Barbara Street since its inception and have seen the tremendous work they have done in comprehensive internal project planning and in working with the community, including the direct community and neighborhood that was involved in this project. The impact on our city has been very good, with outstanding outcomes on individuals served, as well as the overall community seeing less people living without shelter. With the La Posada project on Hollister, I have been both impressed by the thoughtfulness and long-term planning of this project. The development of La Posada will have a direct positive impact on this neighborhood. As chair of the Housing Authority for the City of Santa Barbara, I have witnessed excellent outcomes in the last year, with both housing authorities leasing up our emergency housing vouchers. In the last year, our agency has housed over 600 homeless individuals and families. Unfortunately, so much more needs to be done. We need a true continuum of housing options throughout the county, from shelters to transitional housing to permanent housing. La Posada is a link to making this change. for housing stronger and more efficient. Thank you.
We will now go to the real Michael Harris, to be followed by Steve Hyder. Michael?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Williams and Supervisors. I'm Michael Harris. I am the Government Affairs and Administrative Officer for CenCal Health. Our CEO could not make it today due to a conflict, but we wanted to let you know that CenCal Health, which is your locally governed and locally managed healthcare plan, insures about 163,000 residents, about 1 in every 3 people in this county. CenCal supports the board's leadership and efforts in addressing homelessness throughout Santa Barbara County. The La Posada project is another example of your board's opportunity in addressing a complex problem. CenCal Health is ready to continue its support in addressing homelessness. Our first round of funding has distributed approximately $2 million to our 2 counties to address homelessness in both Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo County. We look forward to working and continued work with CEO Mia Santo, the Santa Barbara County staff, and your board. The Dignity Moves La Posada project is another example of how working together we can try to successfully address the issue of homelessness. Again, we ask for your support and a yes vote on agenda item number 8. Thank you.
We will now go to Steve Hyder, to be followed by Charlie Sweeney. Steve? Steve here? We will now go to Charlie Sweeney, to be followed by Diane Black. Charlie?
Hi, thank you for your time. Just like Ruby and Orion, who are just up here, I attend Trivium Charter School, which is just a couple blocks away from the proposed development. I'm here to say I strongly support this development, and I think it's really unfortunate to see such opposition. It's my belief that the argument of protecting children is really just a red herring and a thinly veiled excuse to preserve one's own sense of comfort in this community, and that's understandable. It can be uncomfortable to address such sensitive issues like homelessness, but it's really disheartening to see such blatant dehumanization of homelessness. Thank you. It's my strong belief that if this body fails to do everything in its power to address homelessness, it's failing in its basic obligations to support and protect its own constituents. Thank you.
We will now go to Diane Black, to be followed by Paige Sawaya. Diane?
Thank you, Chair Williams and members of the board. On behalf of the leadership team and the Housing Committee for the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara, we thank you for the opportunity to comment on this very important project. The League has consistently supported affordable housing in the South County, especially on county-owned sites. We continue to believe that the county should focus on building and preserving affordable housing, which the project obviously would achieve. Further, this is a project is a necessary step in providing permanent affordable housing for unhoused residents who are some of the most vulnerable members of our community. The existing Dignity Moves project in the city of Santa Barbara has proven to be a successful one, seamlessly responding to an urgent community need in a respectful and harmonious manner within the existing community. And I really trust that this one would function just the same. We recommend that the board approve the lease, which would allow this important and much needed project to move forward. Thank you.
We will now go to Paige Sawaya, to be followed by Matt Riley. Paige?
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Paige Sawaya. I'm a community member in our city in favor of the La Posada project. The bottom line is people on the streets are dying, and this truth is unacceptable. A site like this gives an opportunity for life, an opportunity to heal from the intense trauma that homelessness is. The La Posada project can alleviate pressures on our failing system. When we're talking about reimagining systems to make them more sustainable, this is the next step in efficiency and ultimately making the entire community safer. A site like this allows for individuals to recover, restabilize their nervous systems, obtain access to mental health services, doctor's appointments, case management. People must be out of survival mode first in order to engage with these services. I know Dignity Moves values community safety, and I trust they will address any of these concerns because they have done that with the downtown site. I think we must give this a chance to prevent unnecessary death.
We will now go to Matt Riley to be followed by Marge Cafravelli. Matt?
Chair Williams and supervisors, thank you. My name is Matt Riley. I am the Regional Executive Director for Dignity Moves, focused only on the Santa Barbara County effort. I wanted to just offer two thank yous. One, I want to thank this board, and I want to thank county staff for taking the leadership position that it has on this issue. This is a tough subject. We found a solution that's working, and this group has really grabbed onto that and has made a lot of progress towards that 563 beds that we really need to get our arms around this issue. We still have a ways to go. This project is potentially a big step in that direction, but we still have more to go. I know we're looking at more county land, and also some of the cities have now stepped up to want to evaluate opportunities there. And the second thing I want to do is say thank you to the community members, many of which are here today, many of which we talked to early in May. Just their feedback is invaluable to us when we think about how our management services are going to work, and we really take their comments to heart and are trying to do everything we can to incorporate them into these projects, this project and future projects. So I just wanted to say thank you to them as well.
We will now go to Marge Caffavelli to be followed by AJ Whitmore. Marge?
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the Board of Supervisors. You know, you're going to hear from a lot of people, and you are hearing from a lot of people today, so I don't want to take a lot of your time. I'm the Chief Real Estate Officer for Dignity Moves, and I have been a resident of Santa Barbara for 44 years. I did the math today, and I thought it was pretty interesting. And this is a conversation that we have had in Santa Barbara since I moved here. What to do with homelessness. And I want to commend you, and Supervisor Nelson, you get a commendation for what you did in Santa Maria with Hope Village, and Supervisor Lavanino, yes. And all of you have had a project in your district, and you deserve tremendous credit for the leadership that you have brought to Santa Barbara County. Staff has been amazing to work with, and I agree with Matt, the community, thank you for all of the feedback that you're giving, because it only makes Dignity Moves, the projects, all of us better at what we're doing. So again, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity.
We will now go to AJ Whitmore to be followed by Mr. Abundis. AJ?
I live basically across the street from this proposed project. I have taken the opportunity over the past few days since I've learned of it to kind of absorb as much as I can. I share the vision. I believe in the cause and the goals. I think the way it's being carried out is awesome. I'm also the father of 3 small girls, 3 daughters, and I hope you won't hold that against me or take to heart this suggestion that somehow that's a pretext for bad intent here. We bring our girls to volunteer with us at the Path Soup Kitchen. We're certainly not trying to shield them or keep them in a bubble so they don't see homelessness or poverty. But I have a 6-year-old girl who walks to school in the neighborhood. I have her 9-year-old sister and her 11-year-old sister. They walk together to school. I think too much is being made of the comparison between the success of the Santa Barbara location, which, kudos to everyone who's made that happen. I salute that. Our neighborhood doesn't have sidewalks. There's no public spaces. There are no parks. There's nowhere in this particular space to absorb people when they leave. And so to take a successful model that's housing that has 35 units and triple it in size, we're talking about 120 people. You're springboarding off of a success and getting into experimental territory. And I would urge you to exercise caution in that regard.
Thank you. We will now go to Mr. Abundis to be followed by Kyle Bunker. Is Mr. Abundis not here? We will now go to Kyle Bunker to be followed by Lawrence Sovereigns, who is our final speaker on this item. Kyle?
Thank you for your time. I'm a homeowner and a father in the area, AJ's neighbor. I would echo all of the amazing positive things that have been said about this project. I think we all stand in solidarity with trying to solve this problem as a community. I would also stand in unity with everybody who is opposed to the location. As a longtime resident of the area, it's just the idea that 2 vans are going to transport 120 people to their services, which are not located in the neighborhood, not in a walkable manner. I mean, 1 van, you know, my wife, myself, and 5 children, we fill up 1 van, right? And you're telling me you're going to use 2 vans to transport 120 people. You're also saying there's no neighbors. Yeah, that was said twice in the presentation. There are no neighbors to this project. My children could be there in less than a minute on their scooters and bikes. So as we are solving this complex problem, I would urge the board to reject the lease for this location and to place the project in a more appropriate location next to the services that these people deserve.
We will now go to Lawrence Sovereigns, who is our final speaker on this item. Lawrence?
Chair Williams and the board, thank you. I'm Larry Severance. I'm speaking personally. My wife and I own a property on Kuna Drive, which is right at Nogales and Hollister, so we're barely a couple blocks from the entrance to the La Posada proposal. We support it. Currently, my stepson, his wife, and our 2 elementary school, their grandchildren are living in that property. Prior to that, my wife and I offered it through New Beginnings and PATH as transitional housing. We housed 6 people there for about 2 years. It was a successful program. When you have people moving into some sort of housing with wraparound services, it makes a huge difference. It's a step up and it's a step forward, and we saw people go from unemployed to partially employed to eventually moving into long-term housing. So this is a success that our neighborhood there should be proud to participate in. I support it. I'm speaking as a grandfather, and I support it in regard to my family as well. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Capps wanted to re-enunciate some of the questions that came up in public comment so that staff can respond to those.
Thank you, Chair
Supervisor
Williams.
Capps.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Williams. I just want to, a couple comments kind of alluded to this question of will folks just, if we move folks out of this encampment, will new folks just come in, therefore adding more population to homeless people there. Can you speak to, I guess that would be to Ms. Albers, of how this will allow us legally to clear out the encampment eventually? And again, the goal is to do that. Can you speak to exactly how that works out?
So what's limiting us from addressing the encampment right now in the area, Supervisor Capps, through the chair, is that we do not have the beds, right, to go in and put those 72-hour notices to vacate to where we can enforce the right to trespass and remove belongings. These beds will allow us to be able to address the encampments in the area, and as I discussed in the presentation, that we may need to repost, right? That if someone repopulates, again, we feel like the bed number is significant enough that we'll be able to consistently repost in the area to completely resolve encampments in that corridor that we were showing on the map.
Thank you. And my second question, which came up, I believe, just by our last speaker and also throughout, was just about the services being provided on site and how much the emphasis will be on folks staying on site and those 2 vans being used just for purposes of specific appointments for the 90 people. Can you talk about the on-site services as well as the security on site, please?
So it's a Supervisor Capps through the chair.
Sure.
It is a 24/7 site. So sometimes I think when we think of a shelter, we're thinking that they would all leave during the day. So this is like their own home, right? They have an 8x8 room along with the recreational facilities, the services on site, really planning, again, because of the scale, right? We're obviously able to add mental health services, substance abuse treatment, and as I spoke about transportation, if someone does choose to leave or is going to an appointment, that rather than them walking off the site, we will provide transportation, and that will be discussed with prospective tenants or prospective residents prior to entry.
Thank you.
I'll also just try to share a little bit from my experience in the one in my district. I'm going to support this today, but I very much related to some of the fears or some of the concerns that people have expressed, especially the two fathers. I have two little girls, same age, so I'm just only maybe 2/3 as crazy as you if you have three and I have two. But I think that the fact that it's a little removed actually is, in my view, going to be an advantage. The geography is not friendly towards people walking on and off the site. I know you probably didn't mean to engage in hyperbole, but it would take a triathlete to make it from any resident in the area to the site where the people will be housed in a minute. It's not possible, on a scooter. It is just that it is up there. It's up on a raised land, whether you want to call it a mesa or an outcropping. It's not very easy to go up and down any of those locations. There's a couple places where it is. What I think really worked at the downtown site is the same ingredients that would work anywhere, which is accountability. One of the first things I always ask an operator is, has anyone gotten 86'd from the site? And when the answer is yes, I have more confidence in the operations of the site. 86'd is the term that they use in this for kicking people out. Because in any group of people, there's going to be some people where they're ready for it, and there's going to be some people that aren't. And a key to making any one of these sites working is the programs and accountability on site. The other concern I've heard expressed is, is this just going to be like a way to sneak it in? And this site has been identified for employee housing. That's at least one of that's the future use that we've planned on at the site. So I hope that also having deputy sheriffs and county planners and county attorneys and county social service workers would be kind of the kind of folks that might make that neighborhood work. And neighbors are always inconvenient, right? I don't want to say there's not going to be any impacts, but I can tell you they're not going to, from our experience, they're not going to be any more impactful than my neighbors. In my neighborhood, let's see, baby boomer rock band playing, too many cars parked on the street, occasionally teenagers throwing fruit or shooting a nail gun at a telephone pole. There's going to be something that doesn't go perfectly, but I do think it's going to be within the realm of reason. Supervisor Capps?
Yeah, I'll just give some final comments. I think we're probably ready to move on this. I just want to thank everybody for speaking. I know if you have questions about this, if you have concerns, it doesn't mean that you don't care about homelessness. That's come in loud and clear. It's my job to communicate more with you. We will going forward. The management plan still is being worked out. That's where a lot of your comments, your feedback is being put into that plan already, as indicated. Some specific things that are going to be added thanks to the comments, like fencing, et cetera. So I just want to express, and I just want to, thanks to the school kids, children, young adults who have spoke, because this really is, kids are my North Star. And if I had doubts that this is going to be putting a neighborhood in jeopardy, I would not be supporting it. I'm a mom, I'm a school board member, this is what I care about, but I've seen that And also, I just need to say too, I think that someone misspoke. It's a beautiful neighborhood. It's a lovely neighborhood. It is a wonderful, cohesive neighborhood full of kids. I'm proud to represent it. I've grown up in the area. I'm there a lot lately. My son takes piano lesson twice a week there, so I'm literally walking around, and I just acknowledge how cohesive and why you're standing up for your neighbors and neighborhood right now. I know that this is going to make the neighborhood safer. That's our commitment. I hope, even if you have doubts or questions, I hope the sincerity of the team and the expertise of the team is coming through loud and clear, that we will do our best to make sure that this actually takes people that are living in an unsafe, unsheltered, unstructured, unhealthy environment and put them into one with complete supportive services where they are going to get the help that they desperately need. And that's the model that's been proven to work. And we are confident, we're optimistic, but we're also hopeful. I mean, this is also about hope versus some fear and believing in, as one of the speakers said, that love of Martin Luther King. We need to come together. We're gonna have more opportunities to talk about this. We'll do another community meeting. I'm happy to talk to anybody. I've spoken to many of you already. We'll do more town halls like we sort of did impromptu yesterday. So we want to make sure your questions are answered. We want you to turn into folks who have had questions about this to folks who are championing it, and that's our goal. And we also want to help our neighbors. This is, for a lot of people, this could mean the difference between life and death. We don't know who those folks are right now, but this, if we look forward a year from now, this could be the difference between people living and people dying. And that's a moral obligation that I believe I was elected to try to do. People have been begging us to solve homelessness. It's a tough one. It's perhaps the toughest challenge that we as elected leaders face. And this is where the rubber hits the road. This is the hard part. This is putting it in neighborhoods where there's preschoolers. This is the hard part, but they're already there. The folks are already there. They're already our neighbors, and I'm proud to move this forward.
Supervisor Lavanino. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it's nice to know that Santa Marians are the same as Galicians in one thing, and that is fear. And I think all of your concerns are valid. I would have, I had in my neighborhood, I had a new transit center came in, and my neighbors were up in arms because there's going to be a bunch of people walking in our neighborhood now. Fear is one thing, and then reality comes in and you realize, okay, people don't really want to walk through my neighborhood. They want to walk around the short way. But what I want to tell you today is the reason why I'm going to be supporting it is because of the team that's involved. Dignity Moves and Good Samaritan Shelter are not going to walk away from this. They're not going to ignore your calls, because I promise you, as you said, there's going to be things that come up. As I've said in Santa Maria, you couldn't take 90 Harvard graduates and put them in one place and expect everything to go well. And if you take 90 homeless, you're going to have an issue. There's going to be issues. But it's how do you respond to those? And I know Supervisor Capps and her staff are all in on making this work and being transparent, and our staff is excellent. So if you don't trust us, which I get, trust the staff, trust Good Samaritan, trust Dignity Moves. They've already delivered one project, and I'm confident enough that they're going to do well in Santa Maria as well. So looking forward to, and like I said, I don't want anybody to walk out of here and think like, well, you guys didn't listen to us. We've heard this and understand that these are very valid concerns. The reason why we're moving forward with it is because we have confidence in the A team that's out there. Oh, and by the way, I don't know what school you go to, but if I had kids again that were young, I would send them to wherever you guys are going, because you guys are awesome. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I used a term during the last item of a gamble, and I think that was probably a little bit too flippant. There's risk in what we do and the decisions we make, and I think that's where we're at, where we're trying to weigh those risks of what the right decisions are for all of our constituents in our neighborhoods. And so, Supervisor Lavanino, as was mentioned, and I myself have been wrestling with this ourselves. just if it gives you a little bit of hope, we're about 6 months ahead of you guys. So I know that some people are wondering about, lessons learned and maybe phasing this in. We're going to get it in Santa Maria first. We have 94 units coming in. The nearest one is 100 feet, so you can get there in 1 minute from one of our houses. It's right across the street from our biggest soccer complex in the city of Santa Maria and a skate park, our county employees, a shopping center, and right next to Supervisor Lavanino and I's office. So we are really committed to trying to dig in and hopefully learn the lessons so make this project less impactful for you. The idea behind these concepts is that actually it's not supposed to increase the nuisance in your neighborhood, it's actually supposed to reduce it. And that's actually what we're hoping is accomplished here. There is some risk in that, but I do, like as Supervisor Lavanino and my colleagues have all said, we think we've got a dream team here together to do this. And I think at the end of the day, if there are mistakes or there are hiccups, we're going to be responsive and on top of it to address them right away. And you have that commitment from myself. If you can't get through to one of my colleagues, please reach out to our office, but you will. You'll get out through to all 5 of us, as well as a team at Good Samaritan and our county offices. This is something that will finally get us moving in the right direction so that we can bring people off the streets. The gentleman that was asking about, are we going to potentially not clear that encampment? No, we're absolutely going to clear that encampment and offer these spots to those people. And if they choose not to take it, they will be asked to leave. And we can't do that right now, but we will once we have these units in place. And that's the key here. If you went back through that presentation, we are constrained by certain legal requirements. And that's why we're in this position. But this is a model that has worked from San Diego, other locations that we're now personalizing for Santa Barbara County. And I do, this is less impactful to the neighborhood than my own project that we have here in Santa Maria. So there's no way I could not support it. I know Supervisor Capps will do ongoing outreach, and I'm happy to be a part of those conversations that helps translate some of those concerns because it is that important. So I will also be supporting.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. Well, I really appreciate all the neighbors who came and talked about this project. I often say that the quality of government and the quality of a community depends not so much on the people up here, but the people who come, who watch, who care, who give ideas. And I think Goleta is particularly blessed in that regard. I just wanted to talk about my own experience, which was the first with this kind of managed encampment. This is in Isla Vista. It used to be that homeless people in Isla Vista had a sleeping bag and maybe a backpack. And they put their sleeping bag down during the day and then they picked up. But with COVID came the encampments, and the laws were that we couldn't move people if we couldn't put them in a house. And so came tents and couches and TVs, and came actually a lot of issues with health and sanitation that we weren't prepared to deal with, fire, and crime. You've alluded to that. And so this shows in the upper right corner, that's the encampment. And in the lower left down there, you see the pallet village. And I think this is a good metaphor because that's kind of what people's lives are like when they're living homeless and what their psyche is like. And when you bring them into an ordered living situation, their sleep-wake cycle, it takes 2 or 3 weeks just to get them to wake up. They've been guarding their stuff, trying to protect themselves, and so they need to feel secure. Then they need some of their medical needs met, and then they need to get their documents in order. But as they start to get more structure in their lives, and they have community meetings in the morning, and they get plans for how they're going to identify what their issues are and plans for how they're going to actually address these issues. And I can't speak highly enough about Good Sam and how they really invest in each person. Andy Caldwell once said something that people who are homeless, that I really agree with, that they get disconnected from their families and from their communities. And so that has to be rebuilt. And when it is, people's lives can change. They really do turn around. And so I saw this in Isla Vista. And I can assure you that it's much safer for the community to have that in the lower left than to have that in the upper right. People are desperate and they do. There's crime internally. They're stealing. It's disordered. And it used to be, local governments didn't want to let it be out there, because once we do this, once we bring them in, we're responsible. We're accountable. And we really didn't have the resources, and we didn't want to delve into that too much. But now we're committed. Our community has said, we want to deal with the homeless issue. It's the only compassionate thing to do. And so we spent much of our ARPA money, and we're spending a lot of our commitment and bandwidth in addressing this problem. And as some others have said, we can do it in Santa Barbara. We really can turn this around. And so I'm going to be supporting it, and I believe the neighbors who have been anxious about this are going to find that things are much better. Those people are there now in a disorganized fashion. We're going to take responsibility, and we're going to help them turn their lives around, and it's going to be better for us all.
Supervisor Capps.
Thanks. I would like to make the motion to move departmental item 8, staff recommendation A through F.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Thank you all for your patience for how long you waited to give public comment. We're adjourned till Tuesday, June 6th in Santa Barbara.